Welcome, in my tired little ones, to tonight's journey through one of humanity's oldest relationships, our connection with the night sky. Now, for hundreds of thousands of years, long before cities glowed with electric light and screens captured our attention, humans have looked upward at the stars with wonder, necessity, and an irresistible urge to understand. Tonight, we'll trace that relationship from its earliest beginnings to the sophisticated astronomy of today, discovering how curiosity, survival, and imagination transformed scattered points of light into a map of our place in the universe. So settle in, turn on that fan for some white noise, and let's stargaze together. You're sitting outside a cave entrance in what will one day be called France. But that name won't exist for another 30,000 years. The year is approximately 35,000 BCE, and you've just finished a meal of roasted ibex. The fire crackles beside you, sending occasional sparks upward into the darkness, and as your eyes follow those brief orange embers, they continue travelling until they meet something far more permanent. Stars. Not just a handful of stars, but thousands upon thousands of them, spread across the sky in a brilliance that would make any modern city dweller weep with disbelief. There's no light pollution here, no glow of distant towns or passing cars. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a river of cream poured across black stone, so bright you could almost read by it if reading were something you knew how to do. But you don't need reading. Your mind is already doing something far more fundamental. It's finding patterns. This isn't a conscious decision. Your brain, like every human brain that will follow yours through the millennia, is a pattern recognition machine. It's what keeps you alive. That rustle in the grass might be wind, or it might be a cave lion. That particular arrangement of broken branches might mean another human passed this way, or it might mean nothing at all. Your survival depends on sorting signal from noise, and you've gotten remarkably good at it. So when you look at the stars, your brain does what it does best. It connects dots. That cluster over there looks somewhat like the ibex you hunted earlier. See how those stars form the curve of horns? And that group to the east resembles the bear you saw last spring, though you'd never get close enough to one to confirm the details. You don't have names for these patterns yet, at least not names that will survive, but you recognize them. Night after night they're there, in the same positions relative to each other. This is remarkable, actually. Almost everything else in your world changes. The seasons shift. Animals migrate. Rivers flood and recede. Trees grow and fall. Even the moon transforms its face across each month, swelling from a sliver to a bright circle and back again. But these stars, these particular arrangements, they are constant. Or mostly constant anyway. You've noticed they do move across the sky each night, wheeling from east to west, but they maintain their relationships to each other. The ibex stars stay ibex-shaped. The bear stars remain bear-like. You don't know it yet, but you've just made one of the most important discoveries in human history. You've found something reliable in an unreliable world. Over the following nights and months, you notice more. Those same star patterns appear in the east each evening and travel westward, eventually disappearing below the western horizon. If you stay awake long enough, and sometimes you do, whether by choice or because something has spooked the group and everyone's remaining alert, you see new patterns rise in the east to replace them. It's like watching a very slow parade, except this parade repeats itself with extraordinary precision. You begin to anticipate. You know that when certain stars appear just above the eastern horizon at dusk, the weather will soon turn colder. You've seen this correlation enough times that it's no longer a coincidence. When other stars dominate the night sky, the herds will be moving through the valley, and hunting will be good. This knowledge gets shared. Around fires, under those same stars, you and others discuss these observations. The sharing isn't formal education as future civilizations will understand it. There are no schools, no books, and no formal teachers, but knowledge passes anyway, through conversation and demonstration, through the simple act of pointing upward and helping others see what you see. A young member of your group, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, sits beside you one night. You point out the patterns you know, tracing invisible lines between stars with your finger. The child's eyes follow your hand, and you can see the moment of recognition, that same spark of understanding that lit your own mind years ago. The patterns aren't random. They mean something. They can be learned. Neither of you realizes it, but you're creating something that will outlast both your lives, both your descendants, and both your entire lineages stretching forward 10,000 years. You're creating tradition. You're building the foundation of astronomy. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent to your newfound attention. They've been there for billions of years before you, and they'll remain for billions more after you're gone. But in this moment, in the simple act of watching and wondering, you've joined a project that your species will continue for as long as it exists. You've started asking the question that will echo through every civilization that follows. What are those lights, and what do they mean? It's approximately 15,000 BCE now, and you're standing in what will eventually be known as Germany, watching the moon rise over a landscape of ice and scattered pine. The glaciers have been retreating for generations, but winter still brings a cold that can kill the unwary. You've survived 23 of these winters, which makes you remarkably old by the standards of your time, and you've learned something that younger people often miss. The sky keeps time. Not just any time, the perfect time. You discovered this gradually, the way most important things are discovered. One year, you noticed that the moon went through exactly 12 complete cycles, from new to full and back to new again before the seasons completed their circuit. Well, almost 12. It was actually a bit more than 12, but close enough that you could use it as a rough calendar. When the moon had cycled through its phases 12 times, you could expect the warm season to arrive soon. When it cycled through another 12, the cold would return. This was useful, but the moon alone wasn't quite reliable enough. Some years, counting 12 moons brought you to the season change right on schedule. Other years, you'd be off by several weeks. It was frustrating, like trying to catch fish with a net that had inconsistent holes. But then you paid attention to the stars, specifically to which stars were visible just before dawn. You noticed that certain stars would appear on the eastern horizon just before the sun rose, and this appearance correlated even better with the seasons than the moon did. When you could see a particular bright star rising just before daybreak, you knew with certainty that the herds would arrive within days. When another star made its first pre-dawn appearance, you could prepare for the cold. You didn't know the physics behind this. You didn't know that Earth orbits the Sun, or that the stars' apparent positions shift gradually throughout the year because of this orbital motion. You didn't need to know the mechanism. You just needed to know it worked, and it did, with a reliability that bordered on the miraculous. Other patterns emerged as you watched. The moon's position against the background stars changed nightly, moving eastward through the same star patterns that the sun seemed to travel through during the year. The moon completed its journey through these patterns in about 29 days, one complete cycle from new moon to new moon. This realization helped you understand why the 12 lunar months didn't quite match up with the seasonal year. The moon and the sun were travelling along the same path through the stars, but at different speeds. You began marking these observations. On bones and antlers, you carved notches, not random decorations, but deliberate counts. 29 notches for a lunar month, 12 sets of these for a year, with additional marks to track the discrepancy. These weren't idle doodlings passed around a fire. They were data. They were records. They were humanity's first spreadsheets. carved into whatever material was hard enough to last. The precision of these records is startling. Modern archaeologists examining Ice Age artifacts have found counting systems that tracked lunar phases with remarkable accuracy. You weren't primitive in your thinking. You were sophisticated observers using the tools available to you. The fact that you lacked telescopes or mathematical notation didn't make you less intelligent. It made you more impressive, actually, because you figured out so much with so little. This timekeeping had immediate practical value. Knowing when seasons would change meant knowing when to move camp, when to hunt specific animals, and when to gather particular plants. A group that could predict these changes had significant advantages over a group that reacted to them as they occurred. You could prepare, you could plan, you could survive when others might not. But something else was happening too, something harder to quantify. By tracking time, you were developing a new relationship with the future. Instead of living entirely in the present moment, reacting to whatever each day brought, you were beginning to anticipate. You were building mental models of how the world worked, models that extended beyond immediate sensory experience. You were, in a real sense, beginning to think abstractly. The night sky became your most reliable reference. The ground beneath your feet changed with floods and fires and the slow grinding of glaciers. The plants and animals around you migrated and evolved. Even the climate shifted across generations. But those stars, those patterns in the sky, remained constant enough to build your life around. They were the one fixed reference in a fluid world. You didn't worship the stars exactly, though that would come later for other cultures. Your relationship with them was more practical than spiritual at this point. They were tools. They were the most accurate calendar you had, the most reliable clock and the best map for predicting the future. They were quite literally your guide to survival. As you stand there watching the moon rise, you feel a satisfaction that transcends mere utility. There's something deeply pleasing about understanding how the sky works, about being able to predict what will appear where and when. You've turned mystery into knowledge and chaos into pattern. You've looked at the universe and found it comprehensible. The stars continue their ancient dance, and you continue your watch, adding another night's observations to a lifetime of accumulated knowledge. You don't know that people will still be doing this same thing 15,000 years from now, using tools you can't imagine to ask questions you'd never think to pose. But you'd probably appreciate the continuity. You've started something, after all. You've begun the long project of mapping the heavens, and that project has barely begun. You're standing on a ziggurat in ancient Babylon, and the year is approximately 1700 BCE. The structure beneath your feet rises in massive tiers above the Euphrates River valley, each level smaller than the one below, creating a stepped pyramid that serves as both temple and observatory. The air's warm, it's almost always warm here, and the sounds of the city have faded with the sunset. Now there's just you, the night, and your duty. You are a priest astronomer, which in this civilization means you're one of the most powerful people in the kingdom. Kings consult you before making important decisions. Farmers depend on your calculations to know when to plant. The entire empire runs according to calendars you and your colleagues maintain. This isn't symbolic power. This is real authority derived from real knowledge, and that knowledge comes from the sky. Your people have been watching the heavens systematically for centuries, keeping records that span generations. These aren't casual observations noted when someone happens to remember. This is rigorous, continuous monitoring, with each night sky carefully recorded on clay tablets that fill entire libraries. You've inherited these records, and you add to them nightly, continuing a scientific tradition that will outlast your civilization itself. Tonight, you're tracking Venus. The evening star, you call it, though you've noticed it also appears as the morning star at different times of year. What you don't yet realize is that these are the same object, a planet closer to the sun than Earth. though the concept of planets as worlds rather than wandering stars is still centuries away. What you do know is that Venus follows a complex pattern through the sky, appearing and disappearing with a regularity you've learned to predict. This predictability is everything in a world where so much is uncertain, where crops might fail, where diseases strike without warning, where enemies could attack at any time. The sky offers constancy. The fact that you can predict celestial events gives you a kind of power over chaos itself. When you announce that Venus will disappear from the evening sky in 5 days and reappear as the morning star in 83 days, and then it happens exactly as you've said, you're demonstrating mastery over the cosmos itself. Or at least that's how it appears to those who don't understand your methods. But you understand your methods and they're not magic, they're mathematics. Your civilization has developed sophisticated arithmetic, including a base 60 counting system that will eventually give the world 60-second minutes and 60-minute hours. You use this mathematics to track celestial cycles, calculating the relationships between different astronomical periods with impressive precision. The moon has been especially well studied. Your predecessors discovered the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 18 years and 11 days, after which eclipses repeat in almost identical patterns. This means that if you record every eclipse for 18 years, you can predict eclipses for the next 18 years and the 18 after that. It's not perfect, small variations accumulate over time, but it's remarkably accurate, and it makes you appear almost prophetic to those who don't know the mathematics behind your predictions. You've also been tracking the 5 visible planets, though you don't call them that yet. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn wander among the fixed stars, each following its own complex path. Mercury never strays far from the Sun, appearing briefly after sunset or before sunrise. Venus makes its more dramatic appearances, becoming the brightest object in the sky besides the Sun and Moon. Mars occasionally seems to move backward, a phenomenon called retrograde motion that will puzzle astronomers for centuries. Jupiter and Saturn move more slowly, taking years to complete their journeys through the stars. These observations have practical applications. Your calendar, based on lunar months but adjusted to keep pace with the solar year, requires constant monitoring to remain accurate. You add extra months when necessary, a practice called intercalation, to prevent the calendar from drifting away from the seasons. This ensures that religious festivals occur at the appropriate times of year, that farmers plant at the optimal moment, and that the entire civilization stays synchronized with natural cycles. But there's more than practicality at work here. You've begun to see patterns within patterns, relationships between celestial events that suggest the universe operates according to comprehensible rules. When you calculate that Mars will appear in a certain position relative to certain stars on a certain date, and then it happens, you're not just predicting the future, you're glimpsing the underlying order of creation itself. Your culture has woven the sky into every aspect of life. The zodiac, those 12 patterns of stars through which the sun appears to travel during the year, has become a framework for understanding time and fate. Each month belongs to a different zodiac sign, and the position of planets within these signs is believed to influence earthly events. This is the beginning of astrology, which will later diverge from astronomy, but which, in your time, is inseparable from it. Both are attempts to find meaning in the sky, to understand how celestial patterns relate to terrestrial existence. You don't see a conflict between the spiritual and the mathematical. For you, calculating the precise moment of a lunar eclipse and believing that eclipse carries divine significance are complementary activities. The mathematics proves the divine order. The predictability of the heavens demonstrates that the universe is not chaotic, but rather follows laws established by the gods. Your calculations are, in a sense, a way of reading the gods' intentions. As the night deepens, you record your observations on a fresh clay tablet, pressing wedge-shaped marks into the soft surface with your reed stylus. Centuries from now, archaeologists will unearth tablets like this and marvel at their accuracy. They'll recognize genuine astronomical data recorded with scientific precision. They'll see that your civilization understood far more about celestial mechanics than history often credits you with knowing. But for now, you're simply doing your job. You're watching, recording, calculating, and slowly building a body of knowledge that will influence every civilization that follows. When Greek astronomers later develop their models of the cosmos, they'll build on Babylonian observations. When Islamic scholars preserve and expand astronomical knowledge during Europe's Dark Ages, they'll reference Babylonian mathematics. When modern astronomy finally emerges, it will carry forward traditions that began on ziggurats like the one beneath your feet. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched, but you're seeing them differently now. You're measuring them, calculating their movements, and finding mathematical relationships in their patterns. You've transformed them from mysterious lights into data points in an increasingly sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. You've turned wonder into science, though you don't use that word yet. Above you the Milky Way glows, and somewhere within it, though you'll never know this, the light of your own sun is just one star among billions. But on this night, in this moment, you're doing the work that will eventually reveal even that humbling truth. You're watching, recording, and thinking, activities that will prove to be among humanity's most powerful tools for understanding the universe. You're standing on the deck of a Polynesian voyaging canoe, and the year is approximately 800 CE. The nearest land is 3 days behind you, and the nearest land ahead is perhaps 5 days away, though you won't know for certain until you see it. Around you the Pacific Ocean extends to every horizon, an expanse of water so vast that all the world's land could fit within it with room to spare. And you have no instruments, no compass, no sextant, and no GPS. You have something better. You have the stars, and you know how to read them. Your canoe is magnificent, 60 feet of a hull carved from breadfruit trees, with 2 hulls joined by a platform that provides stability in rough seas. The sail is woven from pandanus leaves, and it catches the trade winds that will carry you across hundreds of miles of open ocean. You're travelling with 30 other people, carrying plants and animals to establish on a new island, assuming you find it. This isn't exploration for exploration's sake. This is colonization, migration, the deliberate expansion of your people across a vast ocean. And you're navigating by methods that would seem impossible to many other cultures. You have no written charts. You've never written down any directions or drawn any maps. Everything you know about navigation, every technique, every star path, every wave pattern, exists in your memory and in the memories of the navigators who taught you. This knowledge was passed down orally, demonstrated at sea, and practiced until it became intuitive. What looks like magic to outsiders is actually a sophisticated science, based on careful observation of natural phenomena. The stars are your primary tools. Before departing, you memorize star paths, specific stars that rise and set at consistent points on the horizon, creating paths across the sky that correspond to directions across the ocean. When you want to sail toward your destination island, you identify the appropriate star path and keep your canoe aligned with it. As each star rises in the east, travels across the sky, and sets in the west, you use it to maintain your course. When one star becomes too high to use effectively, you switch to the next star in the sequence. This continues all night, every night, for as many nights as the journey requires. During the day you have the sun, which rises and sets at predictable points depending on the season. You also have the swells, long-period waves generated by distant storms that travel across the ocean in consistent directions. You can feel these swells through the hull and sense their direction even when surface waves obscure them. By combining sun position with swell direction, you maintain your course during daylight hours, but the stars provide the most reliable guidance. You know dozens of stars by name, understand their rising and setting points, and can estimate your latitude by observing which stars pass directly overhead. The North Star, Polaris, is too far north to be useful in most of the Pacific, but other stars serve similar functions. The Southern Cross points south. Arcturus, which you call Hokulea, passes nearly overhead at Hawaii's latitude. When Hokulea is directly above you, you know you're at the correct latitude to find those islands. You've also memorized reference islands, small atolls and islands that lie between your starting point and destination. Even if you don't plan to stop at these references, knowing their positions helps you navigate. If you spot one of them, you can adjust your course accordingly. If you don't spot one you expected to see, you know you've drifted and can calculate the correction needed. The sophistication of this system is staggering. You're essentially maintaining dead reckoning across hundreds or thousands of miles of featureless ocean, updating your position constantly based on every available cue. You watch for clouds that form over distant islands, invisible below the horizon but revealed by the clouds they generate. You observe seabirds and know which species fly far from land and which stay close to shore. You note the colour of the water, the type of floating debris, and the temperature changes that indicate different currents. On clear nights, the navigation is almost relaxing. The stars are bright and obvious. The moon provides additional light and you can see the horizon clearly. But tonight clouds obscure much of the sky. This would panic a less experienced navigator, but you've sailed through worse conditions. You find gaps in the clouds, catch glimpses of familiar stars, and use those brief views to maintain your course. When stars aren't visible at all, you rely on the swells, on the wind's direction, and on subtle signs that others might miss entirely. Your people have been making journeys like this for over 1,000 years, spreading across the Pacific in waves of migration that populated islands from Hawaii to New Zealand to Easter Island. This represents one of humanity's greatest navigational achievements, settling thousands of islands scattered across the world's largest ocean, using nothing but observation, memory, and skill. Cultures with metal tools and written languages couldn't match what your people accomplished with wooden canoes and oral knowledge. The key was the stars' reliability. On an ocean without landmarks, where currents can push you off course and winds can shift unpredictably, the stars remained constant. They appeared in the same positions, followed the same paths, and maintained their same relationships to each other. This celestial constancy provided the reference frame you needed to navigate terrestrial uncertainty. Your navigation is astronomy in its most practical form. You don't care about the physical nature of stars. Whether they're distant suns or lights on a celestial sphere makes no difference to your work. What matters is their positions, their movements, and their usefulness as guides. You've developed an applied science of astronomy focused entirely on what works rather than why it works. Your theories about the cosmos might strike later astronomers as primitive, but your practical knowledge of celestial navigation is extraordinarily sophisticated. As dawn approaches, you spot something on the horizon, a cloud with a greenish tint at its base, reflecting vegetation on an island below. It's the reference atoll you expected to see, right where it should be. Your navigation has been accurate. You adjust your course slightly, compensating for the current that pushed you marginally east during the night, and continue toward your destination. Around you, people are waking, preparing food and tending to the plants and animals you're transporting. Children play on the platform between the hulls, too young to understand the precision required to find a tiny island in an enormous ocean. They'll learn, though. Some of them will become navigators themselves, memorizing the same star paths you know, learning to read the same subtle signs, and continuing traditions that stretch back through more generations than anyone can count. The sun rises and the stars fade. Your nighttime navigation tools disappear, but you've already noted your position and set your daytime course. In a few days, if your calculations remain accurate, you'll sight your destination. A new island to settle, a new home for your people, found by following lights in the sky across an ocean that covers nearly a third of the planet. The stars didn't care about your journey. They would have shone just as brightly whether you were there to see them or not. But by learning to read them, by understanding their movements with enough precision to stake your life on that understanding, you've transformed them from merely beautiful lights into the most reliable tools humanity has ever found for exploring the world. You've proven that careful observation and rigorous mental training can overcome seemingly impossible challenges. You've shown that the sky is more than something to wonder at. It's something to use, to rely on, and to trust with your survival. And in doing so, you've continued the project begun by those Ice Age observers. The long, patient work of understanding what those lights are and what they can tell us about the world we inhabit. You're standing in the Library of Alexandria, and the year is approximately 200 BCE. The room around you contains hundreds of thousands of scrolls, the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world gathered from every culture the Hellenistic Empire has touched. But right now, you're not interested in poetry or philosophy. You're focused on a particular scroll that contains astronomical observations from Babylon, and you're trying to reconcile those observations with a new geometric model of the cosmos. You are, in the terminology of your time, a mathematician and natural philosopher, though later ages will call you an astronomer. Your name might be remembered. Perhaps you're Aristarchus or Eratosthenes or Hipparchus. Or it might be forgotten, lost among the thousands of scholars who worked in Alexandria during its golden age. But whether or not your individual name survives, the work you're doing will change humanity's relationship with the sky forever. You're not just observing the heavens anymore, you're measuring them. This represents a fundamental shift in approach. Earlier civilizations watched the sky and recorded what they saw, identifying patterns and using those patterns for practical purposes. You're doing something different. You're asking quantitative questions and demanding numerical answers. Not just where does the sun appear to move, but how large is the sun? Not just do the stars move, but how far away are they? Your culture has advantages that earlier observers lacked. Greek mathematics has developed geometric tools powerful enough to model celestial mechanics. Your understanding of circles, angles, and ratios allows you to make calculations that would have been impossible for the Babylonians despite their sophisticated arithmetic. You also have access to centuries of Babylonian observations, giving you data spanning longer periods than any single lifetime could provide. Consider Eratosthenes' famous calculation of Earth's circumference, performed right here in Alexandria roughly 50 years ago. He noticed that at noon, on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in Serene, casting no shadow, while in Alexandria it cast a shadow corresponding to an angle of approximately 7 degrees. By measuring the distance between these cities and using basic geometry, he calculated Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. This wasn't just clever, it was revolutionary. He'd measured the size of the entire planet using nothing but shadows, angles, and reasoning. You're attempting something similarly audacious, calculating the distance to the moon. You know that during a lunar eclipse, Earth's shadow falls on the moon, and by carefully measuring the shadow's size relative to the moon's diameter, you can determine the ratio of distances. The mathematics is tricky. You need precise observations of eclipses, careful measurements of angles, and sophisticated geometric reasoning. But it's doable, and when you finish, you'll have a number. The moon is approximately 60 Earth radii away. This is astonishing accuracy for observations made with naked eyes and simple measuring tools. You have no telescopes, no precision instruments, just calibrated sticks and circles divided into degrees. Yet you're determining cosmic distances, measuring the unmeasurable, pulling numbers from what had been pure mystery. Other scholars in Alexandria are tackling different questions. Aristarchus has proposed something radical. Perhaps Earth orbits the Sun rather than the reverse. His geometric arguments are compelling. If Earth circles the Sun, it explains certain observations about planetary motions more elegantly than the traditional model. But his idea faces resistance. If Earth moves, shouldn't we feel it? Shouldn't the stars shift position as Earth travels around its orbit? The lack of observable stellar parallax, the apparent shift in star positions caused by Earth's motion, seems to argue against a moving Earth. What Aristarchus doesn't know is that he's right, but the stars are far more distant than anyone imagines. The parallax exists, but it's too small to detect without telescopes. His correct theory will be largely forgotten, buried under the weight of common sense that insists the solid ground beneath our feet must be stationary. Truth sometimes loses to intuition, at least temporarily. You're also working on cataloguing stars with unprecedented precision. Your predecessor Hipparchus created a star catalogue that listed roughly 1,000 stars, noting their positions and relative brightnesses. You're expanding this work, adding more stars, refining the measurements, and developing a magnitude system to classify brightness. This might seem like mere bookkeeping, but it's crucial. To understand how the heavens change, you first need to know their normal state. Only with precise catalogues can you detect phenomena like novae, new stars that appear where none existed before, or track subtle changes in planetary positions. The geometric models you're developing represent humanity's first serious attempts at explaining celestial mechanics. You describe the cosmos as a series of nested spheres, each carrying different celestial objects all rotating around Earth at the centre. It's wrong in most details, but the approach is sound. Create a mathematical model, test it against observations, and refine it when discrepancies appear. This is science, even if the specific conclusions will later be overturned. You're particularly interested in planetary motion. The 5 visible planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, wander among the stars in ways that simple circular motion can't explain. Mars occasionally appears to stop, move backward, then resume its normal direction. How can this be if planets move on simple circles? Your solution involves epicycles, small circles whose centres travel along larger circles. A planet moves along its epicycle while the epicycle's centre moves along a larger circle around Earth. With the right combination of circles moving at the right speeds, you can match observed planetary motions quite well. The model is complicated, requiring multiple epicycles for some planets, but it works. It predicts where planets will appear in the sky months or years in advance. This model will dominate astronomy for over 1,000 years, not because people are stubborn or ignorant, but because it's genuinely useful. It predicts celestial phenomena accurately enough for navigation, calendar making, and other practical purposes. The fact that it's based on incorrect assumptions about Earth's centrality doesn't matter for prediction. A wrong model that works is more useful than no model at all. But something else is happening in your work that transcends any specific model or measurement. You're establishing the principle that the universe operates according to mathematical laws discoverable through reason and observation. The heavens aren't merely mysterious or divine, they're comprehensible. They follow rules. Those rules can be written down, calculated, and predicted. This idea, more than any particular discovery, is your culture's greatest contribution to astronomy. As evening falls and you finally leave the library, you walk out into the Mediterranean night. The stars are emerging, the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched, that Babylonian priests tracked, and that Polynesian navigators followed. But you see them differently now. You don't just observe them. You measure them. You don't merely note their patterns. You create mathematical models to explain those patterns. You've transformed them from objects of wonder into objects of study. The transformation isn't complete, of course. Many of your measurements are rough, many of your models are wrong, and many questions remain unanswerable with your current tools. But you've established something crucial. The project of understanding the cosmos through mathematics and systematic observation. You've shown that human reason can grapple with celestial phenomena, that the apparently unreachable can be measured, and that mysteries can become mathematics. Somewhere in your calculations and models, buried in geometric diagrams and numerical tables, lie the seeds of revelations that won't flower for centuries. Your work on stellar positions will eventually prove Earth moves. Your geometric techniques will help demonstrate the vast scale of the cosmos. Your insistence that observation must match theory will become the foundation of the scientific method. But tonight, you're simply satisfied to have added a few more measurements to humanity's growing understanding of the heavens. The stars shine on, indifferent to your calculations, but you've measured their positions with unprecedented precision. You've turned skyward mystery into earthly mathematics. You've continued the long journey from wonder to understanding, and that journey is far from over. You're on a rooftop in Padua, Italy, and the year is 1609. In your hands you hold an instrument that will change human understanding of the cosmos more profoundly than anything since the invention of mathematics itself. It's a tube roughly 3 feet long, fitted with carefully ground lenses at each end, capable of magnifying distant objects approximately 20 times. You call it a telescope, from Greek roots meaning far-seeing, and tonight you're about to turn it toward the sky for perhaps the 100th time, each session revealing something new that contradicts centuries of accepted truth. The device itself is barely a year old, at least in its current form. Dutch spectacle makers discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects, and when you heard about this, you immediately recognized its potential. You've spent months grinding lenses, testing configurations, and improving the design until you achieved magnifications far beyond what the Dutch achieved. Where they saw a novelty, you saw a revolution. Your colleagues at the University of Padua were initially skeptical. Some refused to even look through the device, insisting that anything seen through glass lenses must be an artifact or illusion rather than reality. Others looked but dismissed what they saw, unable to reconcile observations with their understanding of how the cosmos should work. But you've persisted, and your observations have become increasingly difficult to dismiss. Tonight, you're focusing on Jupiter. You've been watching this planet for weeks now, and what you've discovered is staggering. Jupiter has moons, at least 4 of them, visible as tiny points of light arranged in a line extending from the planet's bright disk. Night by night, you've watched these moons change position, orbiting Jupiter exactly as the moon orbits Earth. This is revolutionary because it proves that not everything in the heavens orbits Earth. Here is a celestial body with its own satellites, a miniature planetary system that demolishes the Earth-centered cosmos, accepted since ancient times. You've been keeping detailed records, sketching Jupiter's moons in different positions each night, and calculating their orbital periods. The innermost moon completes its orbit in roughly 42 hours. The outermost takes about 16 days. The precision of their movements is beautiful. They're following the same mathematical laws that govern the moon's orbit around Earth, suggesting universal principles rather than special cases. But Jupiter's moons aren't your only discovery. The moon, Earth's moon, has been equally revelatory. Through your telescope, the smooth, perfect sphere described by ancient philosophers transforms into a rough, mountainous world. You see craters, valleys, and towering peaks that cast long shadows across lunar plains. You've even measured the height of some mountains by calculating shadow lengths, finding peaks that rival Earth's highest summits. The moon isn't a perfect celestial object made of quintessence, as Aristotle claimed. It's a world as physical and irregular as Earth itself. Venus has provided more evidence against Earth-centered models. Through your telescope, you've observed that Venus goes through phases like the moon, sometimes appearing as a crescent, sometimes as a gibbous shape, and sometimes nearly full. This only makes sense if Venus orbits the Sun, passing between us and the Sun when it appears as a crescent and moving beyond the Sun when it appears full. In an Earth-centered system where Venus orbits between Earth and the Sun, it should only ever appear as a crescent. The phases of Venus are direct evidence for a Sun-centered solar system. You've also been observing the Sun itself using projection methods to avoid damaging your eyes. The Sun, supposedly the most perfect celestial object, is marked with spots, dark blemishes that appear, change shape, and disappear over days or weeks. By tracking these spots, you've determined that the Sun rotates, completing one revolution approximately every 27 days. This rotation, combined with the imperfect nature of sunspots, further demolishes the idea of celestial perfection. The Milky Way has revealed its secret. To the naked eye, it appears as a hazy band of light across the sky. Through your telescope, it resolves into thousands upon thousands of individual stars, too distant and numerous to see separately without magnification. This suggests the universe contains far more stars than anyone imagined. Not the few thousand visible to the naked eye, but potentially millions or billions, extending far beyond what earlier astronomers thought possible. Each of these observations contradicts established doctrine. The Church's cosmology, based on Aristotle and Ptolemy, places Earth at the centre of a small, ordered universe with perfect celestial bodies moving on perfect circles. Your observations suggest a vastly larger universe with imperfect celestial bodies where Earth is not central. You're not trying to challenge religious authority, you're simply reporting what you see, but the implications are impossible to ignore. The resistance you face isn't entirely unreasonable. Your telescope is new technology, and its reliability isn't yet proven. How can anyone be certain that what appears in the telescope truly represents reality, rather than optical illusions created by lenses? Your response is pragmatic. The telescope accurately shows distant terrestrial objects, ships that are below the horizon, and buildings in distant cities. If it works reliably for earthly observations, why should celestial observations be different? You're also making your findings public, publishing your observations in language accessible to educated readers, not just in Latin for scholars. Your book, Sideris Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, spreads your discoveries across Europe within months. Other observers with telescopes confirm your findings. Jupiter's moons can be seen by anyone with adequate magnification. The phases of Venus are independently verified, and the moon's mountains are photographed with increasing detail as telescope. Technology improves. The cumulative weight of these observations forces a revolution in thought. The cosmos is not small, ordered, and geocentric. It's vast, perhaps infinite, with Earth as just one planet among several orbiting an ordinary star. This insight is simultaneously humbling and exhilarating. Humanity has been demoted from the centre of creation, but in exchange we've discovered a far grander universe than anyone imagined. As you pack up your telescope for the night, you reflect on how one simple device, a tube with lenses, has demolished millennia of accepted truth. The ancient Greeks would have given anything for this technology. They had the mathematical sophistication to understand what you're seeing, but they lacked the tools to see it. The observations that would have resolved their debates about Earth's motion were always there in the sky, invisible only because human eyes couldn't detect them without help. This raises a humbling question. What else is in the sky that you can't see even with your telescope? Your instrument magnifies 20 times, which is impressive, but surely this isn't the limit of what's possible. Future observers with better telescopes will undoubtedly see things you're missing. How much larger is the universe than what you can see? How many more discoveries await merely better technology? You don't know it yet. But your telescope represents the first of many technological leaps that will progressively reveal the cosmos's true nature. Better lenses, then reflecting telescopes, then photography, then spectroscopy, then radio astronomy, then space-based telescopes free from atmospheric distortion. Each advancement will reveal new phenomena, answer old questions, and raise new mysteries. Your 17-inch telescope is primitive compared to what's coming, but it's sophisticated enough to begin the revolution. The stars shine overhead, now known to be distant suns rather than lights on a celestial sphere. The planets, visible as bright points to the naked eye, are revealed through your telescope as worlds. Jupiter with its cloud bands and moons, Saturn with its mysterious elongated shape. You can't quite resolve the rings with your current telescope, but you know something odd extends from the planet's sides, and Mars with hints of surface features. You've lived through one of history's great turning points, the moment when humanity first saw the cosmos as it truly is, rather than as we imagined it must be. The implications will take generations to fully understand, but the basic fact is clear. We are far smaller, and the universe far larger, than anyone dreamed. And that's wonderful, because it means there's so much more to discover, so many more mysteries waiting in the dark between the stars. You're working in a Cambridge office, and the year is approximately 1726. Papers cover your desk, calculations, diagrams, and observations from astronomers across Europe. You're attempting something that many colleagues consider impossible. You're trying to calculate the distance to a comet using nothing but geometric principles and observations from multiple locations. If you succeed, you'll prove that comets are distant celestial objects rather than atmospheric phenomena, and you'll demonstrate that mathematics can measure even the seemingly unmeasurable. Your name is Edmund Halley, and you've dedicated much of your career to understanding celestial mechanics. You've been fascinated by comets, those mysterious objects that appear unpredictably, blaze across the sky for weeks or months, then vanish. Aristotle believed they were atmospheric disturbances, weather phenomena rather than celestial objects. This view persisted for centuries, but you're convinced Aristotle was wrong. The evidence is in the geometry. You have observations of comets from different locations on Earth, measured carefully by skilled astronomers. If comets were atmospheric phenomena relatively close to Earth, observers at different locations should see them at noticeably different positions against the background stars. This is parallax, the same principle that makes nearby objects appear to shift when you close one eye and open the other. But cometary parallax, when measurable at all, is tiny, suggesting these objects are extremely distant. Moreover, you've been studying historical records of comet sightings, comparing their paths across the sky, their appearance, and their behaviour, and you've noticed something remarkable. Comets that appeared in 1531, 1607, and 1682 followed nearly identical paths. They appeared in similar regions of the sky, moved in similar directions, and brightened and faded in similar patterns. What if these weren't three different comets, but the same comet, returning periodically? The mathematics support this hypothesis. Using Newton's laws of motion and gravitation, which your friend Isaac published 40 years ago, you can calculate orbital paths for objects moving through the solar system. When you apply these calculations to the 1682 comet, assuming it's in a highly elliptical orbit around the Sun, you get an orbital period of roughly 75 to 76 years. Count back 76 years from 1682, and you reach 1607. Count back another 76 years, and you reach 1531. The timing matches the historical sightings almost perfectly. This means you can make a prediction. If your hypothesis is correct, this comet should return around 1758 or 1759. You'll be long dead by then. You're already in your 70s. But the comet will either appear as predicted, confirming your calculations, or it won't, proving you wrong. Either way, the prediction is testable, which makes it scientific rather than mere speculation. What you're doing represents a new kind of astronomy. Earlier observers watched the sky and recorded what they saw. They identified patterns and made predictions based on those patterns, but their predictions were essentially extrapolations, assuming the future will resemble the past. You're doing something different. You're using physical laws, mathematical models, and theoretical understanding to predict phenomena that haven't been observed yet. You're not just recording the universe, you're calculating it. Newton's work made this possible. His laws of motion and universal gravitation provided for the first time a unified framework for understanding both celestial and terrestrial mechanics. The same force that pulls an apple downward pulls the moon toward Earth, and Earth toward the Sun. The same mathematical laws that describe projectile motion on Earth describe planetary orbits in the heavens. This unification is profound. It means the universe operates according to comprehensible universal principles rather than separate rules for different domains. You've applied these principles to various problems. You calculated the path of the 1682 comet, determining its orbital elements with unprecedented precision. You've worked on improving tables of planetary positions, incorporating perturbations, the subtle gravitational influences that planets exert on each other, causing small deviations from perfect elliptical orbits. You've studied the moon's motion, wrestling with the three-body problem, the mathematical challenge of precisely calculating how three gravitationally interacting objects move. The moon problem is particularly vexing. The moon's orbit is influenced not just by Earth, but also by the Sun, and the combined gravitational effects create orbital irregularities that are devilishly difficult to calculate. Newton himself struggled with lunar motion, and the problem won't be fully solved for another century. But you've made progress, improving predictions enough that navigators can use your lunar tables to determine longitude at sea, a practical application of celestial mechanics that saves lives and enables exploration. You've also been thinking about stellar distances. The stars are clearly far more distant than planets. They show no measurable parallax even from observations made 6 months apart, when Earth is on opposite sides of its orbit around the Sun. This means stellar distances must be enormous compared to solar system scales. But how enormous? Can these distances be measured at all? You suspect they can, eventually, though not with current instruments. If telescopes become powerful enough and measurements precise enough, stellar parallax should become detectable. The math is straightforward. Measure a star's position in summer, measure it again in winter when Earth has moved to the opposite side of its orbit, and calculate the distance based on the apparent shift. The challenge is that even the nearest stars are so distant that their parallax is measured in fractions of an arc-second. Angles so small they require instruments far more precise than what's currently available. But you're confident that future astronomers will make these measurements. Technology improves, telescopes become more powerful, measurement techniques become more refined. What's impossible today becomes routine tomorrow. The stars' distances will eventually be known, and when that happens, humanity will finally understand the true scale of the cosmos. As you review your calculations one more time, checking for errors, you consider how far astronomy has come in just a few generations. When you were born, telescopes were relatively new, the heliocentric model was still controversial, and the physical laws governing celestial motion were unknown. Now, less than a century later, you're calculating comet orbits, predicting future appearances, and treating the heavens as a domain subject to the same mathematical laws that govern earthly phenomena. The transformation isn't complete. Many mysteries remain. The nature of stars is unknown. Are they distant suns, and if so, how far away and how large? The structure of the Milky Way is unclear. Is it a flat disk, a sphere, or something else entirely? The possibility of other galaxies hasn't even been seriously considered. Most astronomers assume all visible stars belong to one unified system, but the methodology is now established. You observe, you measure, you calculate, you predict, and you test. When predictions fail, you refine your models. When new phenomena are discovered, you incorporate them into your framework. This is science, and it's proving extraordinarily powerful for understanding nature. Your comet prediction, in particular, feels like a gamble against mortality itself. You're wagering that mathematics and physics can project forward decades into the future, that the universe is lawful enough, and that your understanding is complete enough to make predictions across timescales longer than human lifetimes. If you're right, and the comet returns when predicted, it will be one of science's great triumphs, a demonstration that human reason can grasp cosmic patterns and use them to predict the unpredictable. You won't live to see it, but you're content with that. You've done the work, you've made the calculations. The comet will either confirm your hypothesis or it won't, but either outcome advances knowledge. And that ultimately is what drives you. Not personal glory or the satisfaction of being proven right, but the simple desire to understand how the universe works. The stars shine outside your window, distant and mysterious, but less mysterious than they were. Each generation peels back another layer of cosmic mystery, armed with better tools, better mathematics, and better understanding. Your generation has accomplished remarkable things, but you're certain future generations will accomplish more. The universe is vast, complex, and wonderful, and humanity has barely begun to explore it. You're standing outside the dome of the Mount Wilson Observatory in California, and the year is 1924. The sun set hours ago, and now the Milky Way stretches overhead in magnificent detail, visible despite the growing light pollution from Los Angeles in the valley below. Inside the dome behind you sits the Hooker telescope, 100 inches of reflecting mirror, the largest telescope in the world, capable of gathering more light and seeing fainter objects than any instrument in human history. And tonight, you've used it to make a discovery that will fundamentally change humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. Your name is Edwin Hubble, and you've been photographing spiral nebula. Those fuzzy, spiral-shaped objects scattered across the sky. Astronomers have debated their nature for years. Are they gas clouds within our own galaxy, or are they distant galaxies themselves, separate island universes beyond the Milky Way? The debate has been fierce, with respected scientists on both sides, but you think you've finally settled it. You've been focusing on Andromeda, the largest and brightest of the spiral nebulae. Using the Hooker telescope's light-gathering power, you've been taking long-exposure photographs, images that accumulate light over hours, revealing details invisible to direct observation. And in these photographs, you've identified individual stars within Andromeda, not just the bright blue-white stars that mark spiral arms, but specific types of variable stars called Cepheids. Cepheids are crucial because their brightness varies predictably, pulsing brighter and dimmer over periods ranging from days to months. More importantly, there's a direct relationship between a Cepheid's period and its intrinsic brightness. Longer period Cepheids are inherently brighter than short period ones. This relationship was discovered by Henrietta Leavitt, working with Cepheids in the Magellanic Clouds, and it provides a method for measuring cosmic distances. Here's the beautiful logic. If you know a Cepheid's intrinsic brightness and can measure its apparent brightness, you can calculate its distance. It's like seeing a light bulb and determining how far away it is by how dim it appears. If you know it's a 100-watt bulb, you can tell whether it's 10 feet away or 100 feet away by its apparent brightness. The Cepheids you found in Andromeda have periods indicating they're extremely luminous stars, yet they appear very faint in your photographs. The only way to reconcile these facts is if Andromeda is extraordinarily distant, not thousands or tens of thousands of light years away, but nearly 1,000,000 light years. This places it far beyond any reasonable estimate of the Milky Way's size. Andromeda isn't a gas cloud within our galaxy. It's a galaxy itself comparable in size to the Milky Way, containing hundreds of billions of stars. If Andromeda is a galaxy, then likely all spiral nebulae are galaxies. This means the universe contains not one galaxy, but countless millions of them, scattered through space at distances that dwarf the distances between stars within any single galaxy. The universe is vastly, almost incomprehensibly larger than anyone imagined. But you've made another discovery, even more startling. You've been measuring the spectra of galaxies, analysing the light they emit to determine which wavelengths are present. What you've found is that nearly every galaxy shows a redshift, meaning their light is shifted toward longer, redder wavelengths compared to what it should be. And the more distant the galaxy, the greater the redshift. This redshift has a clear interpretation. These galaxies are moving away from us. The shift in wavelength is a Doppler effect, the same phenomenon that makes a train whistle's pitch drop as it passes you. When a light source moves away, its light is stretched to longer wavelengths, redshifted. When it approaches, the light is compressed to shorter wavelengths, blue shifted. Moreover, you've noticed a relationship. The farther away a galaxy is, the faster it's receding. Double the distance, and the recession velocity doubles as well. This relationship, what will become known as Hubble's law, has profound implications. If all distant galaxies are moving away from us, and their recession velocity increases with distance, the universe itself must be expanding. This is difficult to grasp. You're not saying galaxies are moving through space away from us as if we're at the centre of an explosion. You're saying space itself is expanding, carrying galaxies along with it. It's like dots on an inflating balloon. As the balloon expands, all dots move away from each other, but no dot is at the centre of the expansion. Every observer in any galaxy would see all other galaxies receding, with more distant ones receding faster. This expansion suggests the universe has a history. If galaxies are currently moving apart, they must have been closer together in the past. Run the expansion backward, and you eventually reach a point where all matter was concentrated in an incredibly small, dense state. This is the beginning of what will later be called the Big Bang theory. The idea that the universe began in an extremely hot, dense state and has been expanding and cooling ever since. The implications cascade outward. If the universe is expanding and had a beginning, it has an age. You can estimate this age by calculating how long it would take galaxies to reach their current separations given their observed velocities. Your initial estimates suggest an age of a few billion years, which is troublingly young. Geologists already have evidence that Earth is older than that. But the principle is established. The universe isn't eternal and unchanging. It's dynamic and evolving with a definite history. As you stand beneath the stars, you realize you're witnessing something unprecedented in human history. Every previous generation believed the universe was static, unchanging in its large-scale structure. Oh, planets moved and comets appeared and stars occasionally exploded, but the overall universe, its size, its structure, its fundamental nature, was thought to be eternal. You've discovered this assumption is wrong. The universe is not static. It's expanding, cooling, and evolving. It had a beginning and will have a future different from its present state. This discovery comes from technology. The 100-inch telescope, photographic plates sensitive enough to capture faint light, and spectroscopes capable of analysing that light. None of this was available even 50 years ago. Your discovery was always waiting in the sky, visible in principle, but invisible in practice until instruments became sophisticated enough to detect it. How many more discoveries are out there, waiting for better technology? You think about the long chain of observations and insights that led to this moment. Ancient astronomers identifying celestial patterns, Babylonians calculating planetary positions, Greeks creating geometric models, telescopes revealing Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Newton's laws enable orbital calculations. Photography allows long exposures that see deeper into space than eyes alone could. Spectroscopy reveals the physical properties of distant objects, each advance built on previous work, each generation seeing farther and understanding more deeply. And now you've pushed the frontier again. You've measured the universe and found it vaster than anyone thought. You've discovered that it's expanding, that it has a history, that it's not eternal. Future generations will push farther still, answering questions you haven't even thought to ask yet. Will they find the edge of the universe, or is it infinite? What happened in those first moments after the expansion began? Are there other universes beyond ours? You don't know, but you're confident they'll keep looking. The Hooker telescope dome closes for the night. Your photographic plates are secure, ready for detailed analysis tomorrow. The data is recorded, the measurements are made, and the conclusions are becoming inescapable. The universe is larger, stranger, and more wonderful than humanity ever imagined. And that, ultimately, is the most exciting thing you could possibly discover. Not that we understand everything, but there's so much more to explore. You're monitoring a radio telescope in northern England, and the year is 1965. The instrument you're using doesn't look like a traditional telescope. No dome, no eyepiece, just an array of horn-shaped antennas pointed at the sky, connected to sensitive radio receivers. You're not looking at the sky in visible light, but in radio waves, which pass through clouds and work during daytime, opening the heavens to observation 24 hours a day. Your name is irrelevant to this particular night, but the discovery you're about to confirm is not. You've been detecting a persistent background noise in your data, a faint radio signal that appears to come equally from all directions in the sky. At first, you thought it was instrumental error or perhaps radio interference from nearby cities, but extensive checks have ruled out these explanations. The signal is real, it's cosmic in origin, and it's uniform across the entire sky to within 1 part in 10,000. This uniform signal is extraordinary because it shouldn't exist. If it came from stars or galaxies, it would be stronger in some directions than others, concentrated in the Milky Way's plane, for instance, or showing bright spots where galaxies cluster. But this signal is almost perfectly isotropic, the same from every direction. It's like the universe has a temperature, and what you're detecting is thermal radiation from the cosmos itself. The signal's wavelength corresponds to extremely cold thermal radiation, about 3 degrees above absolute zero. This is puzzling until you remember recent theoretical work suggesting that if the universe began in a hot, dense state, the Big Bang, it would have cooled as it expanded. In its earliest moments, the universe would have been hot enough to glow brightly in visible light, even in ultraviolet and X-rays. But as it expanded, this radiation would have stretched to longer wavelengths, shifted by the expansion itself, until today it appears as faint radio waves. You're detecting the afterglow of the Big Bang itself, radiation that has travelled through space for nearly 14 billion years, cooling from temperatures of thousands of degrees to just a few degrees above absolute zero. This cosmic microwave background radiation is direct evidence that the universe had a hot beginning, that it's been expanding and cooling ever since, and that the Big Bang theory is correct. This discovery transforms cosmology from speculation to observational science. Before this, the Big Bang was one theory among several for the universe's origin. Now it's strongly supported by direct evidence. radiation that could only exist if the universe began in a hot, dense state. Alternative theories that proposed an eternal steady-state universe cannot explain this uniform background radiation. The evidence is overwhelming. But the cosmic microwave background isn't just confirmation of the Big Bang. It's a snapshot of the early universe, a window into conditions when the cosmos was just 380,000 years old. Before that time, the universe was too hot for atoms to form. Electrons and protons existed as a plasma, and photons scattered off these charged particles constantly, making the universe opaque. When the universe cooled enough for atoms to form, photons suddenly could travel freely. The radiation you're detecting comes from that moment of recombination when the universe became transparent. By studying this radiation in detail, measuring its temperature in different directions, looking for tiny variations in intensity, astronomers will learn about the universe's structure at that early time. Slightly denser regions in the primordial plasma will appear as slightly warmer spots in the microwave background. These density variations were the seeds that eventually grew into galaxies, clusters of galaxies, and the large-scale structure visible in the universe today. Over the following decades, increasingly sophisticated instruments will map the cosmic microwave background with extraordinary precision. Satellites like COBE, WMAP, and Planck will measure temperature variations as small as 1 part in 100,000, revealing detailed information about the universe's composition, age, and geometry. These measurements will determine that the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, that it's geometrically flat, and that it contains not just ordinary matter but also dark matter and dark energy, mysterious substances whose nature remains unknown but whose gravitational effects are undeniable. The cosmic microwave background will also provide evidence for cosmic inflation, a brief period of exponential expansion that occurred in the universe's first fraction of a second. Inflation explains why the universe is so uniform on large scales, why it's geometrically flat, and why certain types of irregularity appear in the density distribution of matter. Without inflation, the universe's observed properties would require extraordinarily fine-tuned initial conditions. With inflation, these properties emerge naturally from well-understood physics. As you examine the data streaming from the radio telescope, you're struck by how much can be learned from such a faint signal. This radiation is incredibly weak. The total energy from the cosmic microwave background hitting a person's body is far less than the energy from distant starlight, which itself is minimal. Yet this faint signal contains information about the universe's age, composition, geometry, and early history. It's as if the cosmos has left its signature written in radiation, waiting billions of years for technology to become sophisticated enough to read it. You think about the long chain of discoveries that led here. Hubble discovered galactic recession, implying the universe expands, extrapolating this expansion backward to a hot, dense beginning. Theoretical physicists are calculating what conditions would be like in the early universe, predicting that thermal radiation from that era should still be detectable. Engineers are developing radio astronomy, creating instruments sensitive enough to detect faint cosmic signals, and now the detection itself, confirming predictions and opening new avenues of research. The cosmic microwave background is also humbling. It shows that the matter we're familiar with, atoms, molecules, everything made of protons, neutrons, and electrons, comprises only about 5% of the universe's total energy content. The rest is dark matter and dark energy, substances whose nature is completely unknown. We've mapped the universe, measured its age, determined its composition, and discovered that we don't understand 95% of what it contains. Yet this ignorance is exciting rather than discouraging. It means astronomy is far from finished. There are fundamental mysteries remaining, questions whose answers will require new physics, new observations, and perhaps revolutionary insights comparable to those that launched quantum mechanics or relativity. The universe is still surprising us, still revealing that reality is stranger and more wonderful than our theories predict. As dawn approaches and your observing shift ends, you prepare your preliminary report. The signal is real, it's cosmic, and it matches predictions for the cooled radiation from the Big Bang. Other observers will confirm it independently. That's already happening, actually, with similar detections reported by other teams. Soon this discovery will be announced publicly, and it will transform humanity's understanding of cosmic history. The stars fade as the sky brightens, but you know they're still there, still shining, their light mixing with the faint microwave glow from the universe's hot beginning. That glow has travelled for nearly 14 billion years to reach your antennas, carrying information about a time when no stars existed, when no galaxies had formed, and when the universe was just a hot, dense plasma beginning its long expansion toward the cool, structured cosmos we inhabit today. Somewhere in that ancient radiation, in its tiny temperature variations and subtle polarization patterns, lie answers to questions humanity hasn't yet learned to ask. Future astronomers will extract those answers, learning things about the universe's origin, structure, and fate that you can't even imagine. But tonight, you've contributed your part to that ongoing project, detecting the whisper from the beginning, confirming that the universe has a history, and opening a new window on cosmic time. You're lying on your back in a dark field, and the year is now. No specific year, really. This could be tonight, tomorrow night, or any clear night when you decide to look up rather than down, out rather than in. The grass beneath you is slightly damp with evening dew, the air is cool, and above you the sky blazes with stars. If you're far from cities, you can see the Milky Way, that same river of light that our ancestors saw, though you know now it's actually the combined light of billions of stars in our galaxy's disk, viewed edge-on from Earth's position within it. You can see planets too, though you need to know where to look and when. Venus might be brilliant in the west just after sunset. Jupiter could be high overhead, its moons invisible to your naked eyes, but there nonetheless, exactly as Galileo saw them. Mars might show its distinctive red-orange colour, dust storms in its thin atmosphere reflecting sunlight from 90 million miles away. And you can see stars, thousands of them with naked eyes, millions through modest telescopes and billions through instruments like Hubble or the James Webb Space Telescope. Each one is a sun, many hosting planets, some of those planets potentially harbouring life. The light reaching your eyes left those stars years or decades or centuries ago, making you a time traveller of sorts, seeing the universe not as it is but as it was. You know things those ancient observers couldn't have imagined. You know the stars are powered by nuclear fusion, converting hydrogen to helium in their cores, generating energy through Einstein's famous equation relating mass and energy. You know the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, formed in a hot Big Bang and expanding ever since. You know that galaxies cluster into groups and superclusters, forming a cosmic web of structure spanning billions of light years. You know the universe contains dark matter, invisible substance detected only through its gravitational effects, making up roughly 27% of the universe's total energy. You know that dark energy, even more mysterious, comprises about 68%, and it's causing the universe's expansion to accelerate. Distant galaxies are not just moving away, they're moving away faster over time, driven by this mysterious dark energy whose nature is one of physics' greatest unsolved problems. You know that many stars have planets, that exoplanets number in the thousands already discovered, and that more are found constantly. You know some of these worlds are roughly Earth-sized, orbiting their stars at distances where liquid water could exist. You know the chemistry of life, carbon-based molecules, water and energy. is common throughout the universe. You know that if life exists here, it probably exists elsewhere too, though whether it's common or rare, simple or complex, contemporary or extinct, remains unknown. Yet despite all this knowledge, you're lying in a field looking at stars exactly as humans have done for hundreds of thousands of years. The technology has changed dramatically. You might have a telescope beside you, or a smartphone app identifying constellations, or coordinates for satellites passing overhead, but the fundamental activity is unchanged. You're watching the sky, wondering about those lights, continuing a tradition older than civilization itself. The stars you're seeing are the same stars ancient observers saw, give or take a few supernovae and proper motion over millennia. The patterns are almost identical. If an Ice Age hunter or a Babylonian priest or a Polynesian navigator joined you in this field, you'd recognize the same constellations, point to the same bright stars, and share the same sense of wonder at the vastness above. What's different is understanding. You know what those lights are, how far away they are, what they're made of, how they formed, and how they'll die. You know the physics governing their behavior, the chemistry of their atmospheres, and the mechanics of their orbits. You've turned mystery into knowledge, but somehow the wonder remains undiminished. Perhaps it's even greater now, because you understand not just what you're seeing, but what it means. Billions of worlds scattered across incomprehensible distances, all governed by universal laws, all part of one vast interconnected cosmos. This knowledge was hard-won. It required countless observers spending countless nights recording positions, measuring angles, timing events, and noting correlations. It required mathematical genius to create models explaining observations. It required technological innovation to build instruments extending human senses into realms we can't perceive unaided. It required patience, the patience to make observations over lifetimes, to pursue answers across generations, and to accept that some questions wouldn't be answered in any individual lifetime. But mostly it required curiosity, that simple desire to understand, to know what those lights are and what they mean, has driven humanity's astronomical efforts from the beginning. We didn't need to understand the stars to survive. Early humans managed without knowing stellar distances or galactic structures. But we wanted to know anyway, and that wanting was enough to motivate millennia of effort. As you lie there, you might wonder what future observers will know that you don't. What discoveries await better instruments, deeper observations, and more sophisticated theories? Will we find life on other worlds, or evidence that we're alone? Will we understand dark matter and dark energy, or will they remain mysterious? Will we discover the universe's ultimate fate, endless expansion, eventual collapse, or something stranger? Will we develop technologies allowing travel to other stars, or will the distances prove insurmountable? You don't know, and that's wonderful. It means astronomy's story isn't finished. There are still mysteries to solve, discoveries to make, and revolutions in understanding waiting to happen. The universe is vast and strange, and humanity has barely begun exploring it. What we've learned in our brief time as a species is impressive, but what remains to learn is surely greater still. The stars shine on, indifferent to human observation, following physical laws established billions of years ago in the universe's hot beginning. They'll continue shining long after humanity is gone, whether that's thousands, millions, or billions of years from now. But while we're here, while we have the capacity to wonder and observe and understand, we're part of something magnificent, the universe coming to know itself. Because that's what astronomy is ultimately. It's the cosmos developing awareness, asking questions about its own nature, and seeking answers to how and why it exists. We are the universe observing itself, matter and energy arranged in patterns complex enough to contemplate their own origins. When you look at stars and wonder about them, you're participating in something profound. The long, patient work of understanding, of transforming mystery into knowledge, of finding humanity's place in the vast cosmic story. So when clear nights come, step outside, look up. You're carrying forward a tradition hundreds of thousands of years old, joining countless observers across time who've shared your curiosity. You're seeing light that travelled across space and time to reach your eyes, photons that began their journeys years or centuries ago from distant suns. You're witnessing a universe of almost incomprehensible scale and beauty, governed by elegant laws we've only partially understood. And in doing so, you're continuing the work those first curious humans began on African grasslands so long ago. The work of looking upward, wondering what those lights might be, and slowly, patiently, figuring it out. The journey isn't finished. The sky holds mystery still, waiting for observers with new tools and new insights to reveal them. But tonight, you're part of that journey, connected across time to everyone who's ever wondered about the stars. Welcome to that ancient fellowship of star watchers. The universe is vast, beautiful, and comprehensible, and it's been waiting billions of years for minds capable of understanding it. You're one of those minds. Look up, wonder, and know that you're participating in one of humanity's greatest projects. The long, patient effort to understand how the universe works and our place within it. Sweet dreams beneath the stars. The bell chimes through the night like a furious blacksmith's hammer, immediately awakening you despite your body's strong desire to act otherwise. That's Tudor England for you, even though it's still completely dark outside. At 4 a.m, the sun has more important things to do than help you. You step on something cold and squishy as soon as you roll out of your narrow straw mattress, which you share with 2 other servants. You've learned not to look too closely in a household of 40 people, with dubious hygiene habits, so hopefully it's just mud from yesterday's rain. Some mysteries are better off remaining unsolved. You have precisely 1 hour before the master and mistress expect their morning warmth, so your first task is to light the fires throughout the manor house. There is no pressure at all. After gathering your tinderbox, kindling, and any remaining self-respect from the previous day's mishaps, you start the well-known dance of igniting steel and flint that will not go out. First up is the kitchen hearth, a stone and iron beast that could likely roast an entire ox if necessary. Getting it hot enough to boil water without releasing smoke into the room is today's more modest objective. Your eyebrows are still growing back from the incident with the green wood last month, and you've mastered this particular skill through months of trial and error, mostly error. You can hear the house gradually coming to life as you work. Voices that are muffled, footsteps above, and the sporadic sound of someone stubbing their toe on furniture in the dark. As its crew gets ready for yet another day of lavish social theatre, the Tudor manor house creaks and moans like a great wooden ship. The next fireplace in the spacious hall has personality, meaning it is temperamental and appears to take pleasure in making your life difficult. Over the months, you've gotten to know this hearth, and you talk to it in soothing, low voices while you carefully arrange the kindling. You know better than your fellow servants, who believe you've gone a little soft-headed. Kindness, or at least imaginative swearing in languages you've learned from the foreign traders who come here, will activate this fireplace. Your back hurts from carrying logs, and your hands are blackened with soot by the time you light the 3rd fire, this one in the master's private chamber. However, witnessing the flames ignite and spread, turning cold stone into warmth and light, is incredibly fulfilling. One spark at a time, you're bringing the house to life rather than merely starting fires. As you complete your rounds, the morning light is just starting to peek through the heavy shutters. In the Tudor countryside, dawn arrives slowly, like wine soaking into linen, rather than with a big splash. You've been working for more than an hour, and just as your day is starting, you realise it's actually morning. In the kitchen, you take a moment to warm your hands over the now jolly fire and steal a piece of bread from the basket on the table from yesterday. It's difficult enough to make someone understand, but it's nearly edible when dipped in the hot milk the cook left steaming by the fireplace. Even small victories make a big difference when your life is defined by the tasks you accomplish and the penalties you avoid. Now that the house is completely awake, you can hear the sounds of Tudor morning chaos starting upstairs. Demands for hot water, clean linens, and precisely the right temperature for breakfast will soon arise. For now, however, you give yourself permission to enjoy the warmth and the silent fulfillment of a job well done during this fleeting interval between the lighting of fires and the start of actual chaos. One fire at a time, today feels manageable, but tomorrow will bring the same routine. In a Tudor home, fresh water is like gold, only heavier and more prone to spill unexpectedly down your front. Your arms are already objecting to the idea of carrying bucket after bucket from the courtyard well to different locations throughout the house for your next task. Your ancestors would have likely worshipped the well as a minor deity because it is an engineering marvel. You cannot see the bottom because it is so profound. When you release the bucket, it disappears into the darkness with a gratifying splash that resembles an underground cheer. Pulling it back up without losing half the water due to physics and your incompetence is the true challenge. Over the months, you've honed a method for this that combines prayer, dance, and careful gravity negotiation. When the bucket is properly full, the rope has a certain feel to it, and you've mastered the art of reading its weight. If the bucket is too light, it didn't fill properly. If it's too heavy, water will slosh over the rim and down your sleeves, quickly getting you damp. The first delivery is always made to the master's chamber, where it is anticipated that hot water for washing will magically materialise. You carefully balance the heavy bucket as you ascend the narrow servants' stairs, trying not to consider the consequences of slipping. The stairs, which are narrow, steep, and seem to move slightly each time you use them, were obviously designed by someone who never had to carry water up them. You're exactly on time because Master Thomas is already stirring when you get there. As far as Tudor gentlemen go, he's a decent sort, but he has the odd habit of talking to himself while shaving. Not strange chats, mind you, but lengthy discussions about crop rotation and estate management that imply he's either losing his sense of reality or is extremely committed to his job. As you fill his washing basin with water and lay out his clothes for the day, you've learned to ignore these soliloquies. The mistress of the house needs a completely different strategy. The warmth of a summer afternoon in Lady Margaret's early years, which seems to exist only in her memory, and your increasingly desperate attempts to recreate it, is precisely what she has in mind when she talks about the temperature of water, neither too hot nor too cold. By testing each bucket with your wrist and making small adjustments until the water reaches that fabled ideal temperature, you've created what you privately refer to as the Goldilocks technique. Her chambers are a maze of delicate objects that seem to multiply when you're not looking. Servants with buckets of water could easily topple the jewellery boxes, silk cushions and silver mirrors, all of which were placed at precisely the right height and angle. You navigate this obstacle course with the focus of a cat pursuing a mouse, ensuring that each step is meticulously planned and executed. The kitchen, being the hub of the home, naturally requires the most water. Water is necessary for everything from washing vegetables to preparing the day's bread, according to the cook, Agnes, a formidable woman who rules her realm with an iron ladle and a vocabulary that would make a sailor blush. She's also picky about her water sources, using rainwater to wash delicate herbs, well water for cooking and drinking, and what she enigmatically refers to as soft water for the best pastries. By your fourth visit to the well, your hands have grown new calluses to match the old ones, and your shoulders are complaining formally. The walk to the courtyard, the sound of the bucket hitting the water, and the steady rhythm of the rope passing through your hands all possess a meditative quality. It's the kind of honest work that, at the end of the day, leaves you feeling content but exhausted. You can smell breakfast starting to take shape in the kitchen as the sun rises higher, bathing the courtyard stones in warm golden light. You can now look forward to the next part of your day, which is helping to prepare the food that will sustain this small army of nobles, servants and hangers-on through another day of Tudor life. As your morning water duties are almost complete, you've learned that if you want to survive, you must stay out of Agnes's way while still being useful enough to avoid her famous wooden spoon to the rear. Agnes, the cook, manages her kitchen like a general leading troops. The kitchen is a unique environment that serves as a workshop, a battleground and a sanctuary, enabling the family to eat with remarkable efficiency and minimal disturbance. Your task for the morning is to assist in making breakfast, which in a Tudor home entails preparing enough food to feed a small village. Although the gentry may eat sparingly, they eat frequently, and each meal must showcase the family's abundance and wealth. There is no pressure at all. You start with the bread Agnes made before dawn, when you wanted to sleep more. It is your responsibility to slice it into appropriate portions that are uniform enough that no one feels cheated by their portion size, thin enough to demonstrate refinement, and thick enough to absorb meat juices. It seems easy until you realise that you're dealing with a knife that has seen better days and bread that could be used as a weapon. Watching Agnes perform her magic with the morning's meat course is the true source of entertainment. She's cooking a beef joint that appears to be big enough to have been from a very hopeful cow, and she tackles it with the laser-like focus of a marble sculptor. Her knife work is poetry in motion, accurate, effective, and sometimes laced with commentary about the origins of the meat that you're pretty certain isn't supported by science. When you consider that Tudor eggs are produced by Tudor chickens, who apparently see laying eggs as a personal favour they are performing for humanity, you realise that your assignment to egg duties seems innocuous. These eggs have personalities, some are just plain, some have odd shapes, and occasionally you come across one that challenges all of your preconceived notions about chickens. It's your responsibility to classify them as better used for throwing at travelling performers, normal and slightly suspicious. Agnes has committed every minute of the meticulously planned kitchen schedule to memory. Just as the meat enters the oven, the bread exits. The vegetables are chopped according to the cooking time. Depending on what is being prepared, different kinds of wood are fed into the fire. Pine for when Agnes is feeling especially inventive with her swearing, apple wood for flavour, and oak for consistent heat. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods by watching Agnes's movements. The food will be amazing, and everything will be fine when she's humming to herself. Minor catastrophes are brewing, but are likely to be contained when she's muttering to herself. Make yourself useful somewhere else until the storm passes, during which time she's completely silent except for the piercing sounds of violent chopping. With its pricey seasonings that cost more than most servants make in a month, the spice cabinet is Agnes's personal treasure trove. She measures out exact amounts with the solemnity of a priest making communion wine, guarding these spices like a dragon guarding gold. After learning this lesson the hard way, after inadvertently knocking over a container of imported pepper, which took Agnes 3 months to replace and forgive, you're permitted to observe but are strictly prohibited from touching. The sounds of orderly chaos and the aromas of cooking fill the kitchen as the morning wears on. Pans sizzle, pots bubble, and Agnes guides the symphony with commentary that varies from uplifting to vividly descriptive. As you chop vegetables in time with Agnes's directions, stir pots in time with her humming, and join in on the daily dance in the kitchen, you discover yourself slipping into the rhythm of it all. The servant's breakfast happens in stolen moments between tasks. A quick bite of bread here, a taste of porridge there, always with one eye on Agnes to make sure you're not slacking off when there's work to be done. Even if you didn't contribute much, there's a certain satisfaction in eating food you helped prepare. It's not a glamorous dining experience. By the time the gentry's breakfast is ready, you have developed a healthy appetite and a profound admiration for Agnes's talent. Even though you know better, she makes feeding 40 people seem effortless. Every great meal requires years of practice, hours of preparation, and the occasional miracle when everything works out in spite of unreliable ingredients and temperamental ovens. In a Tudor manor house, serving breakfast is similar to performing in a play, where everyone knows their part except for you, and forgetting your lines has more serious repercussions than just embarrassment. The family and their guests have gathered in the magnificent hall for the morning's meticulously planned exhibition of wealth and sophistication, and you carry the first platters inside. With its high ceilings, enormous wooden beams and tapestries that most likely cost more than your entire village made the previous year, the magnificent hall is built to impress. The room is dominated by the long oak table, which has been polished to a sheen that reflects the morning light coming in through the tall windows. This family is rich, tasteful, and sensible enough to show it. After weeks of practice and a few mishaps that have become family legends, you have committed the serving protocol to memory. Never reach across someone, serve from the left, clear from the right, and never ever spill anything on Lady Margaret's morning gown. A story about you, a pitcher of cream, and a dress that was more expensive than most people's homes led to the creation of that final rule. Master Thomas and his steward are already deep in conversation at the head of the table about tenant rents and crop yields. You've learned to respect his ability to talk about grain prices while eating a fantastic deal. He eats breakfast like someone who has never worried about food, but it could feed his family for a week. Lady Margaret, who was born to command attention, oversees the meal with grace. You've always thought it should be impossible for her to look elegant while eating, but it turns out that all it takes is the correct breeding and enough practice. Her discussion ranges from London fashion news to local rumours to scathing remarks about the conduct of different servants, which undoubtedly includes you. A revolving cast of local gentry, travelling merchants and distant relatives who have come for visits of unknown duration make up the table's guests. Each brings their quirks and requirements. Sir William always prefers to have his meat cut into small enough pieces so that his remaining teeth won't have to work as hard. The merchant's wife needs her bread trenchers to be perfectly square. Serving the visiting Yorkshire cousin is a diplomatic smile exercise, because she maintains that everything north of the River Trent is better than everything south, even the water. Refilling wine cups, swapping out empty platters, and attempting to blend in with the background noise while under constant scrutiny, you move through the room with practiced efficiency. Being present enough to anticipate needs while remaining discreet enough for your employers to act as though you don't exist when it suits them is the art of excellent service you've learned. Politics, the weather, your neighbours, and the perennial Tudor preoccupation with who is marrying whom, and why are all topics of conversation that swirl around you like a river around stones. You learn tidbits of information that depict a world far bigger than the manor house, including news from the continent, stories about events in London, and rumours about the royal court that seep through social strata like rain through leaves. Sometimes, when the formal performance falters and genuine affection is evident, you can see glimmers of warmth between family members. When their oldest son mentions a persistent cough, Lady Margaret expresses genuine concern. Master Thomas makes his wife laugh with a private joke, and the younger kids momentarily lose their table manners as they get excited about the afternoon's plans. With several meat courses, fresh bread, preserved fruits, cheese that smells like it could rouse the dead, and wine that flows more freely than water in most homes, the meal itself is a marvel of abundance. Every napkin is folded with mathematical accuracy, every cup is filled to the exact level, and every dish is presented exquisitely. It's a daily demonstration that this family has not only survived but thrived in a world where such success is never guaranteed. You start the delicate task of clearing the table as breakfast comes to an end, without interfering with the ongoing conversations. For this, you need timing, patience, and the ability to discern when someone is actually done with a dish rather than just stopping to point out grain tariffs. You've honed your intuition for these instances, recognizing the subtle cues that signal when it's appropriate to grab an empty plate. You've walked miles around the wonderful hall, balanced a gazillion dishes, and managed to avoid any major disasters by the time the family scatters off to their different morning activities. Although they may seem small, victories are important in a world where your livelihood depends on not dropping things on important people. You'll take success wherever you can find it. Every surface in the manor house, whether it needs it or not, gets attention during the massive cleaning campaign that follows breakfast. You have brushes, rags, and a bucket of water that was hot when you began, but it has now cooled to the ideal temperature for reflecting on your life decisions. After breakfast, the Great Hall needs extra care, and you tackle this chore with the methodical attention to detail of a military operation. You start by sweeping the floor's rushes, which have gathered a remarkable assortment of trash from the morning's events. Throwing food scraps to the dogs is a part of Tudor dining, and occasionally the aim is not quite perfect. The rushes themselves are a constant source of mild horror and fascination. In addition to providing a soft surface for walking on and absorbing spills, they also hold on to insects, smells, and enigmatic stains that, if they could speak, could reveal secrets. Those are stories you would rather not hear. The secret is to replace them frequently enough to preserve basic hygiene, without wasting money on spending materials. The magnificent table, which has seen more life than most people and bears the scars of it, is the next piece of furniture you polish. When properly cared for, the wood still shines with a deep richness despite being scarred by knives, stained by wine, and worn down by years of use. Your reflection wavers in its surface like a funhouse mirror, distorted but recognizable. The tapestries present the true difficulty, requiring close attention and a thorough comprehension of which ones are genuinely cleanable and which are held together by dirt and obstinacy. The hunting scene on the east wall is especially troublesome because Lady Margaret demands that the threads be kept dust-free despite the fact that they are so delicate that breathing on them too forcefully could seriously harm them. You've mastered the art of delicately brushing and fervently praying to whatever patron saint is in charge of household textiles. While Agnes prepares the afternoon feast, you have a quick break at noon to eat your meal in the kitchen with the other servants. In the servants' table, rank is less important than who gets the bread first and who dares to ask for seconds when Agnes is upset. Practical topics dominate the conversation, such as which rooms require the most attention, who has been tasked with maintaining the North Wing's temperamental chimney, and whether the master's visiting nephew will ever learn how to use a chamber pot correctly. Breakfast appears to be a light snack, as the afternoon serving responsibilities start with dinner, the day's main course. The kitchen sends forth a parade of dishes that would challenge the organisational skills of a Roman legion. Multiple meat courses, elaborate pies, vegetables prepared in ways that disguise their humble origins, and desserts that are more architecture than food. You can tell how long a meal will take, and how hard it will be by listening to the noise level and the wine consumption rate from the servant's entrance. Formal service and a keen eye for detail are necessary for a quiet, restrained meal. There will be more wine, more stories, and a lot more clean-up after a boisterous, joyous dinner. The conversation is lively but polite, the wine is flowing but not overflowing, and the guests appear more focused on the food than on making memorable mishaps. Today's meal is in the middle. You move through your duties with the smooth efficiency that comes from months of practice, anticipating needs before they're expressed, and solving small problems before they become large ones. Through necessity and repeated practice, you've learned how to refill wine cups without disrupting crucial conversations. When someone reaches the point in their story where dramatic gestures are required, it takes precise timing, silent movement, and the capacity to temporarily disappear. You now know which patrons take service interruptions well, and which view them as personal slights. You find yourself slipping into the well-known service rhythm as the afternoon wears on, and the meal continues its leisurely progression. Watch, anticipate, act, retreat, repeat. It's hard work that needs continuous focus, but there's a sense of accomplishment when you do it well and contribute to the efficient operation that keeps the manor house running like a well-kept machine. The warm afternoon light pouring through the windows slowly fills the dining room, illuminating everything with golden hues that impart the most ordinary chores a magical touch. You occasionally gain a glimpse of what makes this life bearable in these moments, between the pressure to be perfect and the demands of service. The daily miracle of abundance in a world where such plenty is far from guaranteed, the small community of fellow servants, and the quiet pride of work done well. Your role changes from servant to defender of domestic order as the afternoon turns into evening, and the manor house starts to transition from daytime productivity to nighttime comfort. Although the evening meal, known as supper, is usually lighter than dinner, it is just as significant in Tudor social life. You start by getting the Great Hall ready for the evening's events, which could range from sombre business talks to spontaneous musical performances, by visitors who might or might not be truly talented. The furniture is set up to promote the proper kind of socialising. The candles and oil lamps are lit and placed to provide both illumination and atmosphere, and the rushes are replenished where necessary. You've mastered the art of lighting the evening lamps via a great deal of trial and error. Insufficient light causes everyone to squint and trip. Excessive light produces harsh shadows that make even the friendliest visitors appear to be plotting rebellion. The ideal lighting creates a cosy, welcoming ambience that enhances everyone's appearance and encourages frank conversation and loose purse strings. The formal choreography of dinner calls for a different approach than supper service. Delicate pastries, carefully chosen cheeses, fruits preserved in honey and spices that cost more than a servant's monthly salary, and wine that has been chosen especially to promote clever conversation and beneficial business deals are all examples of food that is meant to enhance wine and conversation rather than take centre stage. Like weather patterns, you've learned to read the social undercurrents in the room and know when a seemingly casual conversation is really a negotiation, when laughter signals genuine amusement versus polite obligation, and when it's time to make sure some wine cups are refilled more often than others. These small adjustments to comfort and ambiance frequently determine how well the evening goes. During evening activities, the house kids pose their own special difficulties. The estate's heir, young Master Edmund, is in that delightful stage of life when he feels too old to act like a child, but isn't disciplined enough to refrain from it on a regular basis. It is concerning that his sister Catherine has taken to posing pointed questions about why servants are illiterate, and whether God truly intended for some people to live in luxury, while others work as chamber pot emptiers. These discussions need to be carefully steered and strategically redirected toward less philosophically problematic subjects. As the evening wears on, your responsibilities go beyond providing service, to include preserving the fragile social ecology that keeps the home running efficiently. This entails handling the delicate logistics of seating arrangements, making sure that particular guests avoid striking up conversations with particular other guests, and occasionally generating diplomatic diversions when conversations veer into areas that could cause resentment or undermine honour. The visiting merchants need special consideration because they offer the chance for lucrative trade as well as the possibility of catastrophe if they are offended by perceived slights or poor hospitality. Bristol's wine merchant has brought samples of his best imports for tonight, and the success of the evening could mean the difference between the household's wine cellar being restocked with excellent vintages or having to settle for local substitutes that taste like they were aged in boots. When Sir William pulls out a lute that has seen better decades and starts what he optimistically refers to as singing, music naturally starts. Since he is a knight, he cannot be directly dissuaded from sharing his artistic talents, even though his voice has all the melodic charm of a cart with ungreased wheels. To help other guests deal with uncontrollable musical experiences, you've learned to strategically place yourself close to the wine. The evening's conversation flows through topics both weighty and trivial. News from London, speculation about the harvest, detailed discussions of neighbours' romantic scandals, and the eternal Tudor fascination with who's rising in royal favour and who's falling from grace. You take in bits and pieces of this knowledge while preserving the appearance of invisible efficiency, creating a mental map of the wider world outside the walls of the manor. The social energy gradually turns toward reflection and getting ready for sleep as the night grows darker and the candlelight fades. Though these initial departure announcements usually come at least an hour before the actual departure, the guests start making polite noises about early mornings and long rides home, followed by more conversation, final toasts, and repeated thanks for the hospitality of the day. Facilitating graceful endings is your responsibility during these closing ceremonies. You must make sure that departing guests have their belongings, that their horses are ready, that they have travelling provisions, and that their last impressions of the hospitality of the household are favourable enough to encourage them to return and to provide positive reports to their own social circles. Like an elderly dog settling into its favourite spot by the fire, the house becomes quiet in the evening. As the last guests leave and the family withdraws to their private quarters, leaving the pleasant remnants of a successful day of hospitality, your last tasks of the day begin. After a day of meals, meetings and social events, you start the evening clean-up in the Great Hall by working by lamplight to bring order back to the mild chaos. Every cup needs to be gathered and cleaned, every platter needs to be scraped and scrubbed, and every surface needs to be wiped down and ready for the repeated use tomorrow. This task calls for methodical attention. There are opportunities and responsibilities associated with the leftover food. In a Tudor home, where the threat of poor harvests and uncertain times makes every food scrap valuable, nothing edible is wasted. The excess from tonight will be eaten by the servants tomorrow, and what's left over will be fed to the pigs, dogs, and eventually the compost pile that will nourish the garden the following year. It's a cycle of conservation and plenty that reflects the common sense of those who realise that success is never assured. You work alongside your fellow servants in the comfortable silence of shared labour, each person focused on their particular tasks but aware of the other's movements and needs. Compared to the hurried efficiency of daytime service, this evening work has a different rhythm that is more laid back and reflective, and allows for the occasional quiet joke or commentary on the day's events. Agnes comes out of her kingdom in the kitchen to look over the day's events, her critical eye documenting every step of the clean-up. She demands that her domain be adequately prepared for the campaigns of the future, but she also gives out a lot of praise when the work satisfies her high expectations. She acknowledges your efforts tonight with a nod of approval and adds that fresh bread and cheese have been prepared for the servants' evening meal, high praise indeed from the undisputed king of the kitchen. Thereafter, the serving rooms need to be cleaned, so you make your way up the well-known stairs once more with new linens, and the other items required to get the family's private areas ready for the evening. It is necessary to lay out Master Thomas's bed linens and replenish his washing water in his chamber. More intricate arrangements are needed in Lady Margaret's rooms. Her clothing needs to be hung correctly, her jewellery fastened, and her ornate hairpieces set up for use the next day. There are particular difficulties in the children's rooms. Young Master Edmund has made it a habit to conceal a variety of treasures beneath his mattress, forming lumps that would prevent anyone who is not as committed to protecting his hidden collections from sleeping comfortably. One of the household's small mysteries is who a 10-year-old girl might be writing to, but his sister Catherine has started what seems to be a lengthy correspondence with someone. As you complete these evening chores, you discover that you enjoy the more subdued rhythms of working at night. Instead of rushing to the next commitment, there is a sense of bringing the day to a satisfying end, less pressure, and more time to notice details. At night, the house seems different, more cosy, more serene, with the comforting sounds of stone and wood cooling from the heat of the day. At the end of a long day, your chamber, which you share with 2 other servants, seems more inviting than ever. Now, the straw mattress that felt so uncomfortable this morning stands for the possibility of relaxation and the chance to rest weary muscles. Even though they are few, your possessions are waiting for you right where you left them, a tiny bit of privacy in a life that is mostly devoted to meeting the needs of others. You pause before bed to consider the day's minor triumphs and doable setbacks. Your efforts to be helpful resulted in the timely lighting of the fires, the safe transportation of water, the serving of the meals without great embarrassment, and the absence of any serious injuries. These may appear to be small achievements in the context of Tudor England's intricate social structure, but they mark the successful conclusion of another workday in a society that values competence and dependability. The same routine will be followed tomorrow: the early bell, lighting the fires, carrying the water, and the never-ending cycle of maintenance that keeps the manor house running smoothly and its occupants comfortable. But tonight, you provide yourself permission to enjoy the small pleasures of a day well lived, one little task at a time, while you are wrapped in the quiet satisfaction of having finished your work and fulfilled your obligations. Thanks in part to your efforts and those of your fellow servants, the house around you falls asleep, its occupants safe and comfortable. It's honest work in uncertain times, and while it may not lead to immense fortune or lasting fame, it provides something equally valuable: the steady rhythm of purposeful days and the quiet dignity of contributing to something larger than yourself. Sleep comes naturally to weary bodies and contented minds, and the problems of tomorrow can wait until morning. For now, the act of simply closing your eyes and allowing the day's struggles to melt away into the cosy darkness of well-earned sleep is the definition of rest and tranquility. Imagine the Mediterranean Sea in 218 BCE as a vast blue stage where 2 great powers circled each other like cautious dancers. On one side, Rome, still young, still hungry, expanding from its 7 hills with the methodical determination of someone organising a particularly complex filing system. On the other, Carthage, ancient, sophisticated, wealthy beyond measure, its merchant ships threading through every port like silver needles, stitching together the fabric of ancient commerce. You need to understand that these 2 civilizations were as different as wine and olive oil, both valuable, both essential to Mediterranean life, but fundamentally incompatible when forced to occupy the same vessel. Rome built its strength on citizen soldiers who farmed in peacetime and fought when called, men who viewed military service as a civic duty roughly equivalent to paying taxes, except with significantly more marching and considerably less paperwork. Carthage, meanwhile, had turned commerce into an art form so refined that Roman merchants looked like children playing store by comparison. While Romans were still figuring out maritime trade, Carthaginian sailors had been navigating by stars their ancestors had named, following currents their grandfathers' grandfathers had mapped, and moving goods between continents with the casual efficiency of someone who's done the same route so many times they could do it blindfolded. The city of Carthage itself sat on the North African coast like a jewel in a setting of lesser stones, its harbours engineered with such precision that Roman engineers would later study their ruins the way you might study a master craftsman's techniques. The famous circular military harbour could shelter over 200 warships, each in its own covered berth, protected from both weather and prying eyes. Imagine an ancient naval base designed with the kind of security and efficiency that would make modern military planners weep with envy. But what made Carthage truly remarkable wasn't just its wealth or its ships. It was the vast trading network that stretched from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to the eastern reaches of the Mediterranean, and even beyond to mysterious lands that Romans only heard about in sailors' tales. Carthaginian merchants traded in tin from distant Britain, amber from northern forests, frankincense from Arabia, and exotic animals from deep within Africa. They were the Amazon prime of the ancient world, except delivery took months instead of days and occasionally involved elephants. Rome and Carthage had already fought one major war, the First Punic War, which lasted 23 years and ended with Rome acquiring Sicily and developing a navy almost by accident. It was the kind of conflict where both sides started out thinking it would be quick and decisive, then found themselves still fighting 2 decades later, having spent fortunes and lost entire generations, all over an island that neither had particularly wanted in the first place. The peace that followed was the awkward kind where both parties smile at each other, while mentally cataloguing grievances and planning for round 2. Carthage retreated to rebuild, focusing on Spain, where silver mines promised the wealth needed to pay war indemnities to Rome. Rome consolidated its gains and eyed Carthage's Spanish holdings the way you might eye your neighbour's attractive lawn furniture. Into this delicate balance came Hannibal Barca, whose very name would eventually make Roman children behave and Roman senators lose sleep. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand the world he inherited. A Mediterranean basin where established powers and rising ambitions created a situation as stable as a table, with one leg shorter than the others. Something was going to shift eventually. It was just a matter of who would provide the push and which direction the whole arrangement would tumble. The landscape itself seemed to reflect this precarious balance. The Mediterranean's northern shores rose into mountain ranges that had channeled and shaped human movement, since people first figured out that walking around obstacles was easier than going over them. The Alps stood like a natural wall between southern Europe and the north, their peaks catching clouds and creating weather patterns that determined where cities grew and armies marched. Southern Spain, where our story truly begins, offered a different geography, hot, mineral-rich, and populated by tribes who had been metalworking since before Rome was even a village. The Carthaginians had established themselves there not through conquest, but through the more subtle art of making themselves commercially indispensable, which is like winning a war without the expense of actually fighting one. This was the world in 218 BCE, balanced, prosperous in patches, divided by mountains and united by sea, waiting for someone to disturb its equilibrium in ways that would ripple across centuries. The stage was set, the actors were in position, and somewhere in Spain, a young Carthaginian general was planning something that would make the Roman Senate wish they'd paid more attention to geography lessons. Let's talk about young Hannibal for a moment, because understanding his dream requires understanding the man, and understanding the man requires going back to when he was just a boy watching his father prepare for war. Hamilcar Barca, Hannibal's father, was the kind of man who carried grudges the way other people carry family heirlooms, carefully, protectively, with every intention of passing them down to the next generation. He'd commanded Carthaginian forces in Sicily during the First Punic War, watched his city forced to accept humiliating peace terms, and spent the rest of his life rebuilding Carthaginian power in Spain with the single-minded focus of someone planning an extremely elaborate comeback. According to ancient sources, and you can decide how much to trust stories that were written down by people who weren't actually there, Hamilcar once brought 9-year-old Hannibal to a sacrifice and made him swear eternal enmity to Rome. Whether this actually happened or was later propaganda doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that Hannibal grew up in a household where Rome wasn't just an enemy, but the enemy, the obstacle between Carthage and its rightful place in the world. Hannibal's education was the ancient equivalent of an advanced degree in how to make Rome uncomfortable. He studied Greek because that was what educated people did in the Mediterranean world, the same way modern professionals learn English regardless of where they're from. He learned warfare from his father and later from his brother-in-law Hasdrubal, watching how to manage mercenary armies composed of Iberians, Numidians, Libyans, and others who had no particular loyalty to Carthage beyond regular pay and competent leadership. But more than tactics or languages, Hannibal learned to think strategically in ways that most of his contemporaries couldn't match. While other generals planned campaigns, Hannibal planned wars. While they thought about next season's fighting, he thought about how to reshape the entire strategic situation. His dream wasn't simply to defeat Rome in battle. That was just Tuesday for a competent general. His dream was to break Rome's power so completely that Carthage would never again have to worry about Roman interference. Here's where you need to understand the Roman power structure, because Hannibal understood it better than most Romans did. Rome's strength didn't come from its legions, impressive as they were. It came from its alliance system, the complex web of treaties and relationships that connected Rome to hundreds of Italian communities. These allies provided soldiers, supplies, and strategic depth that made Rome almost impossible to defeat through conventional warfare. Hannibal looked at this system and saw its vulnerability. Rome's Italian allies weren't joining gladly. Many had been forced into alliance through conquest. They provided troops not from a love of Rome, but from lack of alternatives. If someone could demonstrate that Rome wasn't invincible, if someone could march through Italy showing that Roman protection was worthless, then perhaps these alliances would crumble like old bread, leaving Rome isolated and defeatable. This insight was the foundation of Hannibal's dream. He would take the war to Italy itself, not through a naval invasion that Carthage's weakened fleet couldn't support, but through an overland route that everyone knew was impossible. He would march an army from Spain, through Gaul, over the Alps and into northern Italy. Then he would defeat Roman armies in their own territory and offer their allies a better deal. It was the kind of plan that sounds absolutely insane when you first hear it. Like someone today suggesting they'll walk from New York to Los Angeles just to prove it can be done. Except with war elephants and hostile tribes and mountain ranges that had never been crossed by an army. But Hannibal had advantages that made the impossible merely extremely difficult. First, he had inherited his father's Spanish base, complete with silver mines that funded his operations and veteran soldiers who'd been fighting together long enough to trust their commanders. Second, he had diplomatic contacts throughout Gaul who could provide intelligence, supplies, and guides. The ancient equivalent of having friends along the route who'll let you crash on their couch. Third, he had elephants, which might seem like a logistical nightmare, but were actually brilliant psychological warfare tools. Nothing says "I mean business" quite like showing up with creatures that most people had only heard about in travellers' tales. But beyond these practical advantages, Hannibal had something more valuable: the ability to inspire people to attempt things they would never consider on their own. His soldiers followed him, not because they were forced to, but because they believed in his vision, or at least believed that following him would lead to plunder, glory, and stories they could tell their grandchildren. In 218 BCE, at 29 years old, Hannibal stood at the head of an army in Spain and looked north toward the Alps. Most generals would have seen an impassable barrier. Hannibal saw a route to immortality. His dream wasn't modest. It involved rewriting the power structure of the entire Mediterranean world. But here's the thing about impossible dreams. They remain impossible right up until someone accomplishes them, at which point everyone claims they knew it could be done all along. The decision to march was made not in a moment of passion, but after careful calculation. Hannibal spent months preparing, gathering supplies, securing agreements with Gallic tribes, and studying what little information existed about Alpine passes. He sent scouts ahead and made arrangements for supply depots. This wasn't impulsive adventurism. It was methodical planning applied to an outrageous objective. As spring approached and the campaign season opened, Hannibal's army began its march north from New Carthage in Spain. The dream was about to become a very cold, very difficult reality. But first, they would spend months crossing relatively friendly territory, giving Hannibal time to train his diverse forces into a cohesive unit, and giving his soldiers time to contemplate exactly what they'd signed up for. Picture yourself on a warm morning in late spring, 218 BCE, standing on the outskirts of New Carthage, modern Cartagena, watching an army assemble for what most observers thought was just another Spanish campaign. The smell of dust and horse sweat mingles with the salt air from the Mediterranean, and if you closed your eyes, you might think this was just another military deployment, the kind that happened regularly throughout the ancient world. But open your eyes and really look at what's gathering. This isn't just an army, it's a mobile nation, a self-contained world preparing to walk from Spain to Italy. 90,000 infantry from a dozen different tribes and nations, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 elephants whose handlers treat them with a careful affection you might show a particularly temperamental but beloved family member. The diversity is staggering. Libyan spearmen in their distinctive linen armour stand near Iberian tribesmen carrying the falcata, that distinctively curved sword that could cut through Roman shields like an aggressive letter opener. Numidian cavalry from North Africa sit on their horses bareback, making Roman cavalry, who at least use saddles, feel like they're overdoing it with equipment. Balearic slingers, whose accuracy with their simple leather slings rivals modern target shooters, practice their craft with stones that hum through the air like angry bees. And the elephants. We need to talk about the elephants, because they're both more and less important than you might imagine. These aren't the massive African bush elephants you see in nature documentaries. These are North African forest elephants, smaller, now extinct, but still impressive enough to make an entrance. Each one requires about 300 pounds of food daily, drinks enough water to fill multiple bathtubs, and has a handler who knows its moods, preferences and personality quirks the way you know your closest friend's coffee order. The elephants serve multiple purposes beyond their obvious combat role. They're mobile propaganda, walking advertisements for Carthaginian power and exoticism. They're psychological weapons that will terrify enemies who've never seen anything larger than a cow. And they're symbols of Hannibal's confidence. Only someone absolutely certain of success would burden themselves with such high-maintenance companions on a journey through hostile territory and impossible mountains. The march begins with deceptive ease. The army moves north through Spain, following well-established routes through territory that's partly under Carthaginian control and partly inhabited by tribes who've decided that not interfering with this particular army is the better part of valour. The pace is deliberate rather than rushed, roughly 10 to 15 miles per day, because moving 90,000 people with their equipment and supplies isn't something you can do quickly without creating the kind of logistics disaster that ends military careers. Each evening, the army stops and transforms itself into a temporary city. Tents rise in organised patterns, fires are lit for cooking, sentries are posted, and for a few hours the world takes on a rhythm that feels almost domestic. Soldiers clean equipment, repair sandals worn by the day's march, and share food and stories in languages that span the Mediterranean. The elephants are fed and watered, their handlers checking them for injuries or illness with the thoroughness of nurses. Hannibal moves through these evening camps with practiced ease, stopping to speak with different units, asking about supplies and listening to concerns. Leadership at this level isn't about dramatic speeches. It's about being seen, being accessible, and demonstrating that you share the hardships you're asking others to endure. When Hannibal eats soldiers' rations and sleeps in a regular tent, it builds loyalty more effectively than any amount of inspiring rhetoric. The army crosses the Ebro River, that traditional boundary between Carthaginian and Roman spheres of influence in Spain. This is the point of no return, the moment when the campaign becomes an official act of war. But the crossing itself is anticlimactic. Just a long day of ferrying men and equipment across a river that flows with the muddy determination of all major waterways. The elephants wade across, enjoying the bath, while their handlers curse and pray in roughly equal measure. Beyond the Ebro, the territory becomes progressively less friendly. Spanish tribes who owe no loyalty to Carthage eye this massive army with understandable nervousness. Some offer tokens of submission, food, guides, and promises not to attack if the army just keeps moving. Others prepare for resistance, gathering warriors and sending messages to neighbouring tribes about this unprecedented invasion force. Hannibal handles each situation with a flexibility that keeps his army moving while minimising delays. When resistance seems serious, he offers overwhelming force, defeating tribal armies with such efficiency that other communities decide cooperation looks more attractive. When tribes seem willing to negotiate, he's generous with promises and modest with demands, understanding that the goal isn't to conquer Spain, it's to pass through it with minimal damage to his army. The weeks blur into a rhythm of march, camp, occasional skirmish, and march again. The soldiers stop asking where they're going and focus on the immediate tasks of surviving each day's journey. Equipment wears out and is repaired or replaced. The weaker soldiers fall out and are left behind with wounds, illness, or simple inability to maintain the pace. The army that continues north is smaller but harder, winnowed by the journey into something approaching fighting trim. By the time they reach the Pyrenees, that mountain range separating Spain from Gaul, Hannibal has already sent home about 10,000 soldiers whose loyalty seemed questionable. Better a smaller army that's committed than a larger one that might desert or betray at a crucial moment. It's the kind of ruthlessly practical decision that characterises Hannibal's entire campaign. Better to solve problems early than watch them grow into disasters later. The crossing of the Pyrenees is a preview of greater challenges ahead. The mountains are steep, but not impossibly so. The pass is well used by traders and shepherds. Still, it's the army's first real taste of what moving through serious mountains involves. The thin air that makes breathing harder, the rocky terrain that tears at sandals and hooves, and the cold at higher elevations even in summer. When they emerge on the Gallic side of the Pyrenees, the army has shrunk to perhaps 50,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry. The elephants remain, though the mountain crossing has left some showing signs of stress. But the survivors are now veterans of a journey that has already exceeded what most armies would consider a major campaign, and they haven't even reached the Alps yet. Gaul sprawls before them, a vast patchwork of tribal territories where Celtic peoples live in a relationship with Rome that ranges from hostile to merely suspicious. Hannibal's diplomatic preparations pay dividends here. Tribal leaders who've been contacted months earlier provide guides, supplies, and permission to pass through their territories. Others, hearing of this unprecedented army's approach, decide that maintaining neutrality is the wisest course. The march through Gaul takes on a different character than the Spanish portion. Here, Hannibal isn't just passing through potential enemy territory, he's building alliances that might prove useful later. Celtic tribes who resent Roman expansion see Hannibal as a potential ally against their mutual enemy. They offer warriors to supplement his forces, provide intelligence about Roman movements, and share knowledge about the Alps that will prove invaluable in the weeks ahead. As summer wanes and early autumn approaches, the army reaches the Rhone River, that major waterway that flows from the Alps to the Mediterranean. The crossing becomes another major logistical challenge. The river is wide, swift, and contested by local tribes who aren't thrilled about an army crossing through their territory. Hannibal solves this through a combination of negotiation and intimidation, arranging for boat builders to construct rafts, while cavalry demonstrates what happens to tribes that actively oppose the crossing. The elephants present a special challenge. Some are coaxed onto rafts disguised to look like solid ground, the ancient equivalent of tricking a cat into a carrier by making it look like a cosy hiding spot. Others have to be persuaded through more direct means, their handlers using every trick learned through years of experience. One story claims an elephant was led onto a raft by its mother, only to jump off and swim the river when it realised the deception, with its handler clinging to its ear the entire way. Whether true or embellished, it captures the mixture of comedy and danger that defined the entire enterprise. Beyond the Rhone, the Alps rise in the distance like a promise and a threat. The army can see them now on clear days, snow-capped peaks that seem to touch the sky, ranges that no army has ever crossed with supplies and equipment intact. Hannibal's soldiers look at those mountains and begin to understand what their general is really asking of them. But they've come too far to turn back now. Behind them lies territory they've already crossed, where Roman armies are surely mobilizing to cut off any retreat. Ahead lies the only path forward, up and over mountains that everyone says are impassable, toward Italy and the war that will determine whether Hannibal is a visionary or simply someone who led 50,000 men to die in the snow, the march toward the Alps continues, each day bringing those peaks closer, each evening camp filled with quieter conversations, as soldiers contemplate the impossible challenge ahead. Hannibal walks among his troops and tells them that the mountains are just another obstacle, that together they've already overcome challenges others thought impossible. Whether they believe him or not, they continue marching. Because that's what armies do. They march, they camp, they march again, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of their commanders until those dreams become reality or turn into nightmares. And somewhere ahead, in passes that have seen only traders and shepherds, the Alps wait to test whether Hannibal's dream has any substance beyond ambition and will. Let me tell you what it's like to stand at the base of the Alps in late autumn, looking up at mountains that seem less like geography and more like mythology made solid. The air has a crystalline quality at this altitude, sharp and clear and cold enough that each breath feels like drinking from a mountain stream. Behind you, the rolling hills of Gaul descend toward the Rhone Valley. Before you, rock and snow rise toward clouds that tangle in the peaks, like wool caught on thorns. Hannibal chose his route based on intelligence gathered from Gallic guides, who knew these mountains the way sailors know familiar coastlines. The exact pass he used remains debated by historians. Was it the Col de Clapier, the Col du Mont-Cenis, or perhaps the Col de la Traversette? Each has its advocates and its geographic logic. But for our purposes, what matters isn't the precise location, but the experience itself, the reality of moving an army through terrain that actively resists human passage. The initial ascent is deceptive. The lower slopes offer decent footing and enough vegetation to graze horses and pack animals. The army moves in a long column that stretches for miles, each unit finding its own pace as the trail narrows and steepens. The elephants do surprisingly well initially. Their sure footing and strength make them better at mountain travel than you might expect, though their handlers remain in constant anxiety about what lies ahead. But as the army climbs higher, the mountains begin to reveal their true nature. Trails that looked reasonable from a distance turn out to be barely wider than a man's shoulders, with drops on one side that make even veteran soldiers nervous. The air thins, making breathing laboured and increasing fatigue beyond what the physical exertion alone would cause. Veterans who've marched across Spain and Gaul find themselves stopping frequently to catch their breath, puzzled by their own weakness until someone explains what altitude does to human bodies. The local Celtic tribes who inhabit these heights add their own complications. These aren't sophisticated city dwellers impressed by elephants and diplomatic overtures. These are mountain people whose wealth consists mainly of what they can take from travellers, and a slow-moving army laden with supplies represents opportunities that are hard to ignore. They know every trail, every hiding spot, and every place where a handful of defenders can make the path impassable. Hannibal faces ambushes at narrow points where his superior numbers mean nothing because only a few men can fight at once. Boulders roll down slopes, triggered by defenders who understand leverage and gravity better than they understand formal warfare. The army's advance slows to a crawl as each suspicious cliff and narrow passage must be scouted, secured, and passed with agonizing caution. Imagine being a soldier in this situation. You're exhausted from altitude and constant climbing. Your sandals, designed for Mediterranean terrain, are falling apart on these rocky paths. The weather shifts with unsettling rapidity, warm in direct sunlight, frigidly cold in shadow, with winds that seem to come from every direction simultaneously. You watch men ahead of you dislodge rocks that tumble down the trail, forcing everyone behind to freeze until the danger passes. You're cold, you're tired, and you're starting to wonder if your commanding officer's vision might actually be fatal insanity. But you keep climbing because everyone around you keeps climbing, because stopping means dying. There's nowhere to go but forward or back, and back means admitting defeat to comrades who've become family through shared hardship. Because your general is somewhere in this column, sharing the same cold and danger and exhaustion, and if that determined Carthaginian can keep placing one foot ahead of the other, so can you. The elephants become a project that consumes enormous effort. Handlers coax them over narrow paths, sometimes building up edges with stones to widen the trail enough for their massive bodies. When an elephant balks at a particularly difficult section, everything stops while the animal is encouraged, bribed with food, or sometimes simply given time to work up its courage. The patience these handlers demonstrate would impress any modern animal trainer. They understand that forcing an elephant in these conditions would be counterproductive and potentially fatal. Snow begins to appear, first in patches on shaded slopes, then more persistently as the army climbs higher. The white powder is beautiful in an austere way, catching sunlight and transforming the mountains into something that might grace a landscape painting. But its beauty is deceptive. Snow hides trail edges, conceals hazards, and creates surfaces where pack animals slip and slide like drunks on ice. The nights become genuinely dangerous. The army camps wherever it can find space, often on slopes where sleeping means preventing yourself from rolling downhill. Fires are difficult to start and impossible to maintain properly. There's little wood at this altitude, and what exists is often too damp or too wind-battered to burn well. Soldiers huddle together for warmth, sharing cloaks and body heat, discovering that survival requires cooperation at the most basic level. Frostbite claims fingers and toes. Altitude sickness leaves some soldiers dizzy and nauseous, unable to keep down the food they need for energy. Pack animals, never complaining but suffering nonetheless, begin to fail from the combination of cold, altitude, and insufficient fodder. When animals die, they're quickly butchered for meat. Wasting food in these conditions isn't just foolish, it's suicidal. Then the army reaches the summit of their chosen pass, and for a moment the suffering almost seems worthwhile. From this height they can see back across the route they've climbed, a dizzying descent that makes clear how far they've come. More importantly, they can see ahead to Italy. The Po Valley spread below them like a promised land, green and warm and inviting in the autumn sunlight. Hannibal gathers his troops at this high point and, according to legend, tells them the worst is behind them. He's lying, of course, but it's a useful lie. The descent proves as difficult as the ascent, just in different ways. Trails on the northern slopes are steeper, and often covered in ice that makes footing treacherous. Gravity, which was an enemy on the way up, becomes a dangerous ally on the way down, threatening to send men and animals sliding uncontrollably down slopes. The army descends in a controlled fall, each step a negotiation between progress and disaster. A story passed down through ancient sources describes a section where the trail has been destroyed by a landslide, leaving the army stopped at an impassable cliff. Hannibal's solution demonstrates both practical engineering and psychological leadership. His soldiers spend days building up the trail with rocks and earth, creating a passage where none existed. They heat rock faces with fires built from precious timber, carried up from below, then douse them with vinegar. The rapid temperature change fractures the stone, making it easier to clear. Whether this specific detail is accurate or an embellishment hardly matters. What matters is that the army finds a way through obstacles that should have stopped them completely. The elephants negotiate these final obstacles with what can only be described as determination bordering on stubbornness. Several are lost to falls or simply to exhaustion, their handlers mourning them with genuine grief. But most survive, making the descent with the same surprising agility that got them over the summit. By the time the army reaches lower elevations where the air is thick and breathing comes easy again, the elephants that remain have earned their place in history through sheer endurance. After 15 days in the mountains, though some sources suggest it might have been longer, Hannibal's army descends into the Po Valley in northern Italy. They've lost about half their soldiers to combat, desertion, exposure, and the simple attrition of an impossible journey. The survivors are ragged, frostbitten and near starvation, their equipment damaged and their morale hanging by threads of shared accomplishment. But they've done it. They've crossed the Alps with an army, with supplies, with elephants. They've accomplished something everyone said was impossible, and that accomplishment transforms them from soldiers into something more, witnesses to, and participants in a legendary feat that will be discussed for thousands of years. As they descend into Italy's relative warmth and plenty, Hannibal's soldiers probably don't think about their place in history. They think about food, about warmth, about rest. They think about replacing worn-out equipment and letting frost-damaged fingers and toes heal. They think about the fact that they're alive when so many others aren't. What they don't yet realise is that crossing the Alps was the easy part. Now they have to conquer Rome with an army that's been reduced by half and is exhausted beyond anything normal military experience would encompass. The worst, despite what Hannibal told them at the summit, is definitely not behind them, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight they camp in the foothills where the air is warm and breathing doesn't hurt. Tonight they tend their wounds and tell each other stories about the crossing that will grow with each retelling. Tonight they are men who have walked over the roof of the world and survived, and that's enough. The first thing Hannibal's soldiers probably noticed about northern Italy was how flat it seemed after the Alps. The Po Valley stretched before them like a gift from geography itself. Fertile plains where rivers meandered through farmland, settlements dotted across a landscape that looked prosperous in the hazy afternoon light. After weeks of mountains, even modest hills probably looked imposing. The second thing they noticed was that they were in terrible shape. Crossing the Alps hadn't just reduced their numbers, it had transformed healthy soldiers into something approaching medical emergencies. Frostbite had claimed extremities. Exhaustion had settled into bones deeper than any night's sleep could fix. Equipment was damaged or simply worn out. The elephants, those survivors who'd made the journey, needed care and feeding that the barren mountains hadn't provided. Hannibal understood that he couldn't fight in this condition. His dream of liberating Rome's Italian allies required first making his army capable of fighting, which meant rest, recovery, and recruitment. The Gallic tribes of the northern Italy, who had their own reasons for resenting Roman expansion, provided what Hannibal needed most: time and space to rebuild. The army established itself in territory controlled by the Insubri, a Gallic people who viewed Rome the way you might view an aggressive neighbour who keeps expanding their fence line onto your property. They offered food, shelter, and most valuably, warriors to replace Hannibal's losses. Young Gallic men, hearing tales of the legendary crossing and eager for glory or plunder, or simply adventure, joined the Carthaginian force in numbers that helped restore its strength. During these weeks of recovery, something remarkable happened within Hannibal's army. The shared experience of the Alpine crossing had created bonds that transcended the usual mercenary relationships. Libyans, Iberians, Numidians, and now Gauls, men who spoke different languages and worshipped different gods, had become something approaching comrades through the simple act of surviving together. The Alps had been a forge that transformed disparate peoples into a unified force. Hannibal used this recovery time to train and integrate his new Gallic recruits, creating a fighting force that combined Carthaginian tactical sophistication with Celtic enthusiasm and local knowledge. He also began his diplomatic offensive, sending messages to Roman allies throughout Italy offering them a simple proposition: Rome doesn't protect you, and I'm here to prove it. Join me, or at least stay neutral, and together we can end Roman domination. It was during these autumn months that Rome first began to grasp what Hannibal had accomplished. A Carthaginian army in Italy shouldn't have been possible. They'd posted forces to stop any invasion through Spain, stationed fleets to prevent naval crossings, and generally assumed that the Alps would do their defensive work for them. Learning that Hannibal had simply walked around their defensive strategy must have been the ancient equivalent of realizing someone had burglarized your house by coming through a door you didn't know existed. The Roman response was swift, but hampered by the simple fact that they'd prepared for the wrong war. Legions were marching towards Spain to confront Hannibal there. Fleets were positioned to intercept Carthaginian ships, and nobody had thought to station significant forces in the Po Valley because nobody expected to need them there. It's the kind of strategic surprise that military planners study as an example of why you should always expect your enemies to do the thing you think is impossible. The first confrontation came at the Ticinus River, a relatively small engagement where Hannibal's cavalry proved decisively superior to their Roman counterparts. It wasn't a major battle by ancient standards, more like a large skirmish that happened to involve several thousand men, but it sent an important message. Despite the Alpine crossing, Despite the army's reduced size, Carthaginian forces could defeat Roman legions in open combat. The psychological impact of Ticinus exceeded its tactical significance. Hannibal had proven he could hurt Rome in its own territory, and Roman allies throughout Italy began reconsidering their commitments. If Rome couldn't protect itself, could it protect them? If this Carthaginian general was as capable as rumour suggested, might joining him be safer than opposing him? Winter approached, bringing the traditional end to the campaign season. Ancient armies generally didn't fight during winter months. Supplies became scarce, weather made movement difficult, and everyone recognised that there were better uses of time than fighting in snow and mud. Hannibal established winter quarters in Cisalpine Gaul, allowing his army to recover while he planned the following year's campaign. This period of relative calm was when Hannibal truly demonstrated his gift for leadership. Managing an army in combat is one thing. Any competent general can order charges and retreats. Managing an army during months of inactivity, keeping soldiers trained and motivated while preventing the kind of indiscipline that idle armies develop, requires different skills entirely. Hannibal maintained his troops' edge through regular training and occasional raids that kept both his soldiers and their enemies alert. He rotated units through different duties, ensuring no one felt their service was less important than others. He settled disputes, enforced discipline, and maintained the careful balance between firmness and fairness that marks effective military leadership. The elephants required special attention during these months. These weren't hardy mountain animals adapted to Italian winters. They were creatures from North Africa, suffering in climate conditions their biology wasn't designed to handle. Handlers spent enormous effort keeping them warm, healthy, and mentally stimulated, understanding that these animals were valuable psychological weapons worth the investment of time and resources. As winter progressed, Hannibal received intelligence about Roman preparations for the following year. Rome was raising new legions, calling in allies, and generally mobilizing for the kind of total war effort that their military system enabled. The Roman Senate wasn't panicking. Romans didn't panic, at least not publicly, but they were taking Hannibal seriously in ways they hadn't bothered to before his arrival. Hannibal used this time to refine his strategic understanding of Italy. He studied maps drawn by local guides, interviewed traders who knew the road networks, and carefully considered which Roman allies might be persuaded to switch sides. His goal wasn't to conquer Italy city by city. That would take more resources than Carthage possessed. Instead, he aimed to break Rome's alliance system, leaving the city isolated and vulnerable. The quiet months also allowed Hannibal's soldiers to fully recover from the Alpine crossing. Frostbite healed or scarred over into permanent reminders. Bodies regained strength, lost to starvation and exposure. Equipment was repaired or replaced, and the army that emerged from winter quarters was fundamentally different from the ragged force that had stumbled out of the mountains months earlier. Spring brought renewed campaigning, and the realization that Hannibal's arrival in Italy had transformed the strategic situation in ways Rome was still struggling to comprehend. The legions sent to intercept him in Spain were now uselessly positioned hundreds of miles from the actual war. The fleets meant to prevent invasion found themselves with nothing to intercept. Rome's careful defensive planning had been rendered irrelevant by one audacious march. But more importantly, Hannibal's mere presence in Italy was forcing Rome to fight on his terms rather than their own. Instead of choosing when and where to campaign, Rome had to respond to Carthaginian movements. Instead of taking war to enemy territory, they had to defend their own homeland. The psychological shift was profound. Rome had always been the aggressor, the expanding power. Now they were reacting, defending, and uncertain. The Po Valley, where Hannibal had established himself, became a stage where two very different military philosophies would test each other. Rome relied on citizen soldiers organized into legions, fighting in tight formations that emphasized collective discipline over individual heroism. Hannibal commanded mercenaries from a dozen nations, each with their own fighting styles, united by their general's tactical brilliance and the promise of plunder. As the weather warmed and roads dried, Both sides prepared for the campaign that would determine whether Hannibal's incredible journey would become a lasting strategic achievement or simply a spectacular suicide mission. The Alps had been crossed, the army had recovered, and now the real test would begin, not of endurance or determination, but of whether Hannibal could actually accomplish what he'd come to Italy to do. Let's pause here in the story as winter turns to spring in northern Italy, and talk about something that ancient historians often skip over in their excitement to describe battles and conquests. Let's talk about the waiting, the preparing, and the long stretches of time when armies existed but didn't fight, when soldiers were simply people trying to survive another day in a foreign land far from home. Hannibal's camp during those months between major engagements would have felt less like a military installation and more like a mobile city. Picture rows of tents arranged with military precision, yes, but also the organic chaos that develops wherever humans settle temporarily. Smiths work portable forges, repairing equipment and occasionally creating new items when materials allow. Sutlers, those civilian merchants who follow armies like seabirds follow fishing boats, trade luxuries and necessities with soldiers who have coin or goods to exchange. The smell would be distinctive. Smoke from countless fires, food cooking in various styles as different ethnic groups prepare meals according to their traditions, the ever-present odour of horses and elephants, and the tang of metal being worked and leather being treated. It's not unpleasant exactly, but it's dense with information if you know how to read it. A sudden increase in metalworking means the army expects combat soon. More food being prepared than usual suggests either a celebration or preparations for a march. The sounds create their own rhythm. Soldiers training in the mornings, the clash of wooden practice weapons, the counting cadence used to coordinate movements, occasional laughter when someone makes a mistake that's funny rather than dangerous. Animals being tended, horses whickering for food, elephants making those low, rumbling sounds that you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. Multiple languages in conversation, the linguistic diversity of the Mediterranean world compressed into a few acres of Italian countryside. Hannibal moved through these camps with a familiarity that suggested he was as comfortable here as anywhere. He'd spent most of his adult life with armies and understood their rhythms and needs. When he inspected troops, he didn't just check their equipment, he asked about their health, their concerns, and whether they were receiving adequate supplies. This wasn't merely calculated leadership. It reflected a genuine understanding that soldiers fight better when they believe their commander actually cares whether they live or die. The elephants required constant attention even when not preparing for combat. These animals couldn't simply be parked somewhere and ignored until needed. They were complex beings with physical and psychological requirements that their handlers worked to meet. Each elephant had a personality, preferences and moods that varied as much as human moods vary. Some were naturally bold, eager to advance when given the signal. Others were more cautious, requiring encouragement and reassurance before confronting anything unusual. Training elephants for combat involves strange compromises between the animal's nature and military necessities. You can't force an elephant to charge into danger it finds genuinely terrifying. The animal is too large and powerful to compel. Instead, handlers work to make combat situations seem safe enough that the elephant's trust in its handler outweighed its natural caution. It was a relationship built over years, based on mutual respect, and the elephant's recognition that following its handler's directions had always led to safety and food in the past. During these calm periods between major engagements, the army also dealt with the administrative realities that kept any military force functioning. Supplies had to be inventoried, distributed and protected from theft or spoilage. Pay had to be calculated and distributed. Mercenaries fight for money, and armies that don't pay regularly tend to dissolve through desertion or mutiny. Letters from home, carried by merchants or travelling soldiers, brought news that connected these warriors to lives they'd left behind months or years earlier. Medical care occupied significant attention. Ancient warfare generated injuries that didn't immediately kill but required extended treatment, wounds that needed cleaning and monitoring to prevent infection. broken bones that needed setting and time to heal, and illnesses that spread through camps with depressing regularity. The army had physicians, but their knowledge was limited by contemporary understanding of medicine. They could set bones, stitch wounds, and had some effective herbal treatments, but infection remained a mysterious killer that struck seemingly at random. The psychological toll of military life during these periods manifested in various ways. Some soldiers became superstitious, developing elaborate rituals meant to ensure survival in the next battle. Others became reckless, affecting an attitude of careless bravado that masked genuine fear. Many simply became quiet, conserving emotional energy for the challenges they knew were coming. Hannibal's leadership during these calm periods was perhaps more important than his tactical brilliance in combat. Keeping an army cohesive and effective during months of relative inactivity requires different skills than winning battles. He had to maintain discipline while preventing the kind of harsh enforcement that would breed resentment. He had to keep soldiers trained and ready while not exhausting them through pointless drill. He had to balance competing demands from different ethnic groups within his force, ensuring no one felt consistently disadvantaged or disrespected. The Gallic warriors who joined Hannibal's army brought their own cultural expectations about warfare. They were used to seasonal raiding, quick campaigns followed by returns home to handle agricultural work. The idea of multi-year campaigns far from home, fighting not for plunder but for strategic objectives, represented a cultural adjustment that required patient explanation and management. Religious observances provided structure and meaning during these waiting periods. Different groups within the army worshipped different gods, conducted different rituals, and observed different festivals. Hannibal, who'd been raised in the religiously diverse world of Carthage, understood that allowing these observances strengthened rather than weakened his army. Soldiers who felt their gods were honoured fought with more confidence than those forced to abandon their spiritual practices. The passage of seasons marked time in ways that the mere counting of days couldn't capture. Spring brought warmer weather and the resumption of serious campaigning. Summer meant heat and dust, long marches under the Mediterranean sun that turned armour into portable ovens. Autumn brought harvests that could be appropriated to feed the army and the knowledge that winter would soon limit mobility again. Each season had its rhythm, its challenges, and its opportunities. News from the wider world filtered into camp through various channels. Merchants trading with the army, deserters from Roman forces, and diplomatic envoys from Italian cities considering their options. Through these sources, Hannibal tracked Roman preparations, learned which allies were wavering in their loyalty, and gathered the intelligence that informed his strategic decisions. Letters from Carthage arrived irregularly, bringing news from home and instructions from the government that theoretically controlled this campaign. But distance and the difficulty of communication meant Hannibal operated with enormous autonomy. The Carthaginian Senate might pass resolutions about what he should do, but by the time those instructions reached Italy, circumstances had usually changed enough that they were irrelevant. Hannibal fought his war according to his own judgment, for better or worse. The relationship between Hannibal and his soldiers during these calm periods created bonds that would be tested in coming battles. When soldiers had watched their general share their hardships for months or years, had seen him eat the same food and endure the same weather, and had observed him making decisions that prioritized their welfare when possible, they developed loyalty that couldn't be purchased or commanded. This loyalty would prove crucial when battles went badly, and retreat seemed more rational than continued fighting. As each period of relative peace ended and the army prepared for the next campaign, soldiers performed the small rituals that warriors have always performed before combat. Equipment was checked one final time. Personal items were secured or given to comrades for safekeeping in case of death. Some soldiers wrote letters to be sent home if they didn't survive. Others simply spent quiet time alone, contemplating mortality in whatever terms their religion or philosophy provided. The elephants sensed these shifts in mood and routine. Their handlers could tell when the army was preparing for combat by subtle changes in the animal's behaviour, increased nervousness, reluctance to eat, and the way they grouped together as if seeking mutual reassurance. Managing these magnificent but temperamental creatures required understanding that they responded to human emotional states with surprising sensitivity. And then the waiting would end. Scouts would report Roman movements, or intelligence would arrive about a vulnerable target, or strategic necessity would demand action regardless of whether anyone felt ready. The camp would transform from a temporary city back into a military machine, all those months of waiting and preparation distilling into renewed purpose. But even as the army prepared to march toward whatever awaited them, the memories of these calm periods remained. Soldiers carried with them the knowledge that their comrades were people, not just weapons to be employed in combat. Commanders understood that their decisions affected real lives, families back home who depended on husbands and fathers and sons returning from this foreign war. This human dimension, the waiting, the wondering, the quiet moments between dramatic events, is often lost in historical accounts that focus on battles and movements. But for the men who lived through Hannibal's Italian campaign, these calm periods were as much a part of their experience as any dramatic confrontation. They were the times when friendships formed, when fears were shared, and when the reality of being far from home with an uncertain future pressed most heavily on consciousness. Now let's fast forward through the years that followed, not because the battles aren't important, but because tonight's story is about something deeper than tactical victories and strategic manoeuvring. It's about how one man's dream and one impossible march created ripples that spread across centuries, changing how humans thought about possibility itself. Hannibal would spend 15 more years in Italy after crossing the Alps, winning battles that should have destroyed Rome but never quite achieving the decisive victory that would break Rome's power. He won at Trebia, at Trasimene, and most famously at Cannae, where he destroyed a Roman army twice his size through tactical brilliance that military strategists still study today. Yet Rome refused to surrender, refused to negotiate, simply raised new legions, and continued fighting with a stubbornness that eventually wore down even Hannibal's remarkable army. The story's end isn't happy by conventional measures. Hannibal was eventually recalled to Carthage to defend against Roman invasion. He lost his first battle at Zama, not because he'd forgotten how to fight, but because Rome had finally learned from its defeats and produced a general, Scipio Africanus, who could match Hannibal's brilliance. Carthage sued for peace on Rome's terms, accepting conditions that guaranteed they'd never again threaten Roman power. Hannibal lived on for years after the war, serving his city as a civil administrator, trying to rebuild Carthaginian prosperity through commerce, since military competition was no longer possible. Eventually, pursued by Roman demands for his surrender, he took poison rather than be captured, dying in exile far from the Carthage he'd spent his life trying to protect. It's the kind of ending that ancient tragedies were built around. The brilliant hero undone not by lack of skill, but by forces larger than any individual could control. But here's what makes Hannibal's story worth remembering 2 millennia later. He permanently changed what humans thought was possible. Before Hannibal, armies didn't cross the Alps with elephants. They didn't march from Spain to Italy through territory that geography said was impassable. They didn't win battles through tactical creativity that turned expected advantages into fatal vulnerabilities. The Mediterranean world had assumptions about warfare, about logistics, and about what was feasible, and Hannibal casually demolished those assumptions through the simple expedient of ignoring them. His crossing of the Alps became the standard example for impossible journeys. When Napoleon crossed the Alps centuries later, using proper roads that hadn't existed in Hannibal's time, he explicitly compared himself to the Carthaginian general, because that's how deeply Hannibal's feat had embedded itself in Western consciousness. When military planners talk about bold strategic moves that ignore conventional thinking, Hannibal's name comes up with the regularity of a metaphor that's earned its place through sheer appropriateness. The tactical innovations Hannibal demonstrated at battles like Cannae influenced military thinking for centuries. The double envelopment he executed there, where his army surrounded and destroyed a larger Roman force, became a template that generals dreamed of replicating. Modern military academies still teach Cannae as an example of perfect tactical execution, which means 20-something cadets today study a battle fought by a Carthaginian general 2,200 years ago, but Hannibal's deeper legacy isn't really about military tactics or strategic innovation. It's about what his story teaches about human capability, determination, and the relationship between dreams and reality. Consider what Hannibal actually accomplished. He took a diverse army of mercenaries who had no particular loyalty to each other, led them through a journey that everyone said would kill them, and forged them into a force that repeatedly defeated the ancient world's most successful military power. He did this not through overwhelming resources or supernatural intervention, but through leadership, planning, and the ability to inspire people to attempt things they didn't think they could achieve. The soldiers who crossed the Alps with Hannibal weren't special forces or elite troops at the start of that journey. They were ordinary men, farmers' sons, tribal warriors, poor young men seeking fortune, who became extraordinary through the simple act of continuing when continuing seemed impossible. That transformation suggests something important about human potential. Our limits are more flexible than we assume, and sometimes the only thing preventing achievement is our certainty that achievement isn't possible. Hannibal's story also demonstrates how individual vision can overcome structural disadvantages. Carthage was weaker than Rome by almost any objective measure. Smaller population, less extensive alliance network, fewer resources. A conventional strategic analysis would have concluded that Carthage couldn't win a direct conflict with Rome, which was probably accurate. But Hannibal didn't attempt conventional strategy. He invented a new approach, found a route no one expected, and nearly defeated Rome despite all structural advantages favouring his enemy. This has implications beyond ancient warfare. In business, politics, personal life, anywhere someone faces challenges that seem overwhelming. Hannibal's example suggests that creative approaches can sometimes overcome apparently insurmountable obstacles. Not always, not reliably, but often enough that attempting the seemingly impossible isn't automatically foolish. The story also illustrates the limitations of individual brilliance. Hannibal was possibly the most gifted military commander of ancient times, yet he ultimately failed to achieve his strategic objectives. Rome's institutional strength, its ability to absorb defeats and continue fighting, its extensive alliance system and its governmental stability proved more durable than Hannibal's personal genius. Sometimes the structural realities really do win, no matter how capable the individuals challenging them. This tension between individual agency and structural forces is part of why Hannibal's story remains compelling. He succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation, yet ultimately failed to change the historical trajectory he challenged. He was simultaneously incredibly successful and fundamentally unsuccessful, which makes his story more interesting than if he'd either conquered Rome or been immediately defeated. The human element of Hannibal's legacy might be its most enduring aspect. Here was someone who cared enough about his soldiers to share their hardships, who developed relationships with war elephants that his handlers respected, and who could inspire loyalty from people who had every reason to desert or betray him. In an era when military commanders often viewed soldiers as expendable resources, Hannibal treated them as humans whose welfare mattered beyond their utility in combat. This approach to leadership, combining strategic brilliance with genuine concern for those being led, has influenced thinking about management and command ever since. Modern military leadership doctrine still emphasizes the importance of leaders who share their subordinates' hardships, and business management theory often discusses the value of leaders who prioritize employee welfare. These ideas trace back through various sources, but Hannibal's example is one of the earliest and clearest instances of this leadership philosophy in action. The elephants themselves became legendary, symbols of Hannibal's audacity and exoticism. For centuries after, writers who wanted to suggest something was impossibly difficult would compare it to taking elephants over the Alps. The fact that most of the elephants died during the Italian campaign from climate, combat, and simple exhaustion somehow doesn't diminish the legend. If anything, it enhances it, demonstrating that Hannibal attempted his impossible journey despite knowing the costs would be enormous. Rome itself was transformed by the Hannibalic Wars in ways that shaped its future development. The near-death experience of facing Hannibal in Italy, convinced Romans that their survival required total dominance of the Mediterranean world. The Roman Empire that would later stretch from Britain to Mesopotamia was built partly on lessons learned during those desperate years when a Carthaginian army wandered through Italy, seemingly unstoppable. Carthage's eventual destruction, raised completely in a later war, its territory sown with salt in a gesture of absolute annihilation, was partly motivated by Roman trauma from Hannibal's campaigns. Rome had been so frightened by what one Carthaginian general had accomplished that they decided the only safe Carthage was no Carthage at all. It's a sobering reminder that sometimes success creates its own disasters. Hannibal's brilliance helped ensure his civilization's destruction. The cultural memory of Hannibal spread far beyond the Mediterranean world. His name appears in text from cultures that had no direct contact with Carthage or Rome, passed along through trade routes and cultural exchange until even people in medieval Europe and Asia knew stories about the general who crossed the impossible mountains. This kind of cultural persistence suggests that his story touched something universal about human ambition and achievement. Modern historians continue debating details of Hannibal's campaigns, which pass he used, exactly how many troops he had, and whether specific accounts of battles are accurate. But these scholarly debates, important as they are to specialists, miss the larger point. Hannibal's legacy isn't really about the precise details of his campaigns. It's about the story those campaigns tell regarding what humans can accomplish when they refuse to accept conventional limitations. As you settle deeper into your blankets and feel sleep beginning to pull at your consciousness, let's bring this story to its quiet close with some final thoughts about Hannibal and his march through time and memory. Somewhere in northern Italy, if you look carefully, you can still find traces of the routes Hannibal's army followed. Not obvious monuments or dramatic markers, but subtle signs visible to those who know what to look for. Old roads that follow paths chosen for military logistics rather than commercial convenience. Place names that echo in languages descended from the tribes who witnessed that unprecedented army's passage. The Alps themselves remain, unchanged by the armies that have crossed them over millennia. The passes that seemed so impossibly difficult to Hannibal's soldiers are now threaded with highways and rail tunnels, made manageable by engineering that would seem like divine intervention to ancient travellers. Yet for anyone who's walked in genuine mountain wilderness, who's felt altitude steal their breath and cold numb their fingers, Hannibal's achievement remains impressive regardless of modern technological advancement. Think about those soldiers who made the crossing, the ones who survived to tell their grandchildren about the time they walked over the roof of the world, following a general whose dreams seemed like madness until it succeeded. They returned eventually to homes in Libya, Iberia and Numidia, those who survived the Italian campaigns, carrying memories of snow-covered peaks and desperate mountain passages. Some probably exaggerated their stories, making the mountains higher and the dangers greater with each retelling. Others probably understated them, finding that the reality defied description and that listeners couldn't really understand what they had experienced. The elephants that survived the crossing lived out their remaining years in Italy, exotic creatures far from their African homes, cared for by handlers who'd crossed impossible mountains in their company. When these elephants died, from age, combat, or simple exhaustion, their passing marked the end of one of history's most unusual military logistics efforts. No one would attempt war elephants in Alpine campaigns again, partly because Hannibal had demonstrated both that it was possible and that the cost probably exceeded the benefits. Hannibal himself, in his later years of exile, sometimes spoke about the Alpine crossing to those who visited him. By then it had been decades since that extraordinary march, and the world had moved on to other conflicts and concerns. But for Hannibal, the crossing remained central to his identity. The moment when he'd proven that will and planning could overcome barriers everyone else considered absolute. In his final moments, taking poison rather than surrendering to Roman capture, did Hannibal think about the Alps? What about the young men who'd followed him over impossible mountains because they believed in his vision? About the elephants struggling through snowdrifts and the scouts finding paths where no paths should exist? We can't know, but it's pleasant to imagine that his last thoughts included some satisfaction about that impossible achievement, that dream made real through determination and leadership. The story of Hannibal's crossing lives on because it speaks to something fundamental about human nature. We need stories about people who refused to accept limitations, who looked at impossible challenges and decided to attempt them anyway. Not because these stories guarantee success. Hannibal ultimately failed in his larger strategic objectives, but because they remind us that impossible is often just difficult in disguise, and that human capability exceeds what we typically demand of ourselves. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself on that mountain pass, looking back at the route you've climbed and forward toward the descent into Italy. The air is thin and cold, the path ahead uncertain, but you've come too far to turn back now. Around you, thousands of others are making the same journey, sharing the same hardships, bound together by common purpose and shared impossibility achieved. This is what Hannibal gave to history, not just tactical innovations or strategic lessons, but a story about what becomes possible when people refuse to accept conventional limitations. A story about leadership that inspires rather than compels, about soldiers who become heroes through simple perseverance, about elephants in snowdrifts and armies achieving the impossible through the accumulation of small possible steps. Sleep now, comfortable in your warm bed, safe from cold and altitude and the dangers that Hannibal's soldiers faced. But carry with you into dreams the knowledge that 2,000 years ago, people did impossible things because one man dreamed them possible and had the skill to make others share that dream. The Alps still stand, snow-covered and magnificent, indifferent to the humans who cross them. But they remember in their patient, stony way the army that shouldn't have been able to pass but did, leaving footprints in snow that melted millennia ago, but somehow still mark the path between impossible and accomplished. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own challenges, your own mountains to cross, metaphorical certainly, but no less real for being personal rather than geographic. When you face them, remember Hannibal and his soldiers, taking one step at a time through impossible terrain, proving that sometimes the only way to cross an impassable barrier is to stop believing it's impassable and start walking. Rest well. Dream of elephants in snow, of generals who dared greatly, of soldiers who achieved the impossible by refusing to accept impossibility, and know that their story continues as long as people remember that human will, properly applied with skill and determination, can reshape the world in ways that seem like legend until they become history. The calm wars of Rome ended long ago, but their lessons remain, carried forward through centuries by stories told on nights like this, when sleep approaches and the past seems near enough to touch. Hannibal crossed the Alps 2,000 years ago, but his journey continues every time someone faces an impossible challenge and decides to attempt it anyway. Sleep now. The mountains have been crossed. The story has been told. And tomorrow awaits with its own adventures, its own impossibilities waiting to be transformed through determination into achievements that future generations might remember with wonder. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading chair on a foggy Edinburgh evening in 1886. The gas lamps flicker outside your window, casting dancing shadows on cobblestone streets that seem to whisper secrets. This exact atmosphere enveloped a young medical student named Arthur Conan Doyle as he sat in his cramped flat staring at a blank piece of paper and questioning how he would manage to pay his rent. You know that feeling when you're desperately trying to come up with a brilliant idea and your brain feels like it's been stuffed with cotton wool? Well, that's precisely where Arthur found himself. He'd been scribbling away at various stories, trying to make a name for himself as a writer, but nothing seemed to stick. His medical practice was about as successful as a chocolate teapot, and his bank account was looking rather anemic. But here's where the story gets captivating. Arthur had been studying under a professor named Dr. Joseph Bell, and this man was absolutely extraordinary. Not in a flashy look-at-me sort of way, but in a quietly brilliant fashion that would make your jaw drop. Dr. Bell had this uncanny ability to look at a patient and deduce their entire life story just from observing the smallest details. He'd glance at someone's hands and tell them their profession, notice a particular type of mud on their boots, and know exactly which part of Edinburgh they'd walked through that morning. It was like watching a magician, except the tricks were real, and the magic was simply keen observation mixed with logical thinking. Arthur would sit in those medical lectures completely mesmerised, watching Dr. Bell work his deductive wizardry on unsuspecting patients. The excellent doctor would peer at a man's fingernails and announce, "Ah, I see you're a carpenter who's been working with oak recently, and judging by that slight stain on your thumb, you've been using a particular type of varnish that's only sold in 3 shops in the city." The patients would stare at him like he'd just read their minds, but Arthur began to understand that it wasn't mind reading at all. It was merely the skill of recognising what others missed, and linking seemingly unconnected elements. Dr. Bell wasn't performing magic tricks. He was demonstrating that the world is full of clues if you just know how to read them. As Arthur sat in his flat that foggy evening, the memory of Dr. Bell's methods began to percolate through his mind like a perfectly brewed cup of tea. What if, he thought, someone could solve crimes using these same techniques? What if a detective could see not just what happened at a crime scene, but how, who, and why? The idea began to take shape slowly, like a photograph developing in a dark room. Arthur imagined a tall, thin man with sharp features and even sharper intellect. He had the ability to enter a room and instantly identify the 17 details that others had overlooked. A person who found the ordinary world rather dull, but came alive when presented with a puzzle that needed solving. And so, in that small Edinburgh flat, with the fog pressing against the windows and the gas lamp flickering on his desk, Arthur Conan Doyle began to write about a consulting detective named Sherlock Holmes. He had no idea that he was about to create the most famous fictional detective in history, or that over a century later, people would still be arguing about whether Holmes was real or not. Dr. Bell's methods didn't just inspire the character Arthur created. He was a blend of Victorian anxieties, scientific optimism, and the growing belief that logic could solve any problem. Holmes represented everything the Victorian era wanted to believe about itself, that reason would triumph over chaos, that careful observation could reveal truth, and that even the most complex mysteries could be unravelled by a sufficiently clever mind. Little did Arthur know that his creation would outlive him, outgrow him, and eventually become more real to many people than the man who dreamed him up. Let's delve deeper into Dr. Joseph Bell, as comprehending him is akin to comprehending the hidden element in your grandmother's renowned recipe. Without him, there would be no Sherlock Holmes, and the world would be a significantly less interesting place. Dr. Bell wasn't your typical Victorian gentleman. While other doctors of his era were still debating whether washing hands between patients was really necessary, Bell was revolutionising the entire approach to medical diagnosis. He believed that a doctor's job wasn't just to treat symptoms, but to become a detective of the human body, piecing together clues to solve the mystery of what was actually wrong with a patient. Imagine walking into his classroom at the University of Edinburgh. The room would be thick with anticipation. The students waited to see what miracle of deduction their professor would perform that day. Bell would summon a volunteer patient, prompting a hapless individual to shuffle forward, likely pondering their current circumstances. Bell would meticulously circle around them, his keen eyes scrutinising every detail. "Ah," he might say, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "I see you've recently returned from the continent. Germany, I'd say, based on the particular type of clay under your fingernails. You're a gardener by profession, but you've been doing some carpentry work lately. Oak, judging by the wood shavings in your hair, and that slight limp suggests you injured your left leg about 3 weeks ago, probably from a fall." The patient would nod in amazement, confirming every detail while the students scribbled frantically in their notebooks trying to capture the magic. But Bell would always explain his reasoning. The clay was a specific type found only in certain German regions. The calluses on the man's hands showed the pattern of someone who worked with plants, but had recently been gripping different tools. The wood shavings were a clear indicator, and the man's preference for his right leg during walking revealed a recent injury. What made Bell truly extraordinary wasn't just his powers of observation, though those were remarkable, but his ability to teach others to see the world differently. He would tell his students that most people looked, but didn't observe. They saw a man with dirty hands and thought, labourer, but they missed the specific type of dirt that could tell them exactly what kind of work he did and where he'd been doing it. Bell had this wonderful way of making the ordinary seem extraordinary. He'd pick up a walking stick left behind by a patient and turn it into a treasure trove of information. The wear patterns on the handle could tell him if the owner was left or right-handed. The type of wood and craftsmanship revealed their social class. Scratches and dents told stories of how it had been used. Even the height of the stick provided clues about the owner's stature and gait. Arthur Conan Doyle would sit in these demonstrations, absolutely captivated. Years later, he would write about Dr. Bell with obvious affection, describing him as a man who could diagnose not just diseases but entire life stories. Bell became Arthur's model for what a truly observant person could achieve, and those classroom demonstrations became the blueprint for countless Sherlock Holmes adventures. But here's something delightfully ironic about the whole situation. Dr. Bell, the man who inspired the world's most famous detective, was actually quite modest about his abilities. He insisted that his methods weren't magical or even particularly difficult. They just required patience, practice, and a willingness to pay attention to details that others ignored. Bell would often say that the key to his success was simply remembering that every person carries their story, written on their body, in their clothes, and in their mannerisms. Most people, he explained, are so focused on looking ahead that they never really look around. They miss the poetry written in calluses, the stories told by shoe leather, and the novels hidden in the way someone holds their shoulders. When Arthur finally created Sherlock Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what if someone took Dr. Bell's methods and applied them not to medicine, but to crime? What if that keen eye for detail and logical mind were turned towards solving mysteries instead of diagnosing illnesses? The result was a character who could walk into a room and immediately see things that would take ordinary people hours to notice, if they noticed them at all. Let's transport ourselves to Victorian London for a moment, because understanding the world that embraced Sherlock Holmes is like understanding why certain songs become hits. It's all about timing, atmosphere, and what people desperately need to hear at exactly the right moment. Picture London in the 1890s, and you'll find yourself in a city that was both magnificent and terrifying, often simultaneously. The Industrial Revolution had transformed it into this massive, sprawling beast of a metropolis, with over 4 million people crammed into spaces that had been designed for maybe a quarter of that number. The city was growing so fast that it seemed to be bursting at the seams, like a sausage that's been overstuffed. You'd walk down streets where magnificent Victorian mansions stood just a few blocks away from slums that would make your stomach turn. The contrast was jarring. One moment you might be strolling past elegant gaslit boulevards where well-dressed gentlemen tipped their hats to ladies in elaborate bustles, and the next you'd find yourself in narrow, fog-choked alleyways where the sun barely penetrated and danger lurked around every corner. This was the London of Jack the Ripper, after all. The very real terror of those unsolved murders had gripped the city just a few years before Holmes made his debut. People were genuinely frightened, and the police seemed completely baffled. The idea that someone could commit such horrible crimes and simply vanish into the urban maze was deeply unsettling to a society that prided itself on order and progress. But here's where it gets intriguing. This era was also the age of scientific optimism. People believed that rational thinking and careful observation could solve any problem. Darwin had shown them that even the mysteries of human existence could be unravelled through patient study. Electric lights were beginning to push back the darkness, and the telegraph was shrinking the world. There was this wonderful sense that humanity was on the verge of conquering all the great mysteries of existence. Into this mixture of fear and hope stepped Sherlock Holmes, and he was flawless for the moment. This character could make sense of the chaos of city life. He could walk into the most baffling situation and, through pure logic and observation, restore order to the world. He was like a lighthouse in a storm, cutting through the fog of uncertainty with the bright beam of reason. The timing couldn't have been better. People wanted stories that showed the world made sense, that every problem had a solution, and that good could win over evil through cleverness rather than luck or divine intervention. Holmes represented the Victorian dream of the rational man who could solve any puzzle if he just applied enough intelligence and careful observation. But there was another layer to London's readiness for Holmes. The city had transformed into a vibrant hub of individuals from diverse backgrounds. In a single day, you might encounter a Russian count, a Chinese merchant, an Irish dock worker, and a Scottish professor. Each person carried their own story, their own secrets, and their own mysteries. The city itself had become a kind of living, breathing puzzle, and people were fascinated by the idea that someone could read the clues hidden in plain sight. The police, bless their hearts, were doing their best, but they were essentially using medieval methods to solve modern crimes. They heavily relied on confessions, eyewitness testimony, and capturing criminals in the act. The idea of carefully examining a crime scene for clues, of using scientific methods to analyse evidence, of building a case through logical deduction. These were revolutionary concepts that most real detectives hadn't even considered. So when readers opened those early Holmes stories, they weren't just getting entertainment, they were getting a glimpse of what crime solving could be like if someone really smart was in charge. Holmes represented everything that Victorian readers wished their actual police force could be: observant, logical, incorruptible, and successful. The stories also tapped into something deeply satisfying about the Victorian belief in progress. Here was proof that human intelligence, properly applied, could triumph over any challenge. Holmes never solved crimes through luck or accident. He solved them through careful observation, logical thinking, and refusing to accept that any mystery was unsolvable. This was a society that was simultaneously proud of its achievements and worried about its problems. Crime was rising, the cities were becoming more complex and dangerous, and traditional solutions weren't working. Holmes offered hope that intelligence and method could restore order to a world that sometimes seemed to be spinning out of control. Now here's where our story takes a fascinating turn, because Arthur Conan Doyle didn't just create a character, he accidentally invented an entire literary genre. Before the arrival of Holmes, crime fiction lacked a crucial component. You see, crime stories existed before Holmes, but they were quite different creatures. Most of them were sensational tales focused on the gruesome details of murders or the dramatic capture of villains. They were less about solving puzzles and more about shocking readers with tales of urban horror. Think of them as the Victorian equivalent of those breathless newspaper headlines you see at the grocery store checkout, designed to grab attention rather than engage the mind. The few detective stories that did exist were often clumsy affairs, where the solution came out of nowhere, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat without showing it to you first. Readers were expected to sit back and be amazed rather than participate in the solving process. It was entertaining, but it wasn't particularly satisfying entertainment. Then along came Holmes, and suddenly everything changed. Arthur created what would become known as fair play detective fiction. Stories where the reader was given all the same clues as the detective and could, theoretically, solve the mystery themselves. Of course, most of us would miss the significance of tobacco ash patterns or the 17 different types of footprints, but the clues were there for anyone sharp enough to spot them. This innovation was revolutionary. Instead of just reading about crimes, people could now participate in solving them. Arthur had turned passive entertainment into an interactive experience. Readers would eagerly follow Holmes through his investigations, trying to spot the clues themselves, attempting to deduce the solution before the brilliant detective revealed it. It was akin to the difference between observing someone play a game and engaging in it yourself. But Arthur's innovation went deeper than just including clues. He devised an impeccable and gratifying framework for detective stories, which remains in use today. Every Holmes story follows a similar pattern. A baffling mystery is presented. Holmes observes details that others miss. He forms a theory based on logical deduction, and then he proves his theory through dramatic revelation. Once you've immersed yourself in this well-choreographed dance, other types of crime stories begin to feel incomplete. The genius of this structure is that it mirrors the way our minds work when we're trying to solve a problem. We gather information, we form hypotheses, we test them, and we reach conclusions. Holmes's stories felt natural because they followed the same thought processes that readers used in their own lives, just with much more dramatic stakes. Arthur also created something that hadn't existed before, the recurring detective character. Previous crime stories typically featured different protagonists in each tale, but Holmes was the same brilliant detective in every story, growing more familiar to readers with each adventure. People began to feel like they knew him personally, like he was a friend they could rely on to make sense of a confusing world. This familiarity allowed Arthur to develop Holmes's character in ways that wouldn't have been possible with one-off protagonists. Readers learned about his habits, his methods, his preferences, and even his weaknesses. Holmes became real to people in a way that few fictional characters ever achieve. He wasn't just a problem-solving machine. He was a person with quirks and flaws and a distinctive personality. The success of Holmes's stories also established the template for the detective's sidekick. Dr. Watson played a crucial role as the reader's representative in the story. He was intelligent enough to understand Holmes's explanations, but not so brilliant that he could solve the mysteries himself. He asked the questions that readers wanted to ask, and expressed the amazement that viewers felt when Holmes revealed his deductions. Arthur had stumbled upon something that would become one of the most enduring formulas in all of literature. The brilliant detective, the loyal companion, the baffling mystery, the careful investigation, the logical solution. These elements were so perfectly balanced that they created a template that countless writers would follow for the next century and beyond. What's particularly remarkable is that Arthur didn't set out to create a new genre. He was merely attempting to craft entertaining stories that would contribute to his financial stability. But in creating Holmes, he had tapped into something fundamental about how human minds work, and what kinds of stories satisfy us at the deepest level. The impact was immediate and lasting. Other writers began creating their own detective characters, but they all followed the Holmes model. The genre that Arthur had accidentally invented became one of the most popular forms of fiction, spawning thousands of books, plays, movies, and television shows. Here's where our story takes an ironic twist that would make Holmes himself smile wryly. Arthur Conan Doyle, having created the most beloved detective in literary history, began to view his creation with something approaching horror. It's like watching someone create a beautiful garden and then become frustrated when everyone wants to talk about the flowers instead of the vegetables. You see, Arthur had bigger ambitions than writing detective stories. He fancied himself a serious literary author, the kind who would write important historical novels that would be studied in universities for generations. He dreamed of crafting sweeping epics about medieval knights and noble causes, stories that would elevate the human spirit and earn him a place among the foremost literary masters. But every time he published a historical novel, readers would politely applaud and then immediately ask, "When's the next Holmes story coming out?" It was like being a chef who creates an elaborate 7-course meal, only to have everyone ignore the artistically arranged vegetables and ask for more of the simple bread rolls. The problem was that Holmes had become phenomenally successful. By the 1890s, Arthur was earning more money from his detective stories than he had ever dreamed possible. The Strand magazine was paying him handsomely for each new Holmes adventure, and readers couldn't get enough of them. However, Arthur realised that success could also be a form of isolation. He began to feel like Holmes was overshadowing everything else he wanted to accomplish. People introduced him as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, not as the author of historical novels about medieval England. His serious literary work was being treated as a side project, while his detective stories were considered his main achievement. It was deeply frustrating for a man who had worked so hard to establish himself as a serious writer. In 1893, Arthur made one of the most shocking decisions in literary history, bringing the situation to its peak. He decided to kill off Sherlock Holmes. He did not kill off Sherlock Holmes gradually, through old age, or in a subtle manner. Instead, he did so dramatically in a story called The Final Problem. He sent Holmes tumbling over the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland, locked in mortal combat with his arch-nemesis, Professor Moriarty. Arthur believed he was liberating himself from the detective, whom he considered a burden. He imagined that with Holmes gone, readers would finally pay attention to his other work. He could write about historical subjects, explore spiritual themes, and create the kind of literature that would earn him lasting respect. But Arthur had seriously underestimated how much people loved Holmes. The reaction to The Final Problem was unlike anything the literary world had ever seen. Readers were devastated. The Strand magazine lost 20,000 subscribers overnight. People wore black armbands in mourning. Some readers wrote furious letters accusing Arthur of literary murder. Others simply refused to believe that Holmes was really dead. The outcry was so intense that it surprised even Arthur. He'd considered Holmes to be merely another character in yet another story, but to readers, Holmes had evolved into something far more significant. He was a symbol of rational thought triumphing over chaos, of justice prevailing over evil, of intelligence solving problems that seemed impossible. Killing Holmes felt like killing hope itself. For 8 years, Arthur held firm. He continued writing his historical novels, his spiritual explorations, and his serious literary works. But the ghost of Holmes haunted everything he did. Readers kept asking when the detective would return, Publishers kept offering him enormous sums for new Holmes stories, and Arthur kept insisting that the character was dead and buried. Finally, in 1901, Arthur gave in to the pressure. He wrote The Hound of the Baskervilles, which he positioned as a story from before Holmes's death. But readers weren't satisfied with a prequel. They wanted their detective back in the present, solving new mysteries. The demand was so intense that Arthur eventually had to perform literary resurrection surgery, bringing Holmes back to life in The Adventure of the Empty House in 1903. Arthur's explanation for how Holmes survived the fall was ingenious, but clearly written by someone who was trying to solve a problem he'd never intended to create. Holmes had faked his death, he explained, living in hiding for 3 years while tracking down the rest of Moriarty's organisation. It was a clever solution, but you could almost hear Arthur sighing as he wrote it. The whole episode reveals something fascinating about the relationship between authors and their creations. Arthur had intended Holmes to be a temporary character, a means to an end, a way to pay the bills while he worked on more important projects. But great fictional characters have a way of taking on lives of their own, becoming more real to readers than the people who created them. For the remainder of his life, Arthur continued to write Holmes stories, yet he never fully reconciled with the success of his creation. He was proud of the detective's popularity, but he was also frustrated that his serious work never received the same attention. It's one of literature's finest ironies that the work Arthur considered his lesser achievement turned out to be his greatest contribution to the world. Now let's dive into something that makes the Holmes stories particularly fascinating. The way Arthur wove real scientific advances into his fictional detective work. It's like watching someone build a bridge between the world of imagination and the world of scientific progress, creating something that was both entertaining and educational. Arthur wasn't just a writer. He was a trained physician who had studied the latest scientific methods of his time. When he created Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what would crime solving look like if it were approached with the same scientific rigour that was revolutionising medicine and other fields? Consider Holmes's famous method of deducing someone's entire life story from tiny physical clues. This approach wasn't just literary fantasy, it was based on real scientific principles that Arthur had learned in medical school. Dr. Joseph Bell had shown that careful observation could reveal incredible amounts of information about a person's life and habits. Arthur took this concept and applied it to detective work, creating a character who could read people like books. Holmes's use of fingerprints is particularly intriguing because Arthur was actually ahead of his time. Police forces didn't widely use fingerprinting until the early 1900s, despite the publication of the first Holmes story in 1887. Arthur had read about the scientific work on fingerprints, and incorporated it into his fiction before most real detectives had even heard of it. In many ways, Holmes was using forensic techniques that wouldn't become standard police procedure for another decade or two. The same was true for many other scientific methods that Holmes employed. He analysed handwriting, studied different types of tobacco ash, examined footprints with scientific precision, and used chemical tests to detect bloodstains. These weren't just clever plot devices, they were based on real scientific techniques that were being developed in laboratories around the world. Arthur was particularly fascinated by the emerging field of toxicology, the study of poisons and their effects on the human body. Arthur's medical background and his interest in using science to solve crimes are evident in several Holmes stories that feature exotic poisons and their detection. He understood that poison was often a weapon of choice for clever criminals because it was difficult to detect with the crude methods available to most police forces. Holmes's laboratory at 221B Baker Street was filled with the kind of equipment that real scientists were using to make breakthrough discoveries. Any serious research facility of the time would have contained the chemical apparatus, microscopes, and reference books that Arthur described. He was showing readers that scientific methods could be applied to criminal investigation, turning detective work from a matter of luck and intuition into a systematic process. But Arthur's genius was in making these scientific methods accessible to ordinary readers. He didn't bog down his stories with technical details or lengthy explanations of scientific principles. Instead, he showed Holmes using these methods in action, solving crimes through careful observation and logical analysis. Readers could follow the detective's reasoning process without needing background in chemistry or biology. This approach had an unexpected educational effect. Many readers learned about scientific methods through Holmes's stories, often without realising they were getting a science lesson, along with their entertainment. The stories helped popularise the idea that rational scientific thinking could solve complex problems, contributing to the growing public respect for scientific methods. The Victorian belief that human behaviour followed logical patterns that were understandable and predictable also influenced Holmes's approach to crime solving. If you studied someone carefully enough, Holmes suggested, you could understand their motivations, predict their actions, and solve the puzzles they created. This was a reassuring message for readers who were living through a period of rapid social change and uncertainty. The scientific accuracy of Holmes's methods varied, of course. Some of his deductions were based on solid observational principles, while others were more fantastical. But Arthur was careful to ground even his most dramatic solutions in plausible scientific reasoning. He wanted readers to believe that Holmes's methods could actually work, even if they were sometimes exaggerated for dramatic effect. What's particularly remarkable is how many of Holmes's fictional forensic techniques eventually became standard police procedure. Arthur's imagination frequently foresaw real scientific advancements, proposing investigative techniques that would not gain widespread acceptance for years or decades. In many ways, the Holmes stories served as a kind of training manual for future detectives, showing them possibilities they might not have considered otherwise. The scientific foundation of Holmes's methods also helped establish the credibility of detective fiction as a genre. These weren't just wild adventure stories. They were logical puzzles that could be solved through careful reasoning. This intellectual respectability helped elevate crime fiction from mere sensational entertainment to a more sophisticated form of literature. As we reach the end of our cosy journey through the origins of Sherlock Holmes, it's worth pondering why this character has refused to stay buried in the Victorian era where he was born. Like a particularly persistent ghost, Holmes has haunted every generation since Arthur first dreamed him up, adapting to new times while somehow remaining eternally himself. The remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to transcend his original time and place. You can transplant him to modern-day London, give him a smartphone and access to the internet, and he's still fundamentally the same character. His methods change. He might use DNA analysis instead of tobacco ash identification, but his essential nature remains unchanged. He continues to be a brilliant outsider who perceives what others overlook, a man capable of bringing order to chaos through sheer intellect. This adaptability suggests that Arthur tapped into something deeper than just Victorian anxieties about crime and urban life. He created a character who represents timeless human desires, the wish to make sense of a confusing world, the hope that intelligence can triumph over evil, and the comfort of knowing that there's someone out there who can solve problems that seem impossible to the rest of us. Every generation has found its reasons to love Holmes. During the World Wars, he represented British resilience and the triumph of civilization over barbarism. In the 1960s, he became a counterculture hero, the ultimate individualist who refused to conform to social expectations. In our current age of information overload, he's the person who can cut through the noise and find the signal, who can separate truth from the overwhelming flood of data that surrounds us. The stories themselves have taken on a life that goes far beyond what Arthur ever imagined. There are more than 25,000 Holmes stories that have been written by other authors, creating a vast literary universe that continues to expand more than a century after the character's creation. Holmes has appeared in every medium imaginable: radio shows, television series, movies, video games, and even virtual reality experiences. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to become more real than many actual people. You can visit 221B Baker Street in London, where there's a museum dedicated to the fictional detective. The Royal Mail issues stamps featuring Holmes. The British government has given him an official address. There are societies around the world dedicated to studying his methods and analysing his adventures, as if they were historical documents. This blurring of the line between fiction and reality would have amused Arthur, who spent so much of his later life trying to convince people that Holmes was just a character in stories he'd written. But the public's insistence on treating Holmes as a real person speaks to something profound about the power of outstanding fictional characters to capture our imaginations and become part of our shared cultural reality. The influence of Holmes on real-world detective work has been enormous. Police departments around the world have adopted methods that Holmes used in fiction decades before they became standard practice. The careful examination of crime scenes, the scientific analysis of evidence, and the psychological profiling of suspects. These techniques that seem obvious to us now were revolutionary when Arthur first wrote about them. Holmes has also influenced how we think about problem solving in general. His method of careful observation, logical deduction, and systematic analysis has been applied to fields far beyond criminal investigation. Business leaders, scientists, and educators have all found ways to apply Holmesian thinking to their challenges. As you settle back into your comfortable chair, and perhaps close your eyes for a moment, consider this. Somewhere in the world right now, someone is discovering Sherlock Holmes for the first time. They're experiencing that same sense of wonder that readers felt more than a century ago when they first encountered the tall, thin detective with his piercing eyes and incredible deductive abilities. The character that Arthur Conan Doyle created in frustration, developed with reluctance and tried to kill off in exasperation, has become one of the most enduring figures in all of literature. Holmes represents our eternal hope that reason can triumph over chaos, that careful observation can reveal hidden truths, and that there's always a logical solution to even the most baffling mystery. In a world that often seems random and senseless, Holmes offers the comforting assurance that everything makes sense if you just know how to look at it properly. He's the friend we all wish we had, the mind we all wish we possessed, and the reassurance we all need that somewhere out there, someone is smart enough to solve the problems that baffle the rest of us. Picture London on a warm evening in late August 1939. The sun is setting over the Thames, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that reflect off the river's surface like liquid copper. Street lamps are beginning their nightly ritual, that gentle flickering as they come to life one by one, creating pools of yellow warmth along the pavements. Shop windows glow with displays of summer dresses and wireless sets, casting rectangles of light onto the sidewalks where couples stroll arm in arm, their shadows long and lazy in the golden hour. You can hear the particular sounds of a city in its evening mode, the rumble of red double-decker buses, the clip-clop of delivery horses making their final rounds, and the cheerful ting of bicycle bells as workers pedal home for supper. From open windows comes the smell of cooking, roast dinners, boiled potatoes, and the yeasty warmth of fresh bread. Radios play dance music, the kind with horns and steady rhythms that make your foot tap without thinking about it. In Paris, the cafes are filling with their usual evening crowd. The Eiffel Tower stands illuminated against the darkening sky, its iron lattice outlined in electric brilliance like a piece of jewellery against velvet. There are neon signs advertising aperitifs, warm light coming from restaurant interiors, and the headlamps of Citroëns and Renaults making rivers of light along the Champs-Élysées. Street musicians play accordions on corners, their cases open for coins that clink with a satisfying metallic ring. Berlin too is bathed in light. The grand buildings along Unter den Linden are floodlit, their neoclassical facades standing proud and imposing. The shops stay open late, their windows full of goods that speak of prosperity and order. Electric trams hum along their tracks, their interiors bright and modern, filled with passengers reading newspapers or chatting about their days. These cities have spent decades building their electrical infrastructure, stringing miles of cable, installing countless fixtures, and creating networks of illumination that have become as fundamental to urban life as running water or paved streets. The age of electric light is barely 50 years old, still young enough to feel miraculous. People who grew up with oil lamps and candles now flip switches without thinking, banishing darkness with a casual gesture that would have seemed like sorcery to their grandparents. But on September 1st, 1939, everything changes. Germany invades Poland, and within hours, Britain and France are making preparations that have been planned in secret for months. Government officials retrieve documents from locked safes. Civil defence workers report to their posts, and ordinary citizens receive instructions that will alter the appearance of their world in ways both profound and peculiar. The blackout is coming. You might wonder why darkness would be chosen as a defence strategy. The logic is straightforward but chilling. Bombers navigating at night need visual reference points to find their targets. A city ablaze with light is as easy to spot from the air as a lighthouse on a dark coast. Remove that light, and the bombers are flying over an invisible landscape, unable to distinguish a munitions factory from a residential neighbourhood or a railway junction from a park. So the decision is made. When night falls, the lights must go out. Not just some lights, or most lights, but all lights. Every window must be covered, every street lamp extinguished, and every car driven with hooded headlamps that cast only the faintest glow. The great cities of Europe will disappear from view, pulled beneath a blanket of darkness as complete as any medieval village knew. The preparations happen with remarkable speed. Shops sell out of black fabric within hours. Hardware stores run out of paint, tape, cardboard, anything that might be used to block light. The government has printed millions of leaflets explaining the regulations, and these appear in letterboxes like strange invitations to a backwards party, where the goal is to extinguish rather than illuminate. You can imagine the conversations happening in homes across Britain that first weekend of September. Families standing in their parlours, looking at their windows with newfound assessment, calculating how many yards of material they'll need, whether thick curtains will suffice, or if they'll need something more substantial. There's an odd domesticity to these calculations, as if they're redecorating for some peculiar aesthetic preference rather than preparing for war. The instructions are specific and somewhat overwhelming. Windows must be covered so thoroughly that not a crack of light escapes. This includes skylights, glass doors, and even the tiny windows in bathrooms. The penalty for showing light is not insignificant. Fines that could strain a working family's budget, and more importantly, the social pressure of knowing that your carelessness might endanger your neighbours. On September 3rd, Britain officially declares war on Germany. That evening, as darkness approaches, the blackout begins in earnest. It's a Sunday, traditionally a day of rest, of family dinners and evening strolls. But this Sunday evening will be different from any the nation has known in living memory. The sun sets at approximately 7:30 p.m. on that first blackout evening in early September 1939. As twilight deepens, you would notice something extraordinary happening, or rather, not happening. The usual sequence of lights awakening across the city simply doesn't occur. The street lamps remain dark, shop windows stay unlit. The familiar glow that typically begins to define buildings and streets remains absent. Instead, there's a collective dimming, as if someone is slowly turning down the brightness control on the entire world. As the last and natural light fades from the western sky, darkness arrives with unusual completeness. Not the partial darkness of a normal night, punctuated by human-made illumination, but something approaching the darkness of the countryside or wilderness. The kind of dark that city dwellers might encounter only on camping trips or during power outages. The psychological impact is immediate and disorienting. Human beings have an ancient, hardwired response to darkness. We are diurnal creatures, adapted for daylight activity, and our nervous systems treat darkness as a signal for rest or potential danger. For thousands of years, darkness meant retreat to shelter, gathering around fires, and ceasing productive activity until sunrise. Electric light changed all that, extending the day artificially, allowing cities to function around the clock. Now suddenly, that ancient relationship with darkness is restored, but in an urban context where it feels profoundly unnatural. You're surrounded by buildings and streets, the infrastructure of modern civilization, yet experiencing a darkness that belongs to a pre-industrial era. It creates a kind of temporal vertigo, as if you've travelled backward in time while remaining physically in the present. The first challenge is simply moving around. Walking down a familiar street becomes an exercise in careful navigation. Your eyes strain to distinguish shapes in the gloom, the outline of a pillar box, the curve of a curb, the silhouette of another person approaching. Curbs and steps become hazards. More than one person trips over their own doorstep in those early blackout evenings, misjudging distances in the absence of light. Cars and buses face even greater challenges. Vehicle headlamps must be fitted with special covers that restrict their light to a tiny slit. casting only the weakest beam onto the road ahead. Imagine driving at walking speed, peering through your windshield at a street you can barely see, watching for pedestrians who appear as mere shadows, and trying to avoid other vehicles that are equally difficult to spot. The accident rate in these early blackout days spikes alarmingly. Collisions between vehicles, cars striking pedestrians, and people walking into lampposts or falling into gutters. There's a particular comedy to some of these mishaps, though nobody finds them funny at the time. Respectable citizens stumble into hedges, delivery boys cycle into parked cars, a bishop walking home from evening service mistakes a stranger's front gate for his own and spends several confused minutes trying to unlock it before realising his error. These little disasters become part of the blackout experience, stories to share over tea, and evidence that everyone is struggling with the same strange new reality. The government's air raid precautions wardens, quickly nicknamed ARP wardens, begin their patrols. These are ordinary citizens, volunteers and part-timers, given the authority to enforce blackout regulations. They walk the streets with masked torches, watching for any violation, any crack of light that might betray a city's presence to aircraft overhead. The wardens develop a certain reputation for zealousness. They'll knock sharply on doors at the faintest glimpse of light, their voices carrying through the darkness with urgent whispers, "Put that light out." The phrase becomes so common it turns into a kind of catchphrase, repeated in music halls and radio comedies, a verbal symbol of the blackout's intrusion into private life. Inside homes, families are adapting to their new evening routines. The process of preparing for blackout becomes a nightly ritual, performed as twilight approaches. You would rise from your chair, set down your tea, and begin the systematic covering of windows. Some families use elaborate curtain systems, heavy fabric on tracks that slide into place. Others make do with simpler solutions, blankets pinned over frames, sheets of cardboard wedged into place, and layers of newspaper taped to glass. The effect on interior space is claustrophobic. With windows covered, rooms lose their connection to the outside world. You can't glance out to check the weather, can't see the comforting glow of neighbouring houses, and can't watch the moon rise or stars appear. Your home becomes a sealed box, cut off from the usual visual reference points that orient you in time and space. Lighting inside must be carefully managed too. Many families reduce their use of electric lights, partly from habit, saving resources for the war effort, and partly from an almost superstitious fear that somehow light will escape despite their precautions. They rely instead on single dim bulbs or return to older technologies, oil lamps, candles and gaslight where it's still available. The quality of light changes, becoming warmer but weaker, creating deep shadows in room corners, making reading difficult and turning evening hours into something quieter and more subdued. There's an economic dimension to this darkness too. Electric companies reduce their output as demand plummets. Coal consumption drops as power stations throttle back. Street maintenance crews no longer need to service lamps. The entire infrastructure of urban illumination, built up over decades, sits idle. It's as if a major technological achievement has been suddenly paused, put on hold for the duration. But perhaps the most striking aspect of these first blackout nights is the quiet. With activities constrained by darkness, with people staying indoors more, and with traffic reduced to a cautious crawl, cities become genuinely hushed, in a way they haven't been since the 19th century. Standing on a London street at 9 o'clock on a blackout evening, you might hear sounds that normally drown in the urban cacophony. Wind rustling through plane trees, the distant hoot of an owl in a park, your own footsteps echoing off building facades, the creak of your shoe leather and the whisper of your coat. This quiet has its own peculiar quality, different from the silence of the countryside or wilderness. It's a metropolitan quiet, the sound of millions of people deliberately hushing themselves, suppressing their normal activities and existing in a state of communal restraint. It feels pregnant with potential, as if the city is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen or not happen. As September progresses into October, and October into November, the blackout stops being a shocking novelty and becomes instead the new normal. Human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, and people develop strategies, habits, and even preferences around their darkened existence. Shops adjust their hours, opening earlier to catch morning light and closing well before darkness makes shopping impractical. The rhythm of commercial life shifts backward, becoming more diurnal, more aligned with natural light cycles. Markets bustle at dawn in ways they haven't for generations. Office workers arrive earlier and leave earlier, trying to complete their commutes while the sun still offers some guidance. Fashion adapts to darkness with unexpected creativity. People begin wearing white or light-coloured clothing in the evenings, making themselves more visible to others navigating the gloom. Women carry their white handbags rather than darker ones. Men sport white handkerchiefs in their breast pockets. Some particularly safety-conscious individuals paint white stripes on their clothing, looking rather like zebras as they hurry along pavements. The practice extends to inanimate objects. Curbs are painted white to make them visible. The trunks of trees lining streets receive white bands. Pillar boxes get white stripes. Even dogs acquire white collars so they can be spotted in the darkness. The effect, glimpsed in whatever dim light is available, is oddly festive, as if the city has been decorated for some backward celebration, where white rather than bright colours provide the decoration. Businesses find innovative ways to continue operating despite the darkness. Restaurants use dim red lights that supposedly don't carry as far as white light. Cinemas schedule more matinee showings. Pubs install double-door systems. Small enclosed lobbies where patrons can enter and close one door before opening the second, preventing light from spilling onto the street. These little airlocks become social spaces in themselves, places where strangers pause together in compressed transition zones, sharing apologetic smiles in the darkness before one of them ventures to open the inner door. The entertainment industry adapts with characteristic resilience. Radio becomes even more central to evening life, providing entertainment that requires no light beyond what's needed to see the dial. Families gather around their wireless sets in dimly lit rooms, following dramas and comedies, listening to news broadcasts that have taken on new urgency. The BBC develops new programming specifically suited to blackout conditions. Gentle, calming content for people sitting in darkened rooms, trying not to think too much about why they're sitting in darkened rooms. Reading becomes more challenging. Even with curtains drawn and no light escaping, many people find it difficult to read by the dim bulbs they allow themselves. Books are held closer to faces, causing eye strain. Some people rediscover the pleasure of reading aloud, with partners or family members taking turns performing stories or newspaper articles for each other. It's a practice that had largely died out with widespread literacy and individual reading lights, now resurrected by necessity and turning out to be rather pleasant. A return to the old tradition of communal storytelling, updated for the 20th century. Children adapt to the blackout with the flexibility of youth, though it complicates their lives in numerous ways. School days reorganise around available daylight. Evening activities, scouts, girl guides and youth clubs either move to afternoon hours or take on a different character as participants gather in carefully blacked out halls. Games and activities shift toward those that don't require good visibility. Card games become popular. Board games experience a revival. Radio quiz shows inspire living room competitions. The blackout creates unexpected opportunities for mischief too. In the darkness, it's easier to stay out later than your parents realise, to slip away unseen, and to conduct the small rebellions of adolescence with reduced risk of detection. More than one teenager discovers that the blackout, for all its restrictions, offers a kind of freedom that comes with reduced surveillance. For young couples, the darkness provides both challenges and possibilities. Traditional courtship rituals, evening strolls, cinema visits, cafe dates, must be reconsidered. Walking together requires linking arms, not just romantically but practically, for navigation and safety. The darkness creates a kind of intimacy by default, a closeness born of necessity that might not otherwise develop so quickly. First kisses happen in deeper darkness than any previous generation experienced, unobserved by passers-by who can barely see their own feet. Workers in essential services face particular challenges. Doctors making house calls navigate by memory and guesswork, their medical bags bumping against their legs as they feel their way along streets. Nurses on night shifts move through hospital corridors lit only by shielded lamps, checking on patients in wards kept darker than anyone finds comfortable. Fire brigades drill extensively for responding to emergencies in near total darkness, developing systems of communication that rely on sound and touch rather than visual signals. The postal service continues its rounds, though postmen learn to sort mail by feel as much as sight, their fingers developing sensitivity to different paper stocks and envelope sizes. Milk deliveries continue in the pre-dawn darkness, the clink of bottles and the rattle of crates providing a kind of alarm clock, announcing the coming day to those awake early enough to hear it. Public transportation becomes an exercise in faith and routine. Bus conductors develop an almost supernatural ability to recognise stops in the darkness, calling them out with confidence born of long familiarity. Passengers learn to count stops and to listen for landmarks, a particular church bell, the sound of the river, and the change in echo as the bus passes between buildings of different heights. Regular commuters develop mental maps so detailed they could navigate their routes blindfolded, which is essentially what they're doing. As the months progress and Britain settles into what becomes known as the Phony War, a period when war has been declared but major fighting hasn't yet reached British soil, the blackout reveals unexpected dimensions. What began as an emergency measure starts to disclose peculiar beauties and strange pleasures that coexist with the anxiety and inconvenience. The night sky becomes visible in ways that city dwellers haven't experienced in decades. Without the light pollution that normally obscures all but the brightest stars, the full glory of the cosmos appears overhead. On clear nights, stepping outside is like discovering a lost artwork that's been hanging in your home all along, hidden behind a curtain you didn't realise was there. You can see the Milky Way from central London, that cloudy band of distant stars stretching across the darkness like a river of light. Constellations appear not as isolated bright points, but as part of complex star fields, patterns within patterns, depths, and layers that electric light normally renders invisible. The moon, when it's up, seems preposterously bright, casting real shadows, turning streets into silvered mazes, and making you understand why poets and lovers have obsessed over it for millennia. Some people find this revelation of the night sky almost worth the inconvenience of the blackout. Astronomy clubs form, taking advantage of viewing conditions that rival rural observatories. Amateur stargazers set up telescopes in parks and gardens, sharing glimpses of Jupiter's moons, Saturn's rings, and the craters of the moon in unprecedented detail. There's something hopeful about this. People looking upward at beauty and vastness while preparing for conflict that feels petty and small by comparison. The darkness also reveals the bioluminescence that normally goes unnoticed. On damp nights, decaying wood in parks glows with foxfire, that eerie green phosphorescence produced by certain fungi. People discover it by accident, initially alarmed by the spectral light, then fascinated by this natural illumination that requires no electricity. Some gather pieces of glowing wood, bringing them home like captured fairy lights, watching them pulse and fade in darkened rooms. Sound takes on new prominence in the absence of visual stimuli. Your hearing becomes more acute, more attentive to the acoustic environment. You notice the different sounds that shoes make on different surfaces, the crisp click of leather on pavement, the softer scuff on dirt, and the hollow echo when crossing a bridge. You become aware of how sound reflects off buildings, how it carries differently in cold air versus warm, and how wind affects what you can and cannot hear. Music heard in the blackout takes on different qualities. The piano played in a darkened room, with only the faintest light to illuminate the keys, seems to fill the space more completely. The notes appear to have more presence, more weight. Street musicians, fewer now but still present, create pockets of melody in the darkness, and pedestrians pause to listen in ways they might not in daylight, when vision provides so many competing distractions. Church bells continue to mark time, but their sound travels differently through the quieted city. Without traffic noise to muffle them, bells carry for miles, their various tones creating unintended harmonies as different churches mark the hours. Some people begin to navigate by bell sound, using familiar patterns to orient themselves even when visual landmarks are invisible. The blackout also amplifies smell. Without visual distraction, your nose provides more information than usual. You become aware of the particular scent of rain on stone, of fog carrying hints of the river, of coal smoke from chimneys, and of cooking from various houses, creating an olfactory map of your neighbourhood. Bakeries become locatable by scent before sight, the yeasty warmth of fresh bread serving as a beacon that draws customers through the darkness. But alongside these unexpected pleasures runs a constant undercurrent of unease. The darkness that reveals stars also conceals potential threats. Every shadow could be an obstacle, and every sound might signal danger. The human imagination, deprived of visual input, tends to fill in missing information with worst-case scenarios. That bump in the darkness is probably just someone's elbow making accidental contact, but for a moment your heart rate spikes with more primal fear. Women particularly feel vulnerable in the darkness. The reduced visibility that offers privacy to courting couples also provides cover for harassment and assault. Reported incidents of such crimes increase during the blackout, though it's unclear whether the actual rate rises or if darkness simply enables crimes that would happen regardless. Many women alter their routines, travelling only in groups, carrying whistles or other noisemakers, and avoiding certain areas that feel particularly threatening in the absence of light. The blackout also creates social isolation in unexpected ways. Without being able to see into neighbours' windows to note the comforting glow of occupied homes, people feel more alone. The physical proximity of urban life continues. You're still surrounded by thousands of other humans living their lives just beyond thin walls. But the visual confirmation of that presence disappears. Your neighbour might be 3 feet away on the other side of a wall, but in the darkness and quiet they might as well be miles distant. This isolation is particularly hard for the elderly and infirm. Those who already struggled with mobility find the darkness actively dangerous. The simple act of walking to a corner shop becomes fraught with hazard, unseen curbs to stumble over, obstacles to collide with, and the constant possibility of becoming disoriented and lost on familiar streets. Many older people choose to stay home more, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, accepting a constricted life as preferable to the risks of navigating the shadowed city. Mental health professionals notice an increase in reports of anxiety and depression. The darkness, combined with war stress, creates a psychological burden that some people struggle to manage. Sleep patterns disrupt. Some people sleep better in the deeper darkness, while others lie awake listening to every small sound, unable to relax into vulnerability. Dreams become more vivid for many, possibly because the darkness and quiet create fewer distractions from internal mental activity. Yet there's also a strange coziness to it all, a sense of communal experience that transcends the inconvenience and danger. Everyone is facing the same challenge, making the same adjustments, and developing the same odd competencies for navigating darkness. There's a camaraderie and shared difficulty, a democratic levelling that occurs when lord and labourer alike must feel their way along the same invisible street. Inside the blacked-out homes of Britain, family life reorganises itself around new limitations and possibilities. The blackout curtains that seal windows become daily fixtures, their operation as routine as making tea. Each evening, as natural light begins to fade, someone rises to perform the ritual, drawing heavy fabric across windows, checking for gaps, and ensuring no betraying gleam will mark the house from above. The rooms, once sealed, feel different, smaller somehow, even though their physical dimensions haven't changed. The absence of visual connection to the outside world makes interior spaces feel more like caves or cocoons, enclosed, inward-facing, and separate from the larger world. This can be comforting or claustrophobic depending on temperament and circumstance. For some, it creates a pleasant sense of snugness, everyone tucked safely together. For others, it feels confining, a nightly imprisonment in their own homes. Lighting becomes a subject of surprising complexity and importance. How much light is enough? Too little strains eyes and hampers activities, but too much feels wasteful, almost reckless. Families develop their own standards and practices. Some maintain just 1 or 2 lights in the most used rooms, leaving hallways and lesser used spaces in darkness. Others attempt to maintain something closer to their pre-war lighting levels, valuing normalcy over conservation. The quality of light matters too. Incandescent bulbs cast warm yellow-orange light that feels friendly and domestic. Gaslight, where it's still available, flickers slightly, creating moving shadows that some find nostalgic and others find eerie. Candles produce beautiful light but require attention. Someone must trim wicks, watch for drips, and ensure nothing catches fire. Oil lamps smell distinctive, a petroleum scent that becomes associated with winter evenings and the crackle of the wireless. Mealtimes adjust to the blackout's rhythms. Dinner happens earlier, while natural light still assists with cooking and table setting. The ritual of evening tea shifts backward too, or transforms into a simpler affair taken in dimly lit rooms. Some families find themselves eating more cold meals in the evening, avoiding the complexity of cooking in reduced light, and making do with sandwiches, leftover pie, cheese and crackers. Yet there's also an increased emphasis on making evening meals special, a conscious effort to maintain normalcy and comfort despite the circumstances. Mothers and wives take extra care with presentation, setting tables nicely even if the dining room is dim, using good china, and creating small ceremonies that assert civilization's continuity. These gestures matter more than they might seem. They're acts of resistance against the disruption, declarations that ordinary life persists despite extraordinary circumstances. After dinner, families gather together more than they might have before, with fewer options for individual entertainment, with darkness making it impractical to pursue separate activities in different rooms. People congregate in the best lit space, usually the sitting room or kitchen. This enforced togetherness recreates patterns of family life from earlier eras, before electric light allowed household members to scatter to different rooms pursuing individual interests. The wireless becomes the evening's focal point, its dial glowing like a small campfire, gathering the family around its broadcast voices. Programs structure the evening. The news at 9, followed by entertainment, then perhaps music before bed. Listening becomes a communal activity, something shared and discussed with reactions exchanged in real time. When something funny happens in a comedy program, the family's laughter mingles together in the dim room, creating a shared memory, a small moment of joy amidst anxiety. Games and puzzles experience a renaissance. Families bring out jigsaws, card decks, and board games that had been gathering dust in cupboards. These activities work well in dim light and accommodate multiple participants. The social dynamic shifts during gameplay. Hierarchies flatten, children can beat adults through luck or skill, and everyone participates on more equal terms. These evening game sessions create their own satisfaction, simple pleasures that don't require technology or brightness. Conversation, too, becomes more central to family life. Without the visual stimulation of bright rooms and varied activities, people talk more, tell stories, and share their days in greater detail. Parents discuss things with children that might normally be postponed or abbreviated. Siblings who might typically ignore each other in favour of separate pursuits find themselves actually conversing, getting to know each other better in these enforced periods of proximity. Reading aloud becomes a nightly ritual in many households. Father might read from the evening paper, sharing news and editorials, sometimes with commentary. Mother might read from novels, performing different voices for different characters, creating entertainment that doesn't require visual props. Older children might take turns reading, developing their expression and comfort with performance. These sessions revive an oral tradition that had been fading, turning literature back into something communal rather than solitary. Bedtime routines simplify in some ways. Without bright lights, the natural drowsiness that comes with darkness isn't artificially suppressed. Children get sleepy earlier, their circadian rhythms responding to environmental cues that electric light normally overrides. Parents find it easier to get little ones to bed when the whole house is already dim and quiet, when there's not much exciting happening to miss. But the darkness also introduces new nighttime fears, especially for children. The shadows in a dimly lit bedroom seem deeper, more ominous. The usual reassurance of "there's nothing there" becomes harder to verify when you actually can't see into corners and closets. Some parents leave candles burning, accepting the fire risk as preferable to childhood terror. Others develop new bedtime rituals, longer tucking-in sessions, stories told in soothing tones and songs hummed until sleep arrives. For parents themselves, the blackout creates its own intimacy and distance. Once children are asleep, couples have the evening to themselves in ways they might not have before, when evening activities might scatter family members to various entertainments. Yet the darkness and quiet also emphasize their isolation. Two people in a sealed house on a darkened street, living through history without knowing how the story ends. Some couples use this time for serious conversations that daylight and distraction had allowed them to postpone, discussions about money, about plans for possible evacuation, about fears and hopes, and about what they'll do if the war intensifies. Other couples deliberately avoid heavy topics, preferring to maintain lightness to protect their evening hours as refugees from worry. They play cards, listen to music, and simply sit together in comfortable silence, taking comfort from physical proximity. The blackout affects married life in unexpected ways. The darkness provides privacy even in homes with thin walls and multiple inhabitants. Intimacy becomes easier when visual privacy is assured, when darkness guarantees discretion. Some couples find their relationship strengthened by the enforced closeness and the shared experience of adapting to strange circumstances. Others find the proximity without escape grating, the inability to retreat into separate activities, creating friction that might otherwise dissipate. Elderly family members, often living with their adult children, face particular challenges. Many older people have always relied heavily on visual cues, and the reduction in light makes everything harder: reading, knitting, even just moving around the house safely. Families must decide how to balance their elders' needs for light with blackout requirements and conservation concerns. Compromises emerge: brighter lights in grandmother's room, even if the rest of the house remains dim. Extra candles placed strategically, more assistance with evening tasks that darkness makes difficult. The blackout also reveals class differences in domestic experience. Wealthier families can afford heavier curtains, better blackout materials, and perhaps even specially designed blackout systems with multiple layers. Their homes might have more rooms, allowing family members more privacy despite the enforced evening togetherness. They might maintain closer to normal lighting levels, considering the extra electricity expense and acceptable cost for comfort. Working-class families make do with cheaper solutions: blankets nailed over windows, newspaper pasted to glass, and curtains sewn from whatever fabric could be afforded. Their smaller homes mean less privacy, more enforced proximity, and everyone living in each other's pockets even more than usual. Economies in lighting hit harder when you're already budgeting carefully for every shilling. Yet there's a democratizing element too. Rich and poor alike must darken their homes. The Duke in his mansion and the docker in his terrace row both spend their evenings in dimmed rooms. Both must navigate the same darkened streets. The blackout is one of the few wartime measures that truly applies equally across social strata, creating a rare moment of shared experience across class lines. As 1939 turns into 1940, and the blackout continues month after month, something remarkable happens. People stop thinking about it quite so much. The extraordinary becomes ordinary through sheer repetition. The nightly ritual of darkening windows transforms from a conscious process into a habit, performed with the automaticity of brushing teeth or locking doors. Innovations accumulate, small improvements that collectively make the darkness more manageable. Enterprising individuals develop gadgets and solutions that spread through communities like helpful folklore. Someone discovers that painting stair edges with luminous paint makes them safer to navigate. The idea spreads, and soon glowing stair edges become common, little safety features that cost pennies but prevent countless falls. Shops begin selling specially designed blackout accessories, torches with narrow beams and red filters that supposedly don't compromise night vision, reflective armbands and badges for pedestrians, luminous buttons that can be sewn onto coats, white-painted walking sticks. The commercial world adapts to serve the darkened consumer, finding profit even in darkness. Fashion truly embraces the blackout aesthetic. Designers create clothing with safety features built in, white piping on dark coats, reflective threads woven into fabrics, and light-coloured accessories that serve the dual purposes of style and visibility. Women's magazines run features on blackout beauty, suggesting makeup and hairstyles suited to dim lighting. The advice is practical and sometimes absurd. Lighter face powder is recommended because it's more visible, while dark lipstick is warned against lest you become a pair of disembodied lips floating in the darkness. Restaurants and pubs develop elaborate workarounds for the blackout restrictions. Some establishments paint their windows opaque black, but install elaborate interior lighting, creating spaces that feel almost normal once you're inside. Others embrace the dimness, installing red or blue lights that create atmospheric spaces while technically complying with regulations. Nightclubs in particular find that dim lighting can be romantic or mysterious, transforming a restriction into a feature. The entertainment industry becomes increasingly creative. Cinemas develop complex procedures for seating people in darkness, ushers with covered torches, luminous floor markers, and spaced entry times to prevent traffic jams in the lightless aisles. Some theatres experiment with matinee-only schedules, accepting reduced evening business rather than dealing with blackout complications. Others thrive precisely because they offer bright escapism inside while maintaining complete darkness outside. Radio programs evolve to suit their audience's circumstances. Content becomes more domestic, more suited to family listening in dimmed rooms. Comedy programs emphasize verbal humor over visual gags. Dramas rely on sound effects and voice acting to create vivid mental images. The BBC becomes increasingly sophisticated in its understanding of how to create entertainment for a population sitting in the dark, unable to do much else besides listen. Local communities develop collective coping strategies. Neighbourhoods organise blackout socials, gatherings where people can meet and commingle despite the darkness. Churches host evening services that become social events as much as religious ones, providing both spiritual comfort and human connection. Community centres run activities specifically designed for low-light conditions, music sessions, discussion groups, and collective listening to important broadcasts. Street communities become more tight-knit through the shared experience. Neighbours who might previously have exchanged only perfunctory greetings now check on each other, help each other with blackout preparations, and share resources and solutions. The darkness creates a kind of frontier mentality, a sense that you're all in this together, facing common challenges that require mutual support. Children, remarkably resilient, turn the blackout into play. They invent games suited to darkness, elaborate versions of hide and seek, treasure hunts that rely on touch and sound rather than sight, and theatrical performances put on in dimmed rooms where imagination fills in for visual spectacle. The blackout becomes normalised in their experience, not a temporary disruption, but simply how the world works, as natural as rain or school or Sunday roast. Teachers adapt their lesson plans, incorporating blackout realities into education. Science classes discuss astronomy with newfound relevance. Students can actually see what they're learning about. History lessons draw parallels to medieval life, helping children understand that most of human history occurred without electric light. Art classes experiment with low-light media, charcoal drawings, shadow puppets, and projects that work despite limited visibility. Physical coordination improves across the population as people develop better spatial awareness. Your proprioception, that internal sense of where your body is in space, sharpens when visual input becomes unreliable. People learn to move more carefully, more consciously, developing a kind of bodily intelligence that modern life had allowed to atrophy. The simple act of walking becomes more mindful, more present, and less the unconscious automatic process it had been. Health effects emerge, both positive and negative. Accident rates from the darkness remain elevated. People continue to trip, collide, and stumble into objects. But there are unexpected benefits too. The earlier evening schedules mean people get more sleep, and their circadian rhythms are more aligned with natural light-dark cycles. The reduction in artificial light at night might be improving sleep quality, though nobody's conducting formal studies to verify this. The enforced indoor evenings mean less exposure to cold and damp for some, potentially reducing winter illness. Seasonal variations in the blackout create different challenges and experiences. Summer evenings, with their late sunsets, require shorter periods of blackout, perhaps just 3 or 4 hours. People can enjoy long twilights and extended time outdoors while it's still light enough to see. Picnics and garden parties adapt to earlier schedules, wrapping up before darkness makes them impractical. But winter brings longer blackout periods, sometimes 16 hours or more of required darkness. The psychological weight of this is considerable. Waking in darkness, working through short daylight hours, returning home to more darkness. It feels oppressive, endless. Seasonal affective disorder, though not yet named or officially recognised, surely affects many. The lack of light combines with war anxiety to create periods of genuine depression for some. December 1939 brings the blackout's first winter holiday season. Christmas presents unique challenges. How do you maintain festive cheer in compulsory darkness? Families rise to the challenge with determination that borders on defiance. Christmas lights, those strings of coloured bulbs that normally decorate windows and trees, must be abandoned or drastically modified. Some people create elaborate interior displays, decorating trees in rooms with completely blacked out windows, creating private festivals of light that can't be seen from outside. Carol singing adapts to blackout conditions. Groups carry covered lanterns as they move from house to house, their voices rising in the darkness, creating moments of beauty and connection that feel more precious for the surrounding gloom. The ancient hymns about light coming into darkness take on new resonance. Silent Night feels especially appropriate when nights are so profoundly silent and dark. Gift-giving focuses on practical items suited to blackout life. Torches, luminous paint, warm clothing, and books for reading aloud. But there are frivolous gifts too. Deliberate assertions of normalcy and joy despite circumstances. Dolls and toy soldiers for children, perfume and stockings for wives, and pipes and tobacco for husbands. These gestures matter enormously. Small defiances against the war's restrictions, declarations that life and pleasure continue. New Year's Eve presents its own strange circumstances. The traditional celebrations, gathering in public squares, watching for midnight, and the explosion of noise and light as the new year arrives, must be reimagined. People celebrate in darkened homes, listening for church bells, gathering around wireless sets for special broadcasts. When midnight comes, they might step outside into darkness, hearing distant voices calling greetings they cannot see, feeling connected to invisible neighbours through sound alone. The turn to 1940 brings renewed determination. The blackout will continue, but people have learned to live with it. The initial shock has worn off, replaced by practiced competence. You know how to navigate your street in darkness. You know how long your blackout preparations take. You know which activities work in dim light and which don't. The learning curve has been climbed, and what remains is simply persistence. The blackout continues through 1940 and beyond, lasting in various forms until September 1944, when regulations finally relax as the threat of bombing diminishes. But even before official relaxation, the blackout evolves and becomes less absolute. As military technology improves and bombing strategies change, the strict requirements loosen slightly. Dim lights become permissible in some circumstances. The complete darkness of those first months gradually lightens to a more manageable gloom. The first relaxations are tentative, almost apologetic. Regulations allow heavily shielded street lighting in some areas, not the full illumination of pre-war years, but enough to prevent the worst accidents and to make navigation possible without constant hazard. These new lights cast pools of dim radiance that seem extraordinarily bright after years of complete darkness, even though they are actually quite faint by historical standards. People's reactions to these first returns of public lighting reveal how much the darkness has affected them. Some feel immediate relief, an easing of tension they hadn't quite realised they were carrying. The simple ability to see where you're walking, to recognise faces, to orient yourself visually, these feel like luxuries, gifts restored after long deprivation. Others feel oddly uncomfortable with the light's return. After years of darkness, even dim lighting can feel exposing and vulnerable. Some people have grown accustomed to the anonymity that darkness provides, the sense of being unseen as you move through public spaces. The return of light, however faint, removes that protective invisibility. The gradual restoration progresses through 1944 as Allied forces push across Europe and the threat to Britain recedes. More lights return, regulations relax further, and the familiar glow of evening civilization begins to rebuild. Shop windows light up first, just modestly, but enough to display goods and to create welcoming spaces. Then street lamps return to more normal operation, their familiar yellow-orange light painting pavements and facades. For those who remember the change, and by this point young children have lived their entire conscious lives under blackout conditions, the restoration of light feels almost magical. Streets that had been navigated by memory and faith suddenly reveal themselves in detail. Buildings show their full architectural character. Faces become readable from a distance. The urban landscape recovers its visible complexity. The psychological impact of restored lighting is profound and multifaceted. There's certainly celebration, relief, and joy at this tangible symbol of the war's waning. But there's also a strange sadness, an unexpected nostalgia for something that everyone complained about constantly while it was happening. The blackout years, for all their difficulty, had created a kind of fellowship, a shared experience that had bound communities together. With the return of light comes the return of normal urban anonymity, the dissolution of that intense mutual dependence. Some of the innovations and adaptations developed during the blackout persist, even after they're no longer necessary. People who learn to navigate by sound and memory retain those skills. Families who discovered they enjoyed evening read-aloud sessions continue them even when bright lights would permit individual reading. Communities that drew together in darkness maintain some of that closeness, those relationships that formed during shared difficulty. The physical traces of the blackout persist too. White-painted curbs and tree trunks remain, their purpose obsolete but their presence continuing. Blackout curtains stay up in many homes. Why take them down when they're already installed, when they're useful for privacy, when they're a reminder of survival? Architectural features designed for the blackout era, those double-door entries on pubs, the carefully positioned lighting fixtures, remain as fossils of a particular historical moment. The ecological effects of the blackout years gradually reverse. As artificial light returns, the night sky slowly disappears again behind its veil of urban glow. The stars fade from easy visibility. The Milky Way withdraws. The darkness that had revealed celestial beauty is pushed back by human illumination. Some people mourn this loss, realizing that the blackout had given them a gift they'll never receive again, the regular sight of the universe above their heads. The generation that lived through the blackout carries memories that shape their relationship with light and darkness for the rest of their lives. Those who were children during the blackout often develop either a strong preference for darkness, finding comfort in the nighttime environment they knew as children, or an equally strong preference for abundant light, a kind of overcompensation for years of enforced dimness. The blackout leaves its mark on British culture in subtle ways. A certain comfort with dimmer lighting persists. British homes and public spaces tend toward more modest illumination than their American counterparts, a preference that may trace partially to this period of enforced darkness. The idea that too much light is wasteful, even slightly vulgar, becomes embedded in aesthetic sensibility. The historical memory of the blackout carries multiple meanings. It becomes a symbol of British resilience, of the Home Front's contribution to the war effort, and of collective sacrifice for a common cause. Politicians and cultural commentators invoke the blackout as an example of what a society can endure when properly motivated, when united by shared purpose. But the blackout also serves as a reminder of war's intrusion into civilian life, of how conflict transforms ordinary existence in ways both large and small. It demonstrates that warfare is not just distant battles fought by soldiers, but also the accumulated small deprivations and adjustments that everyone must make. The nightly ritual of darkening windows, the cautious navigation of familiar streets, and the adaptation of every evening routine to accommodate the absence of light. For modern observers, the blackout offers a peculiar window into a world that's simultaneously recognisable and alien. The Britain of 1939 had electricity, radio, automobiles, and cinema, all the technological fixtures of modern life. Yet the deliberate removal of just one element, artificial light after dark, transformed daily experience in ways that connected people backward to pre-industrial patterns of living. There's something almost meditative about contemplating the blackout years, this period when millions of people deliberately darken their world, sitting in dimmed rooms, navigating shadowed streets, and learning to experience their environment through senses other than sight. In our current era of constant illumination, when light pollution is so pervasive that many children grow up never seeing the Milky Way, when cities glow so brightly that they're visible from space, there's something oddly appealing about this historical moment of chosen darkness. The blackout reminds us that our relationship with light and darkness is not fixed or natural, but historically constructed, shaped by technology, regulation, and social practice. For most of human history, darkness was inevitable. You made the best light you could with fire or oil, but ultimately night meant darkness. Electric light changed this, pushing darkness back and extending the day artificially. The blackout briefly reversed this transformation, restoring darkness not through technological failure, but through deliberate choice. As you lie here now, warm and comfortable, in a room where light is available at the flick of a switch, it's worth contemplating what the blackout reveals about human adaptability and resilience. The people of Britain in 1939 didn't know how long the war would last, whether the blackout would be needed for weeks or years, or whether their cities would survive or be destroyed. Yet they adapted, persevered, and found moments of beauty and connection amidst the enforced darkness. The blackout demonstrates something essential about human communities, that we can endure significant disruption to normal life when we understand the purpose behind it, when we believe we're contributing to something larger than our individual comfort. The nightly ritual of darkening windows became a form of participation, a tangible action that connected each household to the national effort. There's something deeply human about gathering in darkened rooms, about families coming together around dim lights, about community supporting each other through shared difficulty. These patterns recur throughout human history. around ancient campfires in medieval great halls lit by rushlight, and in pioneer cabins on winter evenings. The blackout temporarily restored these older patterns, using modern technology to recreate pre-modern conditions. The sensory richness of the blackout experience, the visible stars, the amplified sounds, the heightened awareness of smell and touch, suggests that our normal brightly lit existence may diminish certain forms of awareness and experience. We gain practical benefits from abundant light, certainly, but we may lose other kinds of perception, other ways of experiencing our environment and each other. The blackout's enforced slowdown, its requirement for more careful movement, more deliberate action, and more time spent in quiet domestic settings. These create a quality of life that many people found surprisingly satisfying despite the circumstances. The frantic pace of modern life, the constant visual stimulation, the ability to pursue individual activities in separate rooms with independent lighting. All these innovations have costs as well as benefits. Consider how the blackout changed social interaction. In darkness, you couldn't judge people by their appearance quite so readily. Conversations happened without the constant visual feedback we normally rely on. People learned to listen more carefully, to pay attention to voice tone and word choice rather than facial expressions and body language. This created different kinds of intimacy and different patterns of connection. The democratizing effect of the blackout, the way it affected rich and poor alike, created a rare moment of genuinely shared experience across social classes. The Duke and the Doctor both navigated the same darkened streets, both sat in dimmed rooms, and both faced the same challenges of maintaining normal life despite abnormal conditions. This shared experience contributed to the social solidarity that characterised Britain during the war years. The blackout also reveals something about the relationship between freedom and security. The regulations represented a significant restriction of personal liberty. You couldn't light your own home as you wished, couldn't move freely at night without risk, and face penalties for violations. Yet most people accepted these restrictions as legitimate and necessary, a reasonable trade-off for collective safety. The balance between individual freedom and common security is never simple, never permanent. It must be constantly negotiated and renegotiated. The innovations and adaptations that emerged during the blackout, the luminous paint, the white-marked curbs, the hooded headlamps, the double-door entries, represent human creativity responding to constraint. Necessity truly does mother invention, and the blackout years produced countless small solutions to the problems that darkness created. These innovations demonstrate that restrictions can inspire, rather than merely limit, that working within constraints can generate creativity. The return of light after years of darkness must have felt like emerging from a long tunnel. The familiar world revealed again the simple pleasure of seeing clearly, of moving without constant caution, of windows that connect rather than seal. Yet along with this relief came the loss of something too, that peculiar intimacy that darkness had created, that sharpened awareness, that sense of shared endurance. For those who lived through it, the blackout becomes one of those formative experiences that shape perception for a lifetime. They carry memories of navigating darkness, of families gathered in dim rooms, of stars brilliant overhead, and of the particular quality of silence that descended on cities designed for noise. These memories become stories, then history, then legend, part of the narrative that nations tell themselves about their past. As we come to the end of our journey through the blackout years, as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing slows, let's gather the gentle lessons that this history offers for your own rest tonight. The blackout teaches us that darkness is not necessarily something to fear, but rather a natural state that humans lived with for millennia before electric light became common. Those wartime Britons learned to find comfort and even beauty in darkness. The visible stars, the heightened awareness of sound and smell, and the coziness of dimly lit rooms where families gathered close. As you prepare for sleep, you're participating in the same ancient human practice. voluntarily entering darkness, trusting it to hold you safely while your consciousness dims. The darkness of sleep is restorative, necessary, and a gift rather than a threat. Like those blackout nights, it offers a time of rest, of withdrawal from the constant stimulation of waking life, and of renewal that comes through quiet and absence of light. The blackout families who learn to slow down, to move more carefully, to pay attention to senses beyond sight, they discovered rhythms that sleep requires too. The winding down, the gradual dimming, the shift from activity to stillness. These transitions matter. They prepare body and mind for the darkness of sleep, just as blackout preparations readied homes for the darkness of night. The resilience of those blackout years reminds us that humans can adapt to almost anything and can find peace and even pleasure in circumstances that initially seem impossible. If they could learn to thrive in darkened cities, you can certainly trust yourself to the darkness of your bedroom, to the natural process of sleep that your body knows how to perform. The community and connection that emerged from the shared blackout experience suggests something about the importance of letting go, of accepting limitations, and of working with rather than against circumstances. Sleep requires this same surrender. You cannot force it, only create conditions that welcome it. Like those families dimming their lights and settling into evening quiet, you prepare the space and then allow the darkness to do its work. Those visible stars during the blackout, the celestial beauty that emerged when artificial light withdrew, remind us that darkness reveals as well as conceals. In sleep's darkness, dreams emerge, unconscious processes do their necessary work, and the mind sorts and files and heals in ways that can't happen in waking light. Trust the darkness to show you what you need to see. The gradual adaptation to the blackout, the way fear transformed into competence and then comfort, mirrors the journey into sleep that you make each night. At first, letting go of consciousness can feel vulnerable, even frightening. But with practice, with trust, it becomes natural, even welcome. The darkness becomes familiar, safe, and a friend rather than a threat. As the blackout eventually lifted and light returned, so too will you wake tomorrow to light and activity. But for now, like those wartime families settling into their dimmed homes, you can embrace this time of darkness and quiet. Let your eyes close like blackout curtains drawing shut. Feel your awareness dim like lights turning down. Allow yourself to sink into stillness like a city going quiet under the night sky. The people of the blackout years survived not through constant vigilance, but through acceptance, adaptation, and the ability to find peace in altered circumstances. They learned that darkness could be endured, that it brought gifts along with its challenges, and that life continued and even flourished under its cover. Your sleep tonight is your personal blackout, a time of chosen darkness, of withdrawal from the world's demands, of rest and restoration. Like those wartime Britons, you don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, but you can trust that this period of darkness will prepare you for whatever light reveals. The last lesson of the blackout is perhaps the most important, that sometimes the most valuable thing we can do is simply stop, darken our world, and rest. Not as defeat or retreat, but as necessary preparation for continuing. Those nightly blackout rituals weren't just safety measures, they were acknowledgements that activity must balance with stillness, that light needs darkness as a counterpoint, and that life requires periods of quiet and rest. So let yourself rest now. Let the darkness hold you as it held those millions of people through their blackout years, safely, gently, preparing you for whatever tomorrow's light will bring. Your eyes are growing heavy. Your breath is slowing. The darkness around you is peaceful, protective, and appropriate. Sleep well, knowing that you're participating in one of humanity's oldest and most natural practices. The darkness is your friend tonight, just as it became the friend of those who learned to live through the Great Blackout. Rest easy, rest deep, rest well. And when morning comes, when light returns, you'll wake refreshed as those blackout families woke to another day, resilient, adapted, and ready to continue. For now, though, just darkness, just quiet, just rest. Sleep well. You've spent your whole life hearing about the Dark Ages, that supposedly miserable stretch of human history when everyone was filthy, ignorant, and constantly terrified of both their earthly lords and an angry god. You've seen the movies where peasants grovel in mud, where knights commit casual brutality, and where life is, as Thomas Hobbes would later put it, nasty, brutish, and short. But here's what those dramatic retellings rarely mention. Medieval people weren't stupid, and they certainly weren't interested in making their already challenging lives harder than necessary. Tonight, as you settle into the warmth of your bed, let's wander together through a medieval town, not the Hollywood version with its overwrought drama, but the real thing, where ordinary people developed extraordinarily clever systems to manage the chaos of daily existence. These weren't the grand laws debated in royal courts, or the theological proclamations issued by bishops. These were the practical street-level rules that governed everything from when you could hammer a horseshoe to how much your bread should weigh. And the beautiful secret hiding in plain sight. Most of these supposedly restrictive regulations were actually making everyone's life considerably easier. Picture yourself walking through a medieval town on an autumn evening, just as the sun begins its descent behind the thatched roofs and timber-framed buildings. The air carries that particular coolness that makes you pull your cloak a bit tighter, mixed with the smoke from countless hearth fires and the earthy smell of the unpaved streets. This isn't the romanticised Middle Ages of troubadours and tournaments, nor is it the nightmare version of plague and poverty. This is somewhere in between, a functional community of people who figured out how to live together in surprisingly sophisticated ways. The medieval world operated on systems so different from your own that they can seem almost alien at first glance. There were no police officers patrolling the streets, no building inspectors checking construction work, and no health department monitoring food safety. Yet somehow, towns functioned, markets operated, people generally got along without killing each other. The trick was in the rules, hundreds of small regulations that sound bizarre to modern ears, but made perfect sense in their context. Take the simple matter of when you could make noise. In your world, you can vacuum at 3 a.m. if you're so inclined, though your neighbours might have words with you about it. You can run power tools on Sunday morning or practice the drums at midnight. Medieval people found this kind of freedom baffling and frankly inconsiderate. They lived in close quarters, with houses practically leaning against each other and thin walls that did little to muffle sound. More importantly, they lived by the sun's schedule and needed their sleep to survive the physical demands of the next day. So they created rules about noise, and these rules were surprisingly specific. In many towns, you couldn't operate your workshop after the evening bell rang. Blacksmiths couldn't hammer, coopers couldn't pound barrel hoops. Even arguments between neighbours were supposed to quiet down once darkness fell. At first, this sounds like the kind of heavy-handed regulation that would drive you crazy. Imagine someone telling you that you couldn't finish a project just because the sun went down. But here's the clever part. Everyone lived by the same constraints, which meant everyone also benefited from the quiet. The blacksmith who had to stop his hammering at dusk knew that he also wouldn't be kept awake by his neighbour, the cooper, working late into the night. The baker who had to cease grinding grain after dark could sleep soundly without the noise of someone else's industry disturbing him. It was a kind of mutual agreement encoded in law, and it worked because everyone was equally restricted and equally protected. You gave up your freedom to make noise at night, but you gained the guarantee of peace when you needed to sleep. Not a bad trade, really. These quiet evening hours also had an unintended benefit that the townspeople probably didn't consciously plan, but certainly came to appreciate. They created a natural rhythm to the day. You worked when you could see what you were doing. You stopped when darkness made detailed work difficult. You ate your evening meal by firelight, told stories or sang songs, tended to the small domestic tasks that didn't require much light, and then you went to bed at a reasonable hour. There was no temptation to work yourself into exhaustion under artificial light, because artificial light was expensive and dim. The rules around noise dovetailed with the practical realities of pre-electric life to create a schedule that, while certainly not leisurely, at least made sense for human biology. But how did everyone know when these quiet hours began? You can glance at your phone or check the clock on your wall. Medieval people had something both simpler and more communal, the curfew bell. The word curfew itself comes from the Old French couvre-feu, meaning cover fire. When the bell rang from the church tower or town hall, you were supposed to bank your hearth fire, cover it with ash to keep it smouldering safely through the night, and settle in. The bell wasn't just about fire safety, though. That was certainly part of it. In a world of wooden buildings packed together, an unattended fire could consume an entire neighbourhood in less than an hour. The curfew bell served as the town's collective alarm clock, or rather its collective bedtime reminder. It rang at the same time every evening and everyone heard it. There was no confusion about when quiet hours began, no arguments about whether it was dark enough yet. The bell rang, and that was that. You finished your current task, cleaned up your workspace, and joined your family for the evening. If you were out visiting neighbours or finishing business at the market, the bell reminded you to head home before the streets became too dark to navigate safely. Walking through those medieval streets after curfew was an experience markedly different from your nighttime strolls through a modern city. There were no street lights, obviously, no illuminated shop windows or neon signs or the ambient glow of civilization that you take for granted. Once the sun went down and people shuttered their windows, the darkness was profound. The kind of darkness that feels almost solid, that presses against your eyes. The only light came from the moon and stars if the sky was clear, and maybe the occasional flicker of a lantern if someone had urgent business out of doors. This darkness was exactly why the curfew made sense. Walking through pitch-black streets where the ground was uneven, where you might trip over a sleeping dog or step into something unpleasant, where criminals could operate unseen, it wasn't just inconvenient, it was genuinely dangerous. The curfew bell encouraged people to be home before navigating became treacherous. It wasn't about controlling the population or restricting freedom for its own sake. It was about basic safety in a world without street lighting. Of course, there were exceptions. Night watchmen patrolled with lanterns, calling out the hours and looking for fires or trouble. Midwives could be summoned at any hour. Babies don't wait for convenient times to be born. Doctors or priests might be called for emergencies. But for the average person, the evening bell marked the boundary between the active day and the quiet night. And most people appreciated this boundary because it applied to everyone, which meant the streets truly did fall silent after curfew, making sleep easier for all. Now you might be thinking that all this regulation sounds oppressive, but consider what you've traded for your modern freedom. You can make noise at any hour, but so can your neighbours, and there's not much you can do about it except complain. You can work 24 hours a day if you choose, but the expectation that you'll always be available, always productive, can feel like a different kind of prison. Medieval people had less individual freedom in some ways, but they also had more collective peace. They couldn't do whatever they wanted whenever they wanted, but neither could anyone else, and that mutual limitation created a kind of social harmony that's hard to achieve when everyone's acting independently. Let's move from noise to another aspect of medieval life that seems overly regulated at first glance: bread. You buy your bread from a supermarket or bakery without giving it much thought. Maybe you check if it's whole wheat or sourdough, whether it fits your dietary preferences. But you don't worry about whether the loaf weighs what it should, or whether the baker is trying to cheat you. Medieval people worried about this constantly because bread was serious business. Often the main source of calories for ordinary folks. If your baker was shorting you on weight or adding too much cheap filler to the dough, you were being robbed of essential nutrition. So towns developed elaborate rules about bread. The assize of bread introduced in England in the 13th century was typical of such regulations. It established that the price of bread should be fixed relative to the price of grain, and that loaves should meet specific weight standards. If wheat was cheap, the baker had to give you more bread for your penny. If wheat was expensive, you got a smaller loaf, but at least you knew why. The baker couldn't simply charge whatever he felt like or make whatever size loaf suited him. Inspectors would periodically test loaves by weighing them. Bakers who were found selling underweight bread faced serious penalties. In some places, a dishonest baker might be dragged through the streets on a sledge with the offending loaf hung around his neck, a humiliating punishment designed to shame him in front of his neighbours and customers. In other places, the baker might be fined or even banned from his trade. These weren't gentle slaps on the wrist. The authorities took bread fraud seriously because everyone understood how important bread was to survival. Here's what's clever about this system. It protected both the customer and the honest baker. You knew you were getting fair value for your money because the weights were standardised and enforced. But the baker who played by the rules also benefited because his dishonest competitors couldn't undercut him by selling substandard loaves. The regulations created a level playing field where quality mattered more than corner cutting. An honest baker could build a reputation for consistently good bread, knowing that the cheaters would eventually be caught and punished. The bread rules also did something else. They created trust in the marketplace. You didn't need to carry a scale with you when you went to buy bread. You didn't need to examine every loaf suspiciously, wondering if the baker was trying to trick you. The system of weights and measures and regular inspections, did that work for you? You could hand over your money and receive your bread with confidence, knowing that the transaction was fair. This trust is something you probably take for granted in your modern, regulated economy. But in a medieval marketplace where you knew your baker personally and would see him every week for years, maintaining that trust was essential. The bread regulations extended beyond just weight. Some towns specified what ingredients could be used and in what proportions. Bakers couldn't add excessive amounts of bean flour or pea flour to wheat bread. These cheaper ingredients could stretch the dough, increasing profit margins, but they also reduced nutritional value and changed the texture. If you paid for wheat bread, you got wheat bread, not some mystery mixture that happened to be cheaper to produce. The regulations ensured that bread names meant something consistent, that white bread actually indicated refined wheat flour, and maslin meant a specific wheat-rye mixture. These standards mattered more than you might think. In a world where most people couldn't read, where written contracts were rare for everyday transactions, and where you relied on spoken agreements and community reputation, having standardized products with enforced definitions created a common language for commerce. When you asked for a penny loaf of wheat bread, both you and the baker knew exactly what that meant. The regulation eliminated ambiguity and the potential for disputes. Speaking of the marketplace, let's wander over there now. It's morning, a few hours after sunrise, and the market square is coming alive with activity. Farmers have brought in their produce from the surrounding countryside. Craftspeople have set up stalls displaying their wares. The butcher has hung up his cuts of meat. The fishmonger has laid out his catch on beds of straw. The whole scene buzzes with commerce and conversation, people haggling over prices, examining goods, and catching up on neighbourhood news. But notice something odd. Not everyone can sell their goods at any time. There are rules about when the market opens, and these rules are strictly enforced. In many towns, no one could begin trading until after a bell rang, or until the mayor or market official had formally opened the proceedings. Everyone had to wait, their goods laid out but untouchable, until the signal came. Why this elaborate ceremony? Why not just let people start selling as soon as they arrive? The answer lies in fairness. Farmers from distant villages might need hours to reach town, arriving just as local vendors were already set up and ready. If trading could begin immediately, those local sellers would have already attracted customers and made sales before the rural farmers even arrived. The delayed start gave everyone a chance to get their goods properly displayed and their stalls organised. When the opening bell finally rang, everyone began on equal footing. The farmer who'd walked 5 miles before dawn had the same opportunity to attract customers as the baker, whose shop fronted on the market square. These market rules extended beyond just the opening time. In many places there were regulations about where different types of goods could be sold. All the butchers had to set up in one area, all the cloth merchants in another, and all the vegetable sellers in a third. This sounds restrictive. Why shouldn't a merchant set up wherever he could find space? But the system actually made shopping more efficient. You knew exactly where to go to compare prices on wheat or to examine different cuts of meat. You didn't have to wander around the entire market hoping to stumble across what you needed. The organisation turned what could have been chaos into a logical, navigable system. There were also rules about who could sell in the market at all. Generally, you needed to pay for a stall and follow the town's trading regulations. This fee supported the market infrastructure. Someone had to maintain the square, settle disputes, and enforce the weights and measures. But it also meant that random peddlers couldn't just show up and undercut established merchants without any accountability. If you paid for your stall and followed the rules, you had the right to trade. If you were caught selling fraudulent goods or using false weights, you could lose that right. The system created accountability in a world without modern business licenses or consumer protection agencies. The market rules even extended to the practice of forestalling, buying goods before they reached the market and then reselling them at a markup. This was considered deeply unethical and was often illegal. The idea was that goods brought to market should be available to everyone at the same time and at fair prices. If wealthy merchants could intercept farmers on the road and buy up all their grain before it reached town, they could then create artificial scarcity and charge whatever they wanted. Forestalling laws prevented this manipulation, ensuring that ordinary townspeople could purchase food and other necessities at reasonable prices. Similarly, there were rules against regrating, buying goods in the market and then immediately reselling them at a higher price in the same market. This practice added no value. It just inserted a middleman who profited from information asymmetry or aggressive purchasing. If you bought grain, you were supposed to use it yourself or take it elsewhere to sell. You couldn't simply stand in the same market buying from one stall and selling from another, taking advantage of customers who hadn't yet found the best prices. Again, you can see the underlying wisdom in these regulations. They weren't about controlling every aspect of commerce for its own sake. They were about creating fair conditions where everyone played by the same rules, where the rich couldn't manipulate the system to exploit the poor, and where quality and honest dealing mattered more than clever tricks. The market was regulated, yes, but those regulations made it function better for everyone except the cheaters. The marketplace also had rules about weights and measures that went beyond just bread. Every town maintained official standards, marked measuring rods for cloth, certified weights for grain and meat, and standard containers for liquids. Merchants had to use these standardized tools, and market officials would check them periodically for accuracy. A merchant caught using false weights faced severe penalties, fines, confiscation of goods, and sometimes even banishment from the market. The severity of these punishments reflected how seriously communities took honest dealing. These standardized measures did more than just prevent fraud. They made trade possible between strangers. If you were buying cloth from a merchant you'd never met before, you needed confidence that his yard was the same length as everyone else's yard. If you were purchasing grain, you needed to know that his bushel measure matched the official standard. The regulations created a common foundation that allowed commerce to happen with a basic level of trust, even between people who had no prior relationship. Now let's turn to something that seems even more intrusive by modern standards. Clothing regulations. You wear whatever you want, within the bounds of weather and social context, of course. You might dress up for a wedding or down for yard work, but nobody's going to arrest you for wearing silk when you're only a clerk or putting on colours reserved for nobility. Medieval people faced a labyrinth of sumptuary laws that dictated what fabrics, colours and styles were appropriate for different social classes. A peasant couldn't legally wear silk or velvet. A merchant, no matter how wealthy, couldn't dress like a noble. Even the length of your shoe's pointed toe might be regulated based on your rank. These laws were passed and repassed throughout the Middle Ages, which tells you something important. People constantly ignored them. Merchants who'd grown rich in trade wanted to display their success, and what better way than by wearing the fine fabrics they'd helped import. Craftspeople took pride in their work and wanted to dress well. The authorities kept trying to enforce these distinctions, and people kept finding ways around them. Why did these laws exist at all? The official reason was maintaining social order. If anyone could dress like a noble, how would you know who deserved respect? How would society function if you couldn't tell at a glance who was a knight and who was a carpenter? But there was a more practical economic reason too, controlling luxury consumption. Fine fabrics, rare dyes, and intricate tailoring were expensive. Money spent on fancy clothes was money not spent on land or business investments. Rulers worried that their subjects would bankrupt themselves trying to dress above their station. But here's where these clothing laws had an unintentional benefit. They created thriving industries and clever substitution. If you couldn't wear silk, enterprising weavers developed techniques to make linen look silky. If purple dye was restricted to royalty, other colours became fashionable among the merchant class. If you couldn't have a mine fur trim, you found other ways to decorate your clothes that showed taste and wealth without breaking the law. The restrictions spurred innovation as people sought ways to look prosperous within the legal bounds. The clothing regulations also created a kind of readable social landscape. You could walk through a medieval town and understand much about the people you passed based on their dress. That man in the rough woolen tunic was probably a labourer. That woman in the neat linen dress with modest trim was perhaps a merchant's wife. Those children in matching livery belonged to a noble household. This instant readability served practical purposes. If you needed to find someone with authority, you looked for good clothing. If you were seeking skilled craft work, you might approach someone whose dress suggested success in their trade. The visual hierarchy made the social world more navigable, even if it limited personal expression. Yet even with all these rules, people found ways to express individuality. The cut of a garment, the quality of the stitching, and the choice of accessories, all these could vary within legal bounds. A skilled tailor could make a legally acceptable outfit that still stood out for its elegance. A woman might not be able to wear silk, but she could ensure her linen was impeccably white and beautifully embroidered. The regulations set boundaries, but within those boundaries there was still room for personal style and pride in appearance. The enforcement of clothing laws was inconsistent, which probably saved them from becoming unbearable. In practice, authorities tended to crack down on sumptuary violations when they needed revenue from fines or when they wanted to make an example of someone who'd gotten too uppity. Most of the time, if you dressed slightly above your station but weren't too blatant about it, you could probably get away with it. The laws existed as much as social pressure and aspiration as actual legal constraint. As evening approaches in our medieval town, let's consider one of the more surprising regulations: hospitality laws. In your world, you're free to turn away visitors, lock your door against strangers, and keep your home entirely private if you choose. Medieval people had a more complicated relationship with hospitality, particularly when it came to travellers and those in need. Many communities had rules requiring innkeepers to provide lodging to travellers who could pay, or compelling householders to offer shelter to wayfarers during storms or emergencies. These weren't just nice suggestions, they were legal obligations. If you ran an inn, you couldn't turn away a decent stranger just because you didn't like his looks or wanted to save the room for a possibly better customer. If a traveller was caught in dangerous weather, you might be required to offer basic shelter, even in your private home. This seems intrusive, even alarming by your modern standards. The idea of being legally forced to welcome strangers into your home or business sounds like a violation of basic rights. But consider the world these rules emerged from. Travel was dangerous, roads were poor, often barely more than muddy tracks through forests. Bandits operated with relative impunity between towns. Weather could turn deadly without warning. If you were caught miles from any settlement when night fell or a storm arose, you could die. Not metaphorically, you could actually freeze or be killed. Hospitality laws created a safety net for travellers, and by extension for commerce and communication. A merchant transporting goods needed to know he could find shelter along his route. A messenger carrying important letters needed reliable stopping points. Even a pilgrim travelling to a holy site needed assurance that he wouldn't be left to die in a ditch because no one felt like helping him. The laws made travel possible by making shelter predictable, but here's the reciprocal element. These same laws protected innkeepers and hosts. If you were required to provide lodging, you were also protected in how you provided it. You didn't have to offer luxury accommodations. Basic shelter, simple food, and a place to sleep were sufficient. You could charge reasonable rates as established by local custom, and if a guest caused trouble, you had legal recourse to remove them and seek compensation for any damage. The regulations cut both ways, protecting both the traveller's need for shelter and the host's right to maintain order in his establishment. The hospitality rules also created a kind of social insurance system. Today, if you fell on hard times while travelling, you might end up sleeping in your car or at a shelter run by charities. Medieval people who couldn't afford an inn might rely on religious houses or invoke hospitality customs to find a night's shelter. It wasn't charity exactly. It was obligation, encoded in law and custom. And because it was an obligation rather than charity, it came without quite the same stigma. You weren't begging for kindness. You were claiming a right that any traveller possessed. There's something profound in this arrangement. It acknowledged that anyone might someday be the stranger in need of help. The wealthy merchant enforcing hospitality laws at his inn might someday find himself stranded far from home, grateful that someone was required to take him in. The peasant offering his barn to a traveller during a storm might someday be that traveller, seeking shelter in someone else's barn. The laws created reciprocal obligations that wove a safety net across the landscape. Religious houses, monasteries, convents and hospitals operated under particularly strict hospitality requirements. They were expected to welcome travellers, feed the hungry, and care for the sick regardless of ability to pay. This wasn't optional charity. It was central to their religious mission. A traveller could arrive at a monastery gate with reasonable confidence that he'd receive at least basic hospitality, a meal, a place to sleep, perhaps medical attention if needed. This network of religious houses created waypoints across the medieval landscape, making long-distance travel feasible even for those of modest means. Now let's venture beyond the town walls into the forests and common lands, spaces that were neither quite wild nor fully tamed, where some of the most practical medieval regulations operated. You might assume forests were free-for-all zones where anyone could hunt, gather wood or pasture animals. The reality was far more controlled, and once again these controls were more practical than you might expect. Forest laws could be severe, particularly in royal forests where the king claimed hunting rights. Killing a deer in the king's forest might cost you your hands or eyes, penalties that sound barbaric to your modern sensibilities. But surrounding those harsh penalties for poaching game were hundreds of smaller regulations about forest use that actually protected common people's rights while preserving the resource. You couldn't cut down trees wherever you wanted, but you did have the right to gather fallen wood and dead branches, a right called deadwood, or windfall. This distinction was important. It meant that common people could collect fuel for heating and cooking without destroying the forest's living trees. The forest remained intact for hunting and timber, while still providing resources for those who needed them. It was a sustainable use policy that protected both the powerful noble's interests and the poor villagers' needs. Similarly, you might have rights to pasture your pigs in the forest during certain seasons, a practice called pannage. Pigs would forage for acorns and other mast, fattening themselves at no cost to you. But the practice was regulated by season and number to prevent overgrazing and forest damage. You couldn't just turn loose unlimited pigs year-round. There were rules about how many animals each household could run, when the pannage season opened and closed, and what fees might be owed. These regulations sound restrictive, and they were, but they prevented the tragedy of the commons that occurs when everyone takes as much as they can with no regard for sustainability. If every villager could cut all the wood they wanted, the forest would soon be denuded. If everyone pastured unlimited animals, the undergrowth would be destroyed and young trees couldn't grow. The regulations ensured that the forest remained productive, generation after generation, providing for everyone rather than being exhausted by the greediest users. Common lands, meadows, pastures and wastelands shared by a village operated under similar principles. You had the right to graze your animals on the common, but not unlimited animals. You could cut rushes for floor covering or reeds for thatching, but not more than your household needed. These use rights were carefully defined and jealously guarded because they represented real value to families who owned little land of their own. The common land regulations created a functional sharing economy. Your single cow could graze alongside your neighbour's sheep and someone else's goats, and there was enough grass for all because the total number of animals was controlled. If someone tried to run extra animals or take more than their share of resources, the other commoners would quickly object and enforce the rules. The system worked because everyone benefited from sustainable use, and everyone suffered if someone overused the commons. There's a lesson here about how regulations can protect freedom rather than restrict it. You had less individual freedom, you couldn't exploit common resources without limit, but you had more practical freedom because the shared resources remained available year after year. Your children and grandchildren would have access to the same common lands, because the regulations prevented any one generation from exhausting them. Forest and common land regulations also included detailed rules about when certain activities could take place. You might be allowed to graze animals on the common only after the hay harvest was complete, giving everyone a chance to secure winter fodder first. You might be permitted to gather specific types of wood only during certain months, when taking them wouldn't harm the forest's reproductive cycle. These temporal regulations showed sophisticated understanding of ecological processes and resource management. The enforcement of these rules often fell to local officials elected or appointed from within the community. A haywood might oversee common lands, a woodward might manage forest resources, and these officials were typically people who'd lived in the area their whole lives and understood both the resources and the needs of their neighbours. They weren't distant bureaucrats imposing arbitrary rules. They were community members trying to balance competing interests and ensure long-term sustainability. As we circle back toward the town centre, let's consider how time itself was regulated and communal in ways that might surprise you. You have a clock on your wrist or phone, synchronised to the second with atomic timepieces. You know exactly what time it is, anywhere in the world, any moment of the day. Medieval people had a much looser relationship with clock time, not because they were imprecise, but because their needs were different. Churches marked the hours with bells, ringing at intervals throughout the day and night for prayers. These canonical hours, matins, lauds, prime, terce, sext, none, vespers and compline, divided the day into segments, but not equal segments. The hours adjusted with the seasons since they were based on daylight. A summer hour was longer than a winter hour. This seems chaotic to you, but it made perfect sense in a world where useful work was limited by available light. The church bells served as the town's timekeeping system, and everyone lived by them. The morning bells told you when to rise and start work. Midday bells reminded you to eat. Evening bells signalled the end of the workday. These shared time signals synchronised the community in ways that individual timekeeping never could. Everyone heard the same bells and organised their day around the same markers. You didn't need to worry about your clock being 5 minutes fast or wonder if you'd misread the time. The bell rang, everyone heard it, and everyone knew what time it was. Collectively, if not precisely. This communal timekeeping also meant that time was less of a burden. You couldn't be late for something if no one knew exactly when it was supposed to start. Meetings happened after the midday bell or before vespers, or when the sun reaches mid-sky. There was inherent flexibility in these arrangements. You showed up within a reasonable period around the appointed time, and that was sufficient. The anxiety of modern punctuality, of being exactly on time or being considered rude, didn't exist in quite the same way. Yet for all this flexibility, medieval people could be remarkably precise when precision mattered. Mechanical clocks began appearing in churches and town halls in the late Middle Ages, and their use was carefully regulated. The town clock needed to be accurate because people made agreements based on it. Markets opened at specific hours. Work shifts at mills or workshops needed coordination. Legal proceedings happened at designated times. So the community invested in maintaining a good clock and ensuring everyone had access to its information. The regulation of time, like so many medieval rules, was about creating common reference points. Just as the weights and measures for bread needed to be standardised, and market hours needed to be known to all, time itself needed to be a shared resource. The bells and clocks weren't just tools for individuals, they were public infrastructure that enabled the whole community to function in synchronised ways when synchronisation mattered. The division of time also reflected and reinforced the rhythm of medieval religious life. The canonical hours weren't just arbitrary divisions, they represented times of prayer that structured the day for monks and nuns, and by extension, for the whole community. When the bells rang for Vespers, even if you weren't particularly devout, you were reminded that the day was winding down and that it was time to think about evening tasks and preparation for night. The religious framework for time gave it meaning beyond mere measurement. Let's take a moment to think about what all these regulations about noise, bread, markets, clothing, hospitality, forests and time add up to. They created a world where individual freedom was constrained, certainly. You couldn't do whatever you wanted whenever you wanted. You had to follow rules about the most mundane aspects of daily life. But in exchange for these constraints, you gained something valuable, a functioning community with shared expectations and mutual obligations. You knew your neighbour couldn't keep you awake with his hammering because the noise rules protected you both. You knew your bread was fairly weighted because the regulations protected honest bakers and customers alike. You knew that if you travelled and met with misfortune, hospitality laws might save your life. You knew the common lands would still be there for your children because usage was controlled and sustainable. You knew what time it was because everyone heard the same bells. These regulations created trust. Trust that others would follow the same rules you followed. Trust that cheaters would be caught and punished. And trust that the systems enabling daily life would continue functioning. This trust was the invisible foundation that allowed medieval communities to work despite all their challenges. Without police forces to enforce every rule, and without surveillance technology to catch every violation, the system depended on community pressure, shared understanding, and the knowledge that today's enforcer might be tomorrow's rule breaker needing the community's protection. There's something almost beautiful in how these practical regulations emerged not from theory but from necessity. Nobody sat down with a comprehensive plan for managing medieval town life. Instead, communities developed solutions to specific problems: how to keep the peace at night, how to prevent bread fraud, how to make markets fair, how to ensure travellers didn't die on the roads, and how to preserve shared resources. Each solution became a custom, and customs hardened into regulations, and regulations accumulated into a comprehensive system that looks, from your perspective, simultaneously strange and remarkably sophisticated. Consider how interconnected these rules were. The curfew bell that marked quiet hours also signalled when to bank your fire, which reduced the risk of conflagrations that would destroy the wooden buildings where people lived and worked. The market regulations that prevented forestalling and regrating helped ensure that bread prices remained affordable, which made the bread weight regulations more meaningful. The hospitality laws that protected travellers enabled the commerce that kept markets supplied with diverse goods. The forest regulations that preserved timber resources ensured that there would be wood for building the homes and shops where people followed the other regulations. Each rule supported and reinforced the others, creating a system greater than the sum of its parts. The medieval approach to regulation also reflected a fundamentally different understanding of community than what you might be accustomed to. In your world, there's often a sharp distinction between public and private life, between what the community can regulate and what's purely personal. Medieval people drew that line differently. They believed that almost nothing was purely personal, because almost everything you did affected your neighbours. Your noisy work disturbed their sleep. Your bread fraud cheated your customers. Your wasteful use of common resources diminished what was available to others. Your choice to wear clothing above your station disrupted social hierarchy. Even your private hearth fire, if left unbanked, could burn down the whole neighbourhood. This perspective sounds intrusive to modern ears, but it came from lived experience in densely packed communities where privacy was rare and independence was often impossible. You depended on your neighbours for help with harvests, for defence against threats, and for support during hard times. They depended on you in the same ways. This mutual dependence meant that individual actions had communal consequences, and therefore the community had a legitimate interest in regulating those actions. The regulations weren't about control for its own sake. They were about managing the inevitable friction that comes from people living in close proximity. As the medieval evening deepens around you, and the darkness becomes complete, imagine one final time what it was like to live within this web of rules and customs. Your day has followed a rhythm set by communal bells and shared expectations. You've bought your bread knowing it was fairly weighted, sold your goods in a market where everyone competed on equal terms, dressed in clothing that both identified and constrained you, and now you're settling in for the night knowing that quiet hours will bring actual quiet because everyone is obligated to respect them. The rules haven't made your life easy. Medieval life was never easy. But they've made it workable. They've created predictability in an unpredictable world, fairness in a world that could be arbitrary and cruel, and community in a world where isolation could mean death. You've traded some individual freedom for collective security, and most of the time that seems like a reasonable bargain. These regulations were never perfect. People evaded them, broke them, and chafed against them. The wealthy often found ways around rules that bound the poor. The powerful enforced regulations selectively, to their advantage. Medieval society was far from equitable or just by your modern standards. Yet within all its limitations and inequalities, the regulation of daily life showed a practical wisdom about human nature and community needs. People needed sleep, so noise was controlled. People needed food security, so bread was regulated. People needed fair commerce, so markets had rules. People needed to travel, so hospitality was mandated. People needed shared resources, so commons were managed. People needed temporal coordination, so time was communalised. Each rule addressed a genuine need, and together they created a functioning social order. The genius of these regulations lay in their reciprocity. You gave up the freedom to make noise, but you gained the guarantee of quiet. You accepted limits on your bread pricing, but you were protected from other bakers' fraud. You couldn't monopolise common resources, but neither could anyone else. You had to offer hospitality, but you could also claim it when needed. The restrictions flowed both ways, creating a balanced system where everyone was both constrained and protected by the same rules. As you drift towards sleep, think about your own world's rules and regulations. You have far more individual freedom than any medieval person, and you probably wouldn't trade places even if you could. But you've also lost something they had. That sense of being embedded in a community with shared rules and mutual obligations, where restrictions on your freedom came with protections against others' freedoms, and where giving up some autonomy meant gaining security and trust. Medieval regulations weren't about control for its own sake. They were about making life work in a world where everything was harder, where cooperation was essential for survival, and where individual desires had to be balanced against communal needs. The rules sound odd to your ears, but they emerge from the same impulse that drives you to appreciate noise ordinances, or truth in advertising laws, or national parks with usage limits. They were attempts to create order, fairness, and sustainability in a world that offered none of those things naturally. The legacy of these medieval rules lives on in ways you might not realise. Your assumptions about fair weights and measures in commerce. Medieval bread regulations established that principle. Your expectation that markets should operate honestly. Medieval market rules set that standard. Your sense that excessive noise is a violation of community norms. Medieval quiet hours codified that understanding. Your belief that certain spaces should be preserved for common use. Medieval forest and common land regulations embedded that idea in law. Even your relationship with time owes something to medieval practices. The idea that a whole community should operate on synchronized schedules, that public clocks should be available to all, and that timekeeping is a shared social function rather than just an individual concern. These concepts were hammered out in medieval town squares and church towers. When you check the time to coordinate meeting a friend, you're participating in a tradition of communal timekeeping that stretches back centuries. The specific rules have changed, of course. You don't live by church bells or curfew regulations. You can wear whatever you want and make noise at any hour, at least legally, if not considerately. But the underlying principle remains. Communities need shared rules to function, and those rules work best when they protect everyone by limiting everyone, when they create trust through predictability, and when they balance individual desires against collective needs. Medieval people understood something that's easy to forget in your individualistic age. Freedom isn't just the absence of constraint. Sometimes freedom comes from knowing what the constraints are, knowing they apply to everyone, and knowing they're designed to make life work better for the whole community. You gain freedom to sleep peacefully by giving up freedom to make noise at night. You gain freedom to buy food confidently by accepting regulation of weights and prices. You gain freedom to use common resources by limiting how much any individual can take. These oddly specific medieval rules about bells and bread, markets and noise, hospitality and forests, they weren't signs of oppression, though they certainly could be oppressive when enforced unjustly. They were signs of communities figuring out how to live together, how to balance competing needs, and how to create systems that benefited most people most of the time. They were practical solutions to practical problems, tested and refined over generations, until they became the invisible infrastructure that made medieval life possible. The medieval approach to community regulation offers lessons that remain relevant. In your interconnected world, where your actions affect people across the globe through environmental impact, economic ties, and digital connections, the question of how to balance individual freedom with collective welfare is more pressing than ever. Medieval people had no choice but to grapple with this balance, because their physical proximity made the consequences of individual actions immediately visible. You face similar challenges on a larger scale, with consequences that may be less visible but no less real. So as sleep finally claims you, maybe these medieval rules don't seem quite so odd after all. Maybe they seem remarkably sensible, different in detail but similar in spirit to the countless rules that structure your own life. Maybe the Middle Ages weren't so dark after all, at least not in the sense of being ignorant or chaotic. Medieval people were solving problems, building community, and trying to make their lives work with the tools and knowledge they had available. They created systems that acknowledged human nature, the tendency to cheat, to take more than your share, to disturb others for your own convenience, and built structures to channel those impulses toward more productive ends. They understood that left entirely to individual choice, communities would fracture and essential resources would be depleted. So they created rules that limited everyone equally and protected everyone equally, trading individual autonomy for collective security. And on that thought, with the peaceful certainty that comes from understanding how even strange-seeming rules can make sense in context, let yourself sink into sleep, grateful for the continuity of human wisdom across the centuries, grateful for all the invisible regulations that make your own life work, and grateful most of all for the quiet dark that medieval people fought so hard to preserve for everyone's benefit. Sleep well, knowing that people have been solving similar problems for centuries, finding ways to live together despite all the challenges, and creating order from chaos through the simple but profound tool of shared rules and mutual respect.